They should mostly all be become a kind of categories, right? So we always get like the matrixy ones. These are our matrix photos, right? Some of you might recognize yourself up there. I like the ones that come with the cyber walls. Bruce is like, what? What's going on?
I was trying to see if that's like a PDP-11.
Oh, and my favorite one here, you're all my favorite. I didn't mean to call out like my favorite son, but
Dope.
but the one in the middle staring at the computer, I know you can't really see that, but it says, how to get the best photo to improve your chance of ShmooCon. Okay, so that was money. I liked that one. The second category we get is statues. We always get campus statues.
Somebody's rubbed that guy's nose a lot.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, that's.
It's a lot of cocaine.
Thankfully, it's his nose.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. And then.
Is that a gourd? He's holding a gourd.
I don't know.
A pumpkin's a
pumpkin,
gourd,
says
sir.
the person in the photo, and a pumpkin is a gourd. It's.
What? All right, pumpkin fight.
Is one not a subset?
I don't know,
of the
but
other
someone's
in
making a
some fashion?
Wikipedia page right now.
Okay.
Gourds are typically not edible, pumpkins are.
A pumpkin, a gourd.
All right, moving right along. Then we get this fun
A
little
pumpkin is a
category.
type of squash, was a type of gourd. It's a hierarchy, my friend. It's a gourd.
The Venn diagram has been written.
Yes. I feel passionately about this. This is a hill I will die on starting now. Tomatoes are fruit, damn it.
Oh my gosh, do you remember that night? Where were we? We were at dinner.
Olives are fruit.
Where were we?
Would you like some juice? Here's some olive oil.
Do you remember that time I raised $1,000 for charity by drinking a shot glass of olive oil and people thought I was weird? I was like, you guys, it's olive oil. That was easy. They made me chase it with a shot glass of sake, and that was actually really hard for me because I think that's the grossest stuff on the planet. Sorry. Then we get the category of what I call the fun stuff, right? So these are always a total hoot to go through and look at. And I love the one with the doorway because my kids used to do this all the time. Remember, kids? Where are my kids? Hi, kids. Wait, what?
They're in the back. They're working the streaming.
Hi, kids. So they used to climb the walls all the time. If you have children, you know what that's like. So they're the fun photos. Anyway, students, we love you. We're glad you're here. And we hope you have a great weekend. So hopefully you'll learn something, meet someone, some people, lots of people. There's lots of people in this room. Meet some of them.
I'm not sure the one in the lower right actually constitutes proof of anything. I'm just gonna.
The Family Guy one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out there
I
because
thought it was creative, though.
you did throw shade at the guy one year who just sent in a piece of chicken.
Oh, the guy who sent me a picture of his dinner?
His
That
dinner,
was a
yeah.
couple years ago.
Also
For
did not
those of you
prove
who are
anything.
here,
Yeah.
the guy sent me a picture of his dinner. It didn't even look that good. And then, of course, who's here? You are here. We like you a lot. We have just over 20, what did I say here, 2,170. It's actually a little closer to 2,180 issued tickets. I threw up some fake demographics there because guess what? We don't actually collect any. This is all just a guess. So you can read through that and agree with me or disagree with me. I don't really care. People are here. You are here. We do know, though, that you do hail mostly from the U.S. Some of you come from Canada, Europe, and other parts of the world because that's factually correct. Right?
Yes. Yes.
But I'd like to really quick. This is where we're going to put a little damper on the mood for a minute. We're going to go back to that mostly harmless statement, that quote I had back at the beginning.
We are guests of the hotel, and someone has been messing with the hotel network, intentionally or unintentionally, we're not really sure, and caused great problems for everyone in the hotel. And we kindly request you knock it the fuck off. And if you think maybe it was you, it probably was. There was Kit running on it taking.
We do know who you are.
We do know who you are. Sir, do you have a question?
Well, we're not going to go into that too much.
Tried to use the
now.
hotel network.
Yeah.
It didn't work. So anyway, I would also caution you, if you do not knock it the fuck off, there's like nation-state level capability when it comes to wireless reconnaissance in this room. And they're
Surprise!
very good at their trade, and they have all their gear, and we will pinpoint you within a few millimeters of your location. So I would encourage you to calm the fuck down. Thank you.
Okay.
Also, do we have, oh yeah. I hope our Twitch stream is labeled explicit.
Would you like to give a warning about fire alarms next?
Oh, fuck. Okay, here's the deal. We seem to like attract fire alarms like how do you attract mosquitoes in the summertime? Just right on top.
True story.
If there is a fire alarm, I would encourage
there was
you.
on Thursday. Who was there for all the tests? It's like they knew we were coming.
Yeah. They're preparing for the chaos. If the fire alarm goes off, I need you to actually pay attention and leave the building. And this is like the two most important parts. Do so with a moderate amount of alacrity, right? Which means move relatively quickly but calmly. And when you get outside, don't fucking stop, okay? This is like, you don't stop at the end of an escalator. Why? Because people will get killed coming down behind you. Don't stop in a fire drill or a fire alarm walking out the door because there's still 2,000 people trying to leave the building. A few years ago when we all had to leave and everyone would step outside, and I swear to God, he had to tell every one person that walked out the door, keep moving! So please, if the fire alarm goes off, keep moving. It's like, I like you all, and I would not want to perish in a fire with any of you. So, also, a melon is a gourd, and a cucumber is a gourd. Other fun vegetable fact.
Oh my God.
Brussels sprouts, cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower
Are all
the same plant.
What else is the same?
Yeah.
A
It's
peach?
bananas, man. Like, I
A
don't
peach?
understand the world.
What plants are they the same ones, though?
The cauliflower broccoli plant. Grass. Oh, look at you redeem yourself, Mr. I don't know what the fuck a gourd is. This
All
is
right.
why you're here, by the way. The educational opportunities are.
I live with the man, but if you'd like to,
Oh! That can't be good. What? I don't know if anyone heard that. Okay. We still have audio, though, right?
yes.
Yeah, okay. Keep going.
Yes,
Just
okay.
keep on cruising.
All right, all we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us.
I think Gandalf said that.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, I might have given that away.
He was a real person. It's not Gandalf, it's not a gourd. I know you got to cut him up and find out.
Well, is it when he was white or gray?
Gandalf the Grey, he may have been cauliflower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's hard to say.
Gandalf the gourd. That is going to be one obscure Halloween costume, sir. Like, who are you? I'm Gandalf the gourd. Get off my lawn.
Oh my gosh, my parents are here, folks. They're like, what is going on? All right, so speaking of what's going on, this is where I tell you what's going on. See, that just happened all by itself. I don't know, magic. So talks, obviously, there's talks at the con. Yes, there's talks at the con. We have several tracks. I can do this. Today, we will have One Track Mind in this room right here, right? So starting tomorrow, we have Bring It On, Belay It, and Build It. Did I do it? Somebody with a map?
Let's say yes.
Okay, there's a map coming up on a future slide. We'll see if I got it right. And then Fast and Furious takes place in, oh, crud.
I don't fucking know.
One of these rooms on Saturday afternoon. Okay, so we also have the Buffett room, which is the room all the way down the hall next to labs at the very end. That room was used today for ShmooCon student and will be in use for part of the day tomorrow for the amateur radio exams, but otherwise is available to sign out for use if you want to do like a birds of a feather session. So for small, gather, talk, whatever, it's just a room available for use that isn't the chill out room, which tends to get maybe a little louder, whatever. So that's kind of sign up on site.
Fly time.
Yes, Bruce and I have hosted several Buffett sessions. Not here.
No, we've never done fly tying here, but did anyone tie flies? I'd like to find any fellow nerds. Thank you. Yes, it's
There's like one.
when you obsess about feathers and fur, and then people then send you fur in the mail. That's happened. Like, would you like the fur of this animal that I killed? Sure, thank
Thanks,
you.
Russ.
What a fun gift. Totally not serial killer material.
Probably exactly the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Lots of events going on. Obviously, I just mentioned the radio exams. We've got barcode, smart code. How many people did a barcode, smart code entry? Few? Anybody? I can't actually see people in the back of the room. Somebody
A few.
raised
So
their hand.
someone's
Just
pointing
lie.
at the one person. Over
Okay,
there.
well,
Oh,
I
there's
guess
one.
you have a very good chance of winning, but there's still time to create an entry. I mean, it is time travel themed, so maybe you could go back in time. I don't know. We've got the Firetalks tonight, Hack Fortress. It's all in your program. You can look it up in there, but lots of stuff to do down the hallway, right? Anything you want to say about any of those amazing events down there?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
What else is going on? I mentioned tons of contests at the sponsor booths, hidden around the conference. You will find them. T-shirt charities. If you've been to ShmooCon before, you know that we don't sell you T-shirts. We give you a T-shirt in exchange for a donation. He's still looking shit up on the
I'm
internet.
reading about gourds. I'm sorry. From the Las Cruces Sun News, by the way, it has a wonderful article about issues of cross-pollination between gourd families in your garden in New Mexico. I'll turn that off. I should not be allowed internet access. I think it's the moral of the story.
Well, it turns out we can fix that.
Yeah, fair.
So this year you have your choice of donating to, so you come up, you're going to purchase a T-shirt. You're not really purchasing a T-shirt. You're making a donation, getting a T-shirt, whatever. And you get your choice. You're given a T-shirt and a poker chip, and you get to drop that poker chip into the ballot box. We call them a ballot box, a donation box of your choice. You get the choice of the EFF, or because there are no, we usually pick another charity that matches the theme. I couldn't find any that had to do with time travel. So I picked one that had to do with buying back time. And we're supporting the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, this year. So pick one or the other, pick both. If you buy more than one T-shirt, you get 2 chips. And we'll make big donations at the end of the conference to both those organizations. T-shirt sales will start today at 4 p.m. Please be patient with us. It usually creates a huge line. We are going to limit the sales of shirts initially, or at least today, to 2 per purchase, just because we want to move the line faster. So just be aware of that. It is a cash-only sales, okay? Starting tomorrow at 2, we will have old con stuff for sale. We went through a lot of this the last couple of years, so we don't have a tremendous amount of it, but we do have old con bags. We do have some old shirts in some sizes, not a whole lot. And then we do have some boxes of crap.
The box of crap was, it's mostly good stuff. And this year we actually cleaned out some crap that was in our basement that had nothing to do with the con. That's also included in the boxes. So
This is true, and I will ask, if you get one of those boxes and you're going to know what the item is as soon as you open it, please don't use it inside.
yeah, now you're like, I'm going to buy a box of crap because I
Right?
want to know.
And actually, Bruce, the boxes of crap this year, they're a little substandard, I'm not going to lie. We're only going to do them for $10, but the incentive is...
They're
that-
listening. Be nice to them.
Sorry, boxes of crap,
There you
I
go.
love you.
There you go. Every box of crap is unique and special.
Yes.
But they actually are. They're not
Could
all
you
the
just
same.
stop and let me finish my sentence, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyway, the real incentive to buying the boxes of crap is that hidden in a few of those boxes of crap is an opportunity to bypass F5 next year. Last year, see, it's time travel, folks, and potentially purchase a ticket out of band for next year. So that's kind of the incentive of boxes of crap or bags of crap every year. The crap's fun. Get stuff out of our storage unit and out of our house. I promise there's no like mismatched socks or anything like that from our basement. It's actual swag and
Yeah, unused.
like that.
Yeah, it's okay.
yeah, it's all fresh. I mean, it's fresh, seasoned, storage, fresh, but untouched.
Yes. Car batteries for cars we don't own anymore. Things like that.
Let's go with that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to let you take this next slide.
I don't know what it is.
I know you don't.
Okay. Oh.
It's easy.
Saturday night, there'll be two things going on. One in this room, we'll have Lintile hosting Shmoo FAQ. Looking forward to that. Thank you, Lintile. Woohoo!
Yay, Lintile.
I'll be 9 to 11 in here, awkwardly on the other side of that wall over there. Much more quiet. We'll be playing games, and more games. We bought a strategic stockpile of board games last year and have added to it.
2 years ago.
2 years ago? 2 years ago. It has been 2 years. Holy shit. So we have board games that are easy to pick up. We have other board games that if you're a pro and you know what you're doing, we probably have it for you. And there'll be a bar available outside, the cash bar, that you can drink to your heart's content on your own dime. So, but yeah.
So nice this year. We also have all the points in the world at our local game store because we did shop mostly local for all of that. So that was
Yeah, we
nice to do as
basically
well.
cleaned out the local game store to the point where like it looked like they got robbed.
Now they know us by name when we walk
Yeah,
in.
we walk in, they're like, welcome!
We're like,
Our concierge is ready to service you. What would you need? 25 copies of, I don't know, Carcerone? Yeah, absolutely. Here you go.
I think you said that wrong.
I'm sure I did. I have no idea. I just pressed the button on my iPad to play it. Carcassonne? What? Catan? Well, that's different. Catan, potato, tomato.
Can you say UNO?
I'm going to start giving gourd facts if we're not careful. I found more.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you do have two gourds that are planted near each other and they cross-pollinate, the result of that will not become evident that year, but in the seeds of the following year. So if you keep the seeds and you plant it, you can get like a whole new goddamn gourd, and it may be completely inedible, even though the first two gourds were good. So if you want to get into like gourd husbandry, this seems like a wonderful thing to do. Thank you. Also, I'm not sure the term gourd husbandry has ever been used on the internet. I'm going to go find that next.
Oh my God.
Why do you think your husband has ADHD?
Really possible. Oh, yes.
Oh,
one
no,
of
it
us.
is a term of art. I apologize. Shit. I'll have a Medium site that you can pay for shortly.
All right. Every choice we make allows us to manipulate the future. This is also true of gourd husband.
Gourd husband. It's going to be my new tattoo. Also, I like that Captain Picard ruled out time travel.
All right, so many choices. Okay, everything we've just gone over can be found where? In your program. Yeah, this is such a lie. Your program was not in your bag. So sorry they arrived late. But the big hint here is look in your bag. Look in your bag. Just do it. Everybody should look in their bag. Not all of you will have happy findings, but some of you will. Okay. In your program, the schedule can be found in the centerfold. Why? Because that's where the schedule should always be, is in the centerfold of the program. They're all looking in their bag.
Yeah, so now you've got people are like, well, mine's boring now.
Well, that's different. You're just special, Richard. Okay, we'll wait. Somebody will find the thing and be like, it's me, I found it. So the schedule's online. Probably the most current schedule will always be online. Literally, once we print the programs, they're out of date. If there are changes, we will announce these at the top of most talks. We'll put them out all on the social medias, whatever we call those these days. So watch for those. They're on the website. I've listed them up there for you. Here's that map. Did I get it? I got it right.
You did get it right.
Yay!
Everyone's still looking in their bags, by the way. You've distracted
I
the
know, I've
entire
distracted
audience.
an entire
And
audience.
no one said, I found it. So
I know. Oh, did you find one? You want to tell them what it was? Skip the line ticket for next year. Yeah, I hide those in the bags every year. So, you should always check, at least at ShmooCon, check your bags. All right, activate the Omega-13.
what movie is that from?
Only one of Heidi's favorite movies ever.
Galaxy Quest, thank you. Oh my God. Am I that old? If you haven't seen Galaxy Quest, I highly recommend it. It is outstanding.
I only have one job.
To repeat the computer. And also, Tony Shalhoub has like an outstanding performance in that movie.
Yeah. All right, ShmooCon survival tips. Why don't you do this one?
Okie dokie. So we are a mass event again this year, 3 years running, not just for COVID, but because RSV and flu are running rampant, and it turns out that we're kind of at the peak of it right now. If anyone's been reading the latest like wastewater telemetry and that kind of thing, because who doesn't like to poop water? But it turns out that we know a lot of people that are sick, so actually I'm very, very happy that we are wearing masks this year. We have masks available if you happen to come down the escalator and forget some, but we don't have that many. So if you forgot it in your room, turn around, go back upstairs, grab it, and come back. Badges must always be visible and on your person, not on a backpack or anything like that. Photography. So this is for some of you will be new and or different. We don't allow general photography. You can't just run around the halls taking pictures of anybody willy-nilly. Anybody that you take a picture of needs to have given you permission in advance of the picture that you're taking. So if you are going to take a photo of your friends or whatever, make sure that everybody in the background is either out of your way or consents. That's it. If you find you're taking photos and not getting people's permission, we'll have a conversation, and then if it keeps happening, we'll ask you politely to GTFO. So there are 2 official photogs, though, who follow the rules very well. We have Carson and we have Eli. And they're running around, green shirts and all, to memorialize what's going on here. And they have been doing this for a long time, as it turns out, so they're quite good. And any official ShmooCon photography you find on the internet was shot by one of those 2, most likely. So, the network's online. The ShmooCon network, ShmooCon Labs got it set up and working. If there's several different networks that you can get on, the ShmooCon WPA, you can go to labs.shmoocon.net, enroll yourself, get an account, and have a WPA connection hammered up. There's also an open network and some other odds and ends. The Labs team has done a great job of getting the network up and running. So first of all, big round of applause for the Labs for getting us internet everywhere we go. And finally, parking. If you brought your car here and want to pay an extra car payment just to put your car somewhere for 4 days, you can get 25% discount on parking. Either if you're in the block, it should be automatic when you check out. And if it's not, we can get you, or if you're not in the block and you're just here for the day or you're booked out of the block, you can come to the registration desk. We'll get you a little discount ticket, and you can use that to get your 25% off on parking on the way out. And if all that fails and there's a parking attendant in the garage, you can show them your badge.
Didn't quite confirm that. It should work, but come get the ticket at Reg.
Yeah,
don't rely on the badge. Just come get the ticket at Reg.
Yes. Excellent. Good talk.
Yeah. Well, again, busy morning. Okay, so some more ShmooCon survival tips. We do have this email address, security@shmoocon.org, that is monitored 24/7. Actually, I have folks on the West Coast monitor it for me overnight, and they call and wake me up if anything happens while I'm sleeping. So please, please, please only use this address if it's a real issue that needs to be addressed in real time. Do not use it to email me that it's hot, okay, because I will get woken up. It's there for your use if you are in any need. Do not hesitate to use it if you need to use it. It's there for you.
We should explain to the younger generation what email is. It's the way the older people communicate. You probably have access to it, but won't use it very often. But we actually found it's the best way for us to automate the process.
For after hours, obviously, if it's during the day.
Yeah, if it's during the day, you can come find a green shirt, you can come find Heidi or I. We're happy to work through any issues that come up. But if something's happening after hours and you need help, please email, and we'll get on as fast as we can.
Right. And all of this, again, it's in your program, so you can read it there. And then how to be happy come Monday morning. Don't forget to eat. Don't forget to hydrate. Water. I mean water. Sleep, shower, and most importantly, go home having learned something while you're here, right? Okay. Okay. If you want to lift yourself up, lift up someone else, okay? This is one of these things I believe in wholeheartedly. It's why I'm standing up here in front of all of you. I get to work with
You just went to 2 slides.
Oh, I did. Sorry.
That's what she
the
thinks
best
of you
team.
all.
Bye. Boop. Whatever. I get to work with the best, incredible, most amazing team of volunteers and staff members. I mean, whatever I call them, both things. And And so many of them have been so incredibly loyal to the con for over a decade or more. Many of them have been here since the very beginning, and I can literally, my gratitude is just unending for this. So if you see somebody in a green shirt, please, please, please go tell them thank you. They put in so many hours in support of us and this event, and they make it happen for you. It is truly a team effort. Bruce and I get to stand up here and squawk, but they help make it happen, and it is truly, truly, I cannot stress it enough, a total group effort. They are actually my top priority while we're here. Y'all kind of come second. Sorry.
Yay! Also, one thing Heidi mentioned is that the staff and the volunteer support has been very consistent. Sometimes, for literally the entire duration of the con, people have come back to do the same job over and over and over, and we're very thankful for that. But part of what that means is that we don't have a lot of open spots for volunteers, and so to people in the audience that had written in asking to volunteer or whatever, and if we didn't write you back or whatever, just would apologize for that, but we get a lot of outreach to that end.
I do file those away, you're not ignored. I just have a folder, and they live in that folder. And
there's just not a lot of vacancy or movement, so we're fortunate in that regard that we've had a solid staff, but it hasn't allowed a lot of other people to integrate in, but we appreciate the thoughts and outreach nonetheless.
Yeah, and we do get a lot of support, too, from the community at large. In fact, a lot of our neighbors over the years have provided a lot of support for ShmooCon, having no idea what it is.
Yeah, come over to the house, and they don't call the cops, and everyone shows up to our house to stuff bags, and looks like we're running a drug ring or anything, so it's been good.
Yeah,
it's been good.
They're like, what's this ShmooCon? They don't.
Oh, well, so our house is old, 140 years old at this point, plus or minus, 130. And it's got these two stone pillar wall things at the end of the driveway, which is really annoying.
They're not huge, they're low.
They're low, and huge in the sense they're made of rock, right? Like you couldn't run a car into it, or more importantly, you can't run a truck into it. So we have a 26-foot truck that we fill up with all the stuff at the con, and you gotta pull into the driveway and then pull it back out later. And it's a big-ass truck to fit through what is about a 9-foot wide gap between these two things.
Yeah,
and
we don't actually do that anymore, though.
No, so the road is incredibly narrow. We live right in front of our driveway. You can't.
It's not the narrowest part of the road.
It's not even 2 cars wide. It's like a car and a half wide. And so getting this 26-foot truck in there, before we used to kind of hang it off the edge of this embankment and then turn it and just barely squeak it through. And then our neighbor built a fence. And nothing wrong with the fence, it's totally cool, it's a very nice fence, but it absolutely would get annihilated by the truck if we tried to angle it in, and it would just destroy his fence. So 2 years ago, to solve that problem, as we were pulling in the truck, I literally lifted the mailbox out of the ground and threw it and drove the truck through the yard instead. And so now I've replanted the mailbox so it's out of the way of the truck, and now the truck just goes through the yard to get into our driveway now. Works out great.
Do you guys, if you guys were here a couple of years ago, remember the year that the wires, like the telephone wires, were all hanging down? And when we had to move the truck, my kids were out there with what were they using, 2x4s?
Oh yeah, we just
and they were holding the wires up in the air.
Painting pole and whatever.
Yeah.
And I tell you, if you identify down wires for a telecommunications company, you're not a customer of that telecommunications company, I will tell you, they don't give two shits, right? As not a Comcast customer, but I identified Comcast lines that were down. I'm like, lines are down. They're like, would you like to buy Xfinity? I'm like, fuck you, So
we ended up having a neighbor up the road have to call in.
Yeah, somebody who was a Comcast person would then call, and then they went to their house, and they're like, where are the down lines? They're like, over there, idiot. And eventually it all got sorted out. The Verizon guy actually fixed the Comcast guy's line because he got sick of dealing with it. Man. Ted's like, it wasn't me. I was just coincidentally very close to it. Blew his mind. That wasn't the speaker, that was his mind.
All right, the why behind the con. Why do we do this?
Whoops.
What?
We kind of talked about this earlier. I could talk about it more.
Well, you kind of did.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Why are you saying whoops?
Well, because I went ahead. Anyway, okay. Gourds. Yeah. Gourd husbandry. Anyway, so...
I can talk about husbandry.
Anyway, I think, wow, that broke me. So,
hello, Mr. Potter.
we've been doing this, not just the con, but like this industry for a long time. I mean, some of the people that help run the con have been doing this for 30 odd years before we called it cybersecurity. And I think a lot of us got into it because we cared a lot about it. Like I got into it because I actually wanted to stop people from breaking into networks and shit like that. Like still to this day, like that's my motivating factor to continue to do the work that we do. And it's a weird industry, and it's evolved a lot in the intervening 30 years about how we get information. I mean, a bunch of you, the students, are in formal programs around cybersecurity, which didn't exist 20 years ago. You know, a lot of you have been through formal training and that kind of thing as part of your job. But the reality is, you know, when we started this, a lot of those institutions and systems didn't exist. And so people would come to these kind of events, and this is how we shared information, right? Like you would go to DEF CON every year and like see the latest O-Day from before we called it O-Day, and talk and meet people and whatever. And so while the industry has continued to evolve, I think the purpose of events like this has still remained constant, that they're a good opportunity to meet your peers, it's a good opportunity to learn, and it's a good opportunity to you know, really see what you want to do when you grow up, regardless of your age. Part of that is holding everybody around you accountable, right? Not believing whatever the people on stage are saying, questioning what's going on, but also holding each other to high account and making sure that we're trying to do the right things for the right purposes. So, you know, that's been the driving force of the con. That's why we continue to run it like we do. There's been very little change in the overall structure of this event in the almost 2 decades that it's been here, because this is how we believe we can best serve you all. And so we keep doing this kind of thing in order to hopefully get the best outcome that we can. To that end, we are trying to be transparent about our operations and what we do. So we run a thing called Own the Con, and that's on Saturday now. It used to be on Sunday, which was a really dumb idea because it was way too much stress, where Heidi talks about all the nuts and bolts and internals of the con, how we run it, how we're structured, the finances, how we work with the hotel and that kind of thing. Its purposes are twofold. One, to hold us accountable to you, so you can see what we do and how we're trying to be good stewards of this thing that we're trying to accomplish. And two, if you are involved in other events or want to start an event or just general curiosity, like you can learn from our successes and failures. And so we try to be as open as we can about those successes and failures so that you can learn.
Okay, but that is not at all to like promote our own talk on Saturday. It is totally taped. Bruce and I will talk to an empty room. Please feel free to attend the speakers who put in effort. Literally,
Yeah.
Bruce and I will talk to an empty room. We'll still tape it. You can watch it later. Cool?
Yep.
Do you want to, these pictures are through the ages of schmooballs. You can see, it's really funny to me. So when we first started the schmooball thing, like, it was bad. It was bad at closing ceremonies. And you can see, like, in the one photo, I think I'm hiding behind, like, those giant notepads, you know, like the...
Oh, yeah, easel pad kind of thing.
Yeah, the easel pads.
Yeah.
Like, I was, yeah. And then one year, people had mercy on us, and they made us shields, which Bruce was horrible. He did not block that one shot at all. It's going to hit him in the face in milliseconds in that photo, the green ball.
Yeah.
Eventually, it all died down, and I don't even know where those are anymore. I think they're in our basement.
They're in the
somewhere.
basement,
They
yeah.
are not in
Because no one
plastic
throws
bag.
at us anymore, so.
Stop challenging the children.
Was anyone here for the ping pong ball year? Yeah, so the ping pong ball,
That was my mistake.
yeah, as it turns out, there's like an ISO standard for ping pong balls, and we bought ones that were too small. And so when you buy a ping pong ball launcher gun that shoots the ball, and the ping pong balls are too small, it doesn't form the seal against the little diaphragm to build
just
up the air
kinda like
pressure
this.
to pop it out. And so if we were and the thing would like fall out the end and not go anywhere, which resulted in
It's
several
funny
people.
in its own right.
Yeah, well, several people then got fed up with that nonsense and just threw the gun at me, which is not made of foam, to be clear. It was hard plastic. It hurt like a son of a bitch. So we confiscated the guns like it was kindergarten class.
Anyway, again, not to scare the speakers. This does not happen anymore. All right. We all have our time machines, don't we? Those that take us back our memories and those that carry us forward our dreams. All right, so we're going to go back in time a little bit. We're going to go back just a few weeks ago. This is a picture of our driveway, and that really nice blue piece of equipment there is the pallet jack that we finally got grown up and bought after 19 years of doing this.
It's the most nonsensical thing that we didn't own, because we get freight deliveries every year of the bags and a bunch of other stuff, and the first thing we do is depalletize them and carry them by hand into a garage. And then Huddy was like, "Why don't we just buy a pallet jack?" And it was like, "Oh, like no shit, like should have done that a while ago." But we bought a good pallet jack because the guy who came with the freight delivery is like, "That is an awesome pallet jack. Where did it come from?" Like Granger. He's like, "What's the part number? I'm gonna go buy one." He was very excited about the pallet jack we had.
Who knew pallet jacks could bring such joy? Apparently us now.
Yeah. They're uplifting.
They are so uplifting. Oh my Lord. All right. So 2 years ago, I posted this picture during opening. Some of you may remember this. This is sort of a little retrospective on the truck we used to bring down to the con and the truck that we use now. You can kind of see the difference in the amount of boxes it takes to run this event as well. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Takes a lot of work to load that truck. I will tell you that some of that loading happens during t-shirt and bag stuffing, and the rest of it happens on Thursday, and it is done by Bruce, myself, Todd. Todd, if you're in the room, thank you for coming every year a day early, and my children. Every once in a while, we get an extra person, so we are champions at lifting heavy things and putting them back down again.
So PW Crack, who just left the room because he apparently knew I was going to talk about him,
He's going to pop back in.
Yeah, has a rule that is basically you should never touch a thing twice. And I typically violate that, where this stuff gets delivered, I'll put it somewhere, and then decide it's not the right place, then I move it, and then bag stuffing day, we move it 2 or 3 times. So I've tried to become much better about only touching things once. But at the end of the day, like, there are literally hundreds of boxes that come to our house, and they get carried by a potter across Hell's Half Acres, like, repeatedly. It's ridiculous how much crap shows up, and we get to move
And
around,
if you look at that driveway, our driveway is long. And depending on how adept our delivery drivers are.
Sometimes they just don't pull in the driveway. We've had them like leave crap in the road. They're like, "I'm not dealing with this crap," and they just leave it there. We're like, "Thanks." It's great when it's a skid and we have to deal with it pre-pallet jack. Also, the pallet jack has wonderful warnings on it, like don't take it down a hill and stand in front of it. And our garage is down a hill, and so I took it down a hill and stood in front of it as like its first job. It was like, "Oh, let's put a bunch of crap on this and see if I can get run over by the pallets." I did not. So I will keep doing the dangerous thing. Past success, future something, something.
All right, so if we go back to the very, very beginning, for those of you who are unaware, the origin of ShmooCon started at a bar in a conversation. I actually was not there. Was not me. It was you, Beetle, maybe a handful of other people.
Pretty much me and Beetle.
You and Beetle.
Yeah.
They came home from, was it TorCon?
No, it was Black Hat.
It was Black Hat. It was Black Hat.
Yeah, it was Black Hat.
It was TorCon.
No, it was. I think it was Black Hat. Anyway, Beetle's not here, so he can't disagree with me. So I'm going to tell the story that way. We were at a con.
They were at a con, an unmentionable and unimportant to the story con.
And somebody was on stage. We were actually in a talk. So this is going well. I'm disagreeing with my wife on the genesis of this thing.
The conversation continued at a bar.
At a bar, yeah. Let's go with that. So
because that's the rest of the story I got later.
Somebody on stage said something woefully incorrect. And Beetle and I, we're kind of assholes, and we would normally be the ones to be like, "No, that's wrong," and we'd get in an argument with the person on stage. And we're trying to be more polite about it, so we waited for someone else to say, "No, you're wrong," and no one did. And Beetle was like, "Well, if we ran our own con, that would never stand."
Right.
And like, totally, dude. And I thought
So
that was the end of the conversation.
They came home, and Beetle, unbeknownst to his wife, took out a mortgage on his house. And that was the funding for the first ShmooCon. Now, thankfully, we made the money back and quickly paid off that mortgage, and there was not much strife to be had there. And the con has, been running ever since. It is, founded by the Shmoo Group. It has always taken place out of Shea Potter. Like, that has always been Con HQ. We've lived in 2 houses. We had just moved when the first one started, so we moved from Virginia to Maryland, and that was the inauguration we started. It's been run with the help of a lot of friends, we've talked about that, and just a lot of help in general over the years. So it's been it's been 20 years.
20 years, with one exception.
Since the very beginning,
Yeah, stupid COVID.
You can see kind of our journey here in the program covers. I like the first year we were basically like if you walk down, everyone remember, for those of you that are much older, the generic aisle at the grocery store that used to exist? That's what we looked like in year one. We've gotten a little more colorful since then.
Our badges were literally just one color badges with like a happy face put on it.
That was on the slide earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we've come a long way. Some serious taping going on over here. And we've had a lot of growth, and with I'll ask for your forgiveness, but one of the easiest ways to measure growth, of course, is through the growth of your children. And this is a little bit of a lie, because the photo of my 2 boys at the time there is actually from 2006, not 2005, because I just couldn't find a photo from 2005. But I had 2 children in 2005, and a really, really skinny me barely off in the distance in that photo. And then fast forward to this last Christmas, and you can see that my children are adults, and they have significant others. One's married, and we've added a 13-year-old. So
we added him as a newborn. He is now 13. Just want to clarify that.
I'm sure they understood.
I just removing any
His middle name is
ambiguity.
Gord.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
Sorry, Daxton. And then I wanted to share this because there's no shame in this, but it kind of made me laugh. This is the t-shirt sales from when I started recording them some time ago. If you look kind of closely, we had actually sort of started to shrink as a community. Those last 2 bars are from the post-pandemic.
Yeah, of particular note is the men's extra large, which was really a steep decline and then a step function increase.
No, this isn't like really good data, right? It's not the same people showing up every year, so let's just take that into account. But I kind of had to giggle because I'm like, facts, right? Like, this is truth. Anyway, I like to share this kind of data. So I just, I have graphs like this for basically everything ShmooCon somewhere. All right, so look to the future. Over the course of this journey, we've made a lot of new friends. This is my dog staring out the window, doing nothing at all to get the squirrel off our property. Right? Go, Hammy. He's just like, yo, dude. Yeah. We've learned, we've kind of grown up, some of us.
A little bit. This year I've set the bar back pretty far, though. I feel bad already. I'll have to mature tomorrow. Or later today. Anyone have maturity? Can I borrow some? Or a bag of weed? Sorry, what?
Find it in the gourd?
It's in the gourd. Maturity in the gourd.
You got more bomb players in this talk than we have.
Yeah, I have.
We're not. We are so good. And we've had a lot of fun along the way, but the question is, what's next? And I know some of you know this is coming. ShmooCon 2025 will be the last ShmooCon.
Tis true. Next year's the last one. It's going to be hard.
It's going to be really hard, but it's been a long time coming. We knew from the very beginning that this would not go on forever. We knew that we didn't want it to go on forever. We knew that we wanted to go out while it was still good, right? Thank you, Gary. And we knew that we wanted to make room for other things. And it is not to say that we are not going to continue to do things. They're just going to be different. So stay tuned. But that's the news. The news is you've got this ShmooCon to enjoy. There will be one more. And then stay tuned. So next year's ShmooCon, we're not looking at it as an ending. We're going to call it a commencement ceremony. It's going to be a beginning for whatever comes next. So, according to the 11th Doctor, who I think is full of wisdom, everything's got to end sometime, otherwise nothing would ever get started.
And
Guys, this is going to be the hardest year.
So, just so you know, and I want to warn you on this, it is going to be a commencement ceremony, so there'll be a representative from Jostens reaching out to you all.
You get a cap and gown, and you get a, no caps and
And
gowns.
then we'll have class rings too, and so you have to decide, what do you want on it? Do you want the thing engraved or whatever?
Class rings.
And it'll be like 20 times more expensive than it should be, and it'll show up the day beforehand. So just prepare yourself.
In the wrong size.
Yeah. Not to throw shade at the Justin Sizzo who might be here. Apologies. I don't really know.
They will be next year.
He will be. I was like, I came. You called.
They're gonna
It's like
bring
the
you
bat
a
signal. You're having a
gourd.
commencement? Ha ha.
All right. Okay. Been dreading that all morning. All
You've been
right.
dreading that for a year.
We're good. We're good. We're going to have a great weekend. All right. I'm going to end with one more slide. This slide means a lot to me. I say this to every volunteer group I work with. I've told this to my children 100 times over. It's not the one you think it is, kids. It's not that one. So the one I tell my kids the most is only boring people get bored. So I'm going to tell you that one first. Take it to heart. Only boring people get bored. Think about it. But the other one is lead with kindness. I tell this to all my staff every year. I tell it to other volunteer groups I work with. I tell it to the student groups I work with. We don't know what's happening in everybody's lives, so start with kindness if you can. So I ask you to do that this weekend while you're here. Your future is whatever you make it, so make it a good one. And now, in theory,
No. I'm good.
are you sure?
I'm sure. No rant this year. I'm good.
I mean, he was going to talk about the user.
No. I'm square.
Okay.
All right.
It is now,
Yeah, I was going to say, the gourd thing was all the energy I had. I'm going to go nap.
okay, so we have talked about gourds. We are going to then do a quick turn, quick-ish.
We have half an hour.
You have time.
No, it's okay.
Who would like to hear Bruce rant about the user? He's like, but Heidi, I wasn't prepared. Do you need to be prepared?
No, of course not. When am I ever? Even if I have slides, it's not like I'm going to pay attention to them. I mean, Christ. So, as I kind of mentioned, I've been doing this a long time, and I think about, as you get old, you reflect upon, have I done good? Have I done bad? How could I have improved? And I think in general as an industry, like we've gotten better, right? Like we actually do pretty decent at securing the organizations that we support. We've gotten pretty good at making better tech that makes people more secure, and more secure like kind of out of the gate and out of the box. And so of the security programs I built over the years, one of the hardest things to get the staff really to internalize is to think about what we're doing from the aspect of the user, right? How does a user interpret this thing, the communication, the email, the Slack message, your activity, whatever. And so like take phishing as an example. Like when someone tries to report a phish, like first thing is not accusatory, right? It's like supportive. Like A, appreciate you not sweeping this under the rug. Like, thank you for coming forward and, embracing them in an HR appropriate way, and making them feel like everything's going to be okay, even if it's like catastrophically bad, right? Like, I got phished and shit's on fire, literally. It's okay, we'll get through it together, that's why we're here. And helping them be part of the solution, I think is important. That said, there's a graph that actually, if I did have something, it would be this one graph. There's this idea that I've been using kind of as an anchor of like the sophistication of a program, of your security controls on one axis, and the user's ability to fuck things up on the other axis, right? And it's a bell curve. And on one end of the bell curve, your organization is so jacked up, it doesn't matter what a user does, it's just going to get owned anyway, right? You have RDP on the internet, default passwords, blah, blah, blah. The user could be like well-trained and trying to do the right thing, and the reality is like the whole enterprise is still going to fall to shit. On the other end is highly resilient enterprises where the user can hit things with bats and try to get phished and do all the things, but they can't. Nothing bad happens when the user does something wrong. That's like the idealized state to try to get to, right? Most organizations that we work with are in the middle, right? They've got some security controls, but the reality is, when a user does a bad thing, it oftentimes is only one step to catastrophic loss. Right? If you look at Lapsus and some of the attacks that they carried out last year against Uber and other organizations, they went from like spoofing a support call to I have root on your AWS instance in about 15 minutes. These are large companies with huge programs, right? And you think, my program wouldn't be like that, my company wouldn't fall to that. I don't know, think about it. Really? Do you think you would survive? I don't know. There are all kinds of weird gaps and seams in our organizations where users can do bad things. You look at the cases with Lapsus where they went at the support people. It's not the support person's fault, right? Why should some frontline tech support person be able to reset the MFA credentials of an admin based on a phone call, right? That should not be a thing that should be possible in any way, shape, or form to get someone to then be able to kill your AWS instances. So, again, thinking from a user's perspective, like that poor support person must feel awful that they took that call and let that happen. It's not their fault, right? In no way, shape, or form should you expect that person to be the single link that stops your organization from getting hacked. And so that was kind of striking to me this year. And so like I've been spending a lot of time thinking about how to get organizations all the way to the edge where we can users can hit it with bats and bad things won't happen. The other thing that really struck me, and some of you that are too online like I am may have saw this, there was a guy from a university that posted a thing back in the spring about his university installing spyware on his workstation, and he was requesting a workstation without the spyware installed on it. And that spyware was CrowdStrike, right. Now, it lit up InfoSec Internet pretty well, and there was much discussion about it. I think he was right. At the end of the day, EDR software lives down deep and has ownership of everything on a workstation, right? It is a super tool. It is as big of a tool as the operating system is, if not bigger, because I can operate at, even in a zero trust organization, your EDR, and I'm not picking on EDR vendors, it's just an architectural thing that's occurred. Your EDR is a weapon. And it allows surveillance of your employees. It allows attackers to gain access and complete control over your entire enterprise. Even if you don't have AD, which is like a scourge on the planet, no offense, but if you've gotten rid of that scourge and you still have EDR, you need to be as diligent about monitoring and paying attention to your EDR as anything else, and prevent the people who have administrative rights over that system from doing inappropriate things to your users, right? So, here's a professor worried about his IT department spying on him. Gold star for thinking about personal privacy in this day and age. And the response from a lot of people was, this is just a tool we all use. Well, that doesn't make it not a dangerous tool that can be used for inappropriate reasons and represent a material risk to my organization, right? It's easy to fall back on, but that's how I do my job. These are things that have just been done forever. It's hard to look at those things and say, but we need to improve. How many of you audit the activities of your administrators and the security tooling that they have? 1, 2, a small handful. This is not a common practice in my experience. This is just Bruce's view of the world. But I've been in a lot of organizations with security teams with insane amounts of access. MDMs, EDRs, network intercepts, all that kind of thing. Does anyone audit them and see if they're doing anything nefarious? Doesn't happen much, right? Yeah, according to NIST 853, I should also fall asleep at page 3. So, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fair. There is a talk on 53 and humanizing 53 at the con this year, which I was actually excited to see. So sorry to throw shade at 53. It'll be okay. So I'll bring my gourds. Anyway, to me, there are moments that happen throughout the year that cause me to reflect and think about, how can I view the world differently? And that one discussion was pretty formative. Oh my God, there's a ChatGPT Gandalf the Gourd creation on Twitter. So if you search hashtag Gandalf the Gourd, there's some wonderful, that's my next tattoo, folks. Good God. It's okay. I was going to get serious, but now there's some levity, which is important. Anyway, I use that as just a kind of a mental break to think like, you know, in that case, am I thinking about these things correctly? Is there a different way that I can think about it from the user's perspective? Users, you'll disagree with them all the time, right? People get concerned about the weirdest stuff. Like, we all know that. Like, people roll up with, like, really, because they've invented a world in which things work, but they don't actually work the way that they think they do. I was once in line at the local, like, pit beef place. Pit beef is a local thing in the Baltimore area where they take a cow and they burn it, and then you slice it open and it is delicious. Anyway, and it was during the Sony hack from a few years ago, and this guy was explaining to one of the customers that the hack was a result of the fact that Sony sends most of its traffic through a server in Europe, and some attackers had compromised the server in Europe and were redirecting internet traffic to them to compromise and whatever, and therefore you shouldn't play Battlezone or whatever the fuck they were playing because your credit card would get stolen. And there was so much wrong with what that guy said. You know, he had invented the black box of the internet, and it was a magical thing. But you realize, like, these are the people we support and protect every day, right? Should that guy have to know how the frickin' internet works? No, 100% should not. He can have a fictional view of how the global internet routes, and that's totally all right, and he should not have to worry that Sony is going to get popped. And so then he was developing his own countermeasures of how to not have my credit card popped by Sony, and invented a whole set of things that he was doing. So again, it was one of those examples where a user's trying hard, right? They're trying really hard to do the right thing to protect themselves, and they're not getting the support from an organization, multinational organization, on how to do that, and so they're left to invent a fictional internet architecture. So I don't have like a hard takeaway from that. These are like things that struck me as times to reframe our thinking. I would encourage you, at the very least, when you roll out of here, spend some time thinking about how do you hold accountable those who control the keys in your own organization. And it's not that you expect them to be evil, but on the off chance that they are, you probably ought to try to catch them. Who watches the watchers? Yeah. I mean, we'll get into weird dark territory here, I guess, but it's something I don't see happen in this industry enough, part of it is our evolution of personal privacy in the internet age has changed so dramatically, and people have given up on a lot of it. It's been weird to watch. Wicker shut down. Anyone? Yeah, Wicker. If drug dealers are crying everywhere. Yeah, I cried, yeah. So for those who don't know what Wicker was an encrypted chat system that allowed you just to sign up and use it. There was no, it was hiding noises, singular way to communicate. It didn't require a phone number. It didn't require an email address. It was just, I can have encrypted comms with people that I trust. And there aren't a lot of tools out there like that where you can just have your own people and talk to them privately, right? And I'm not trying to throw shade at iMessage or Facebook or WhatsApp or whatever the hell, who gives a shit. But those are all centralized systems that you give up parts of your personal privacy in order to be able to use them and have the convenience of using them. Wicker wasn't easy to use, crashed a lot, it was kind of weird. They had no password recovery. That was fun. So I have GDED1, GDED2, GDED3, GDED4, because every time I forgot a password, I was like, oh shit, I just had to create a new account. So there were drawbacks, right? Like clearly, this is not some grand utopia UI, but it was an interesting experiment in how to communicate in a way that I think preserved our personal privacy. A lot of you were born later when the internet and the things are already pretty far along, and your view of personal privacy in the generation of the 20-somethings is probably very different than the 50-somethings, not throwing shade over people that are older than me. Ouch, yeah, I dug that. My wife is 2 years older tan I am, so year and a half. But she's 29. My wife's been 29, 21 times. With that, my comments will cease, and I am done.
I have so many fewer gray hairs than you do.
Ouch.
Just like to point that out.
Yeah, I am the graying one. with my
found-
gourds.
He found his first gray hair. Yes, Dee, I have to get dressed. They're prompting us for our next event, which I'll explain in 2 seconds. He, on his 30th birthday, he found his first gray hair. Now, stand up.
My hair was this fucking long.
He calls me into the bathroom. He's like, oh my God, Heidi. And he's like, I'm like, what? He's like, I've got a gray hair. I'm like, oh, he's the least vain person I know. So the fact that he's even calling this out was hysterical. But he's like, I've got a gray hair. And I'm expecting like this little thing. No, it was like 4 feet long. I'm like, how did you just notice this today?
Yeah, it was.
So you know what I did? Because I'm nice. Yank.
I still quietly think that she glued it onto me at night when I wasn't looking. And I've never said that until now, so.
I wouldn't put it past me.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So our next little thing that's going to happen up here, how many of you have seen the show TaskMooster? That's not enough. Okay. So your assignment, if it were, and you don't have time to do it now, but go watch that show. It's kind of fabulous, whatever. It's very funny. My child, the one back, the one over here. Sure, you can come up. I mean, you're going to have to come up here soonish anyway. Introduced us to the show sometime in the last year. And this last year was a really long and hard one. And I cannot watch this show without laughing. Sometimes laughing so hard that my dog thinks I'm dying. Okay? So this dog will crawl up all over me and is like, are you okay? And, you know, I am, mostly. But I decided at some point, I don't know, it was like October, late October, I looked at these two on the couch and I said, I want to do TaskMooster. And they went, because my family is amazing, they went, okay. And then I said, well, clearly we need more people. And I said, well, let me reach out to people. And I said, hey, I got this idea, I want to do this thing. And people said, well, that sounds terrible, when should we show up? And this amazing group, many of them ShmooCon volunteers, and some of those people attached to ShmooCon volunteers showed up at our house, and we spent something like, well, I mean, many, many hours, but that day it was like 16 hours, filming what essentially will be a TV show that we're going to show you in part now, and then at the end of the con on Sunday. So I'm not sure how much more I should preface.
Well, so there, we will show the prize that they will be competing for, and this is a real special one. The golden telephone. This is a New York City telephone that is now made of gold, spray paint. But they'll be competing for the privilege of taking this home in some fashion. I think they're all local, so they don't have to check this, because this is, I'm guessing, 45 to 50 pounds. It's, if anyone's tried to steal a telephone, they're really fucking heavy. I had no idea.
And you can tell how thorough Chris is because, like, a minute ago, he was like, will this table hold this full?
Yeah, Bruce is actually very good at the logistical type things.
Don't stand there.
So how much more, or, I mean, should I?
We need to get going.
We need to go. Okay.
We need to take a break and set up for this, so join us at 3:30 for the first half of TaskMooster. Yay! Dun, dun, dun. I wonder if I have time to pee.
Go do that.
What?
What food places? Do you know, like, any spots?
Walk over to 19th. There's a bunch over there. Honestly, it's a lot of places shut down. So. Oh, yeah, yeah. Where'd he go? What? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, all the stations were scannable and whatever. I'm like, they weren't trying to hide it.
Oh, wait, Terrence, okay, so Sky's not looking right.
What?
I think I told Sky that you were in range.
Why is it going to be?
I think because she wants to know TaskMooster is up. Yeah. We'll talk. Hi.
Oh, that's even better.
Wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was Friday night the one year. I just copied and pasted it. Yeah, nobody's got it.
Wait, do you want me to be here with TaskMooster?
If you want to be,
I haven't seen it though.
then be here for it.
Okay. Well, I should probably help though.
You are helping by being here. Good.
That's great. I've been dealing with that all my life.
All right, thank you.
I was watching the stream. All did pretty well.
Actually held it together pretty well. Once they stood up and clapped, I knew it was going to be over. But... Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch the VOD later.
I think the other TaskMooster people are in Reg, so I got to go get them. I think. Oh, nice.
that monitor. Oh, okay. Yeah. That's why I was concerned about where my mother's sitting. Although I have no fucking confidence.
All right, everybody, we got a watch here pretty quick. So.
You want us off stage, right? We can just sit down.
And I'm going to be using this one because I don't have a handheld yet. Test, test. Woo, hello. Alrighty. This will be one of the weirdest things we've done at the con in a while, so buckle up. Let's prepare. We're going to get started in just a minute. Streaming crew, how are we looking? We're good? 5 by 5 or whatever the people say. 5 by 5, I think, is the quality of the audio and the.
No, 2020. It's how
Yeah, I
many
can't remember.
see versus-
I'll go Google it while I'm looking up Gord's. Anyway, we're going to run this. This is not going to be introduced during the show. This is our son Bobby. Bobby's going to be running all the AV for this, so if anything goes wrong, it's his fault. And with that, I'll be turning it over to him to play the intro. Do we have sound?
Maybe.
Is it plugged into anything?
No, it's not.
That's why I was asking, because it was just.
Going great so far.
Yeah, very, very clearly not plugged in. Bob, are we ready to try to put sound through this thing? We got a shruggy emoji in the back. So we're going to see how this goes. We're going to try to play. Oh, you're not on the screen.
I will be.
Okay.
This is jank. I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is jank, he says.
Okay, we good?
Let's see what happens when we try to play the intro.
No.
No sound. Oh, so close. Try it again. I'll wait for Bob to give us a thumbs up to try again. Shruggy emoji with a thumbs up. Try it one more time.
Nope. It is fully up.
This is often an inauspicious start. Indeed, we have not tried to turn it off and back on again, sir. Thank you for the sage advice. Yeah, we could. We could just keep hitting the boop, boop, boop. That's a good idea. So, thank you, Branson, with a good idea to make it go boop, boop, boop. Does it actually go boop, boop, boop on a Mac?
Maybe. I could also start texting people.
Yeah. Do you want buzz? Yeah, I mean, whatever we can do to generate audio.
Okay, I'm gonna pull up YouTube.
I'm gonna pull up YouTube.
Actually, I'll pull up Twitch. I'll pull up this talk.
Check, check. Pull up this talk. Are you gonna watch? We're gonna watch ourselves.
Yeah.
Well, except it's like 6-second delay, so it'll just be like a delay circuit on the guitar gone awry. I would like to thank the Academy. All right. Have I considered holding the mic to the speaker? We have not. Why do you have it on mute? Turn it up.
I'm not paying attention.
It was literally on mute. So, we got the guy running from the back. Let's see. Everybody think good thoughts. Think loud thoughts. Okay. Loud. Do. What?
Time travel, time travel.
Time. Doo-doo. This is.
Do you want me to talk about the behind the scenes? Like, I can rip on that.
On the behind the scenes? No, I want you to keep hitting that button.
I can do that too.
Okay.
I can multitask. I'm not good at it.
We're gonna drop. Man, the contestants are getting punchy.
Is it being blocked by a firewall?
Check, check, check. Oh. Oh. We may come to that. We're going to give it another second or two to see. Oh, you think it rerouted the? Okay. All right. Bob says it'll just be a minute. So, yeah, let's count. Yes, could you everyone please be a jerk and count? Heidi, I requested some brown liquor to be delivered to you. I requested brown liquor to be delivered to you.
Why don't we introduce them and bring them on while we're waiting?
Oh, we could do that, and then we can play the intro. Oh, well, without further ado, then, I'm going to turn it over to our MC, Spiky, who is going to take over the show, and I'm going to sit here on this moose. Oh!
I didn't know it was going to be that kind of show.
Well, I think he's got it working now. Oh, yeah.
If you got it, play it. Did you have more?
No, that's it. It's all
Okay.
good now.
So if you've never watched TaskMooster, the UK series, you should look it up on YouTube. It's streaming all the episodes. It'll be an addiction. And that's what this was based on. Here, instead of 4 comedians, we have 4 hackers that are going to come out and do ridiculous tasks for our entertainment and my judgment alone. I've not seen any of these tasks. No one has any idea how I'm going to vote. It should be exciting.
Oh, no, they need to have that.
First out, we have Rando.
The only clapping I'll get today.
Probably true. And then everybody knows Heidi, I think, maybe.
Thank you, kind sir.
And we got Jackie.
I do. Jackie's my know-me. I'm just here with me and my know-me's.
And last but not least, Carlo.
Now I feel obligated, so.
Very nice, very nice. I know.
Make sure you let go before I sit down.
And to my left, helping me through all of this, is, of course, my favorite assistant, Little Bruce Hornsby. I don't know who said Little Bruce on a moose, but that was fantastic.
It was fantastic, yes. Not as fantastic as you are, though, Spiky. You inspire awe in me in levels I can't even describe, so I will not describe it.
That sounds fair.
Excellent.
We have a prize task first.
We do have a prize task. What is the purpose of the prize task for those who haven't seen the show?
So this is where the contestants bring in something they own, and it has to meet a certain set of requirements, judged by me, and they get points. This is our first task, is what can you bring in that...
The best thing for the con.
No, best thing to bring to the con. Get your own damn task right.
Oh, yeah, best thing to bring to the con. I've failed already. Set the bar very low. Also, as the prize task, everything that you see, the winner will get to take home, along with the golden telephone.
Yeah, no, did you guys all turn?
Oh, yeah. So, Rando, would you like to describe, that Bobby will bring up for us, the thing that you thought was the best thing to bring to the con?
So I actually put a lot of thought into this. I thought about it for way longer than I thought I was going to for this silly shit that we're doing. And the thing that I love the most about Shmoo and every other conference that we go to is having each other. and bringing your friends. And even if you don't have friends right away, you meet people while you're here. A LobbyCon will beat any talk any day of the week. So I brought for you a lint tile.
Do we get to take him home?
Absolutely you do.
Oh, hell yeah.
As Bruce said, I own him. And he owns me.
Snacks too.
And he also brings snacks for all the contestants and the judges.
Nice. Ooh, jalapeno cheddar.
But to be serious, we will be furnishing an actual prize at the end in the same theme. But
Okay, look, can I do something? I don't want to sway you to vote for Rando, but I shit you not. These are like cheesy poofs, and and no, I have to say, Jackie once texted me, and she texted me a picture of an empty thing of cheesy poofs, and was like, you know, the big Utz ones, and she's like, I ate all of them.
They were really good.
well, ta-da!
That is a huge start. That is a huge start.
Next up, Mad Max, what did you bring as the best thing to bring to the con?
Working
You
audience?
brought a dead microphone. There we go.
First of all, I didn't realize human slavery was an option, so that's bullshit.
I'm here of my own free will.
He has to say that, or he's gonna get beaten. Unsurprisingly, I had prepared a speech, but I forgot it. So I too gave this a lot of thought, and more thought than I probably really should have. And then I felt bad about myself that I put so much thought into it. And then I felt better about myself because I realized, hey, you know what? Overthinking shit is literally the one thing that everybody in this room and I probably have in common.
You want to read that?
Hold on, let me overthink this. So then I took a step back and realized, you know what? This is a strategic game. You need to play to the judge first, and then you need to play to the audience second. So with that in mind, I created a new item, never before seen. If we could bring that up. So in playing to the judge, this is the tenacity coin that was handed out when you and I first met at Morton's, became friends, and then spent 90 minutes riffing off each other to the point where I could barely breathe, and I'm pretty sure bourbon came out of my nose.
That did happen. Wow.
I also, hold on, playing to the audience, certainly anybody who's been to DEF CON, I attached this to deodorant. Because bringing deodorant is the most important thing you can bring to the con. So deodorcoin.
Is this deodorant husbandry?
It's taped extremely carefully too. It wasn't at all a rush job.
Does this have an exchange value?
In an effort to not overrun to the next talk,
Yeah,
we should push on.
It's good for the
Bobby.
purchase of one lintile.
Bobby, who's next? Heidi, what is the best thing for you to bring to the con?
Well, I brought, yes, you can show it, because it will be very small if I hold this up. Also, it's sticking to the table. It's upside down. So this is a picture we took this morning, and that's my hand. And I am holding all of the staff, the ShmooCon staff, in my hand. They didn't know why I said, we're going to take a staff photo, and then we're going to take a second staff photo. Just bear with me. And then we did this. So if you're in the room, which many of them aren't, but those of you that are, this is why we did this. Thank you. But for me, this is the best thing to bring to this con. And because I have amazing staff, one of them made this really cool frame.
All right, and then finally, Jackie. What was your best thing to bring to the con?
So I went with the same theme as Rando. It's really important to, brown liquid, thank you. It's really important to bring a friend to the con. It's, you know, they encourage it with human registration. It's, you know, it's elsewhere on the webpage as well to bring a friend. So I brought a friend. It was 2023 was a rough year. I lost a couple friends in 2023. This friend, his name was West. May he rest in peace. He was my cherished Bengal cat, who I loved very, very, very much.
So uncomfortable right now.
Thank you. Thanks to Jenny, he now has a badge. He's an official friend at the con here. Again, may he rest in peace. Also, it is also a thing I just wanted to get rid of out of my house because quite honestly, like, he's haunting my house. So he needed to go. So I kind of want to win him back because I love him, but I also don't want him haunting my house anymore. So good luck to all of you.
But you know, if he comes to my house is very close to your house, and he's going to know how to get home.
I don't want to talk about that. That's a later problem. That's a future problem.
Okay. This is starting out wonderfully. Spiky, would you like to grade the best thing to bring to the con?
My frame has duct tape.
I'd like to rethink my agreeing to judge.
Can I hang out with your cat?
Tougher than I thought.
Do you want to see inside, Spiky? He's in there. I can show you.
I don't need to validate the answers.
Okay.
Do you want to lick this?
Go with your gut, Spiky.
I'm working on it.
There we go.
Duct tape.
Sometimes I'm the voice of responsibility, which is terrifying.
All right.
Hold on. Can I just say that I'm almost glad that it was the remains of her dead cat because the way that speech was going, I thought it was going to be battery operated.
Oh. I thought it was going to be pop-pop.
It was very lonely, she said. I don't...
All right.
Keep going. Just
since it's supposed to be what the judge... I'm going to have a lot of unpopular opinions here.
It's your opinion.
It's supposed to be what the judge thinks that he would bring that would be useful. So while I appreciate the staff and everything, I couldn't possibly bring all of them. So
1 point for Heidi.
1 point for
1
Heidi.
point for Heidi.
And I'm never coming to ShmooCon again.
I just wanted to bring up that a dead guy got a badge before 100,000 people pressing F5. Oh, it's a cat? I thought it was a guy.
It's a cat.
That's even more insulting. A dead cat got a badge before most people.
And for the record, it doesn't taste very good.
Keep going.
With 2 points to Scott Carlo, I'm personally touched with the Tenacity coin, and that was a fabulous night, but that's not my brand of deodorant, and that might give me
God damn it.
If you gotten my brand, that would have been it. Number 3 is freakishly tough. I love you, Lintile. You're going to be 3 points.
I'm less points than a dead cat. Yeah. Thanks, buddy.
Because one is more portable and one doesn't eat anything else, even though you did bring awesome snacks. So it was a tough call, but if I could bring my dead dog with me here, I probably would, and that's probably a little...
All right, 4 points to Jackie.
I appreciate the twistedness.
Excellent. So after round 1, we have 1 point with Heidi, 2 points with Carlo, 3 points with Rando, and 4 points with Jackie. Next up, Bobby.
Oh,
We're going to drink out of that
Bobby, it's the
later.
Compass timer thing.
My Adderall had worn off at this point of the day.
You have. Just watch. Just watch.
So, Spiky, any questions for our contestants?
Not yet.
Excellent. What we will see next then are the final results of the 30 seconds forward, 30 second backwards best movie scene.
Your best movie scene or
Favorite movie scene. Movie scene. So first up is Rando and his movie scene forward and backwards.
Spoiler alert.
Get up. Is that a bathrobe? Oh.
Yeah, we're playing the reverse in reverse, so you can see how good of a job they did replicating it. So, yeah. Excellent. Next up, we'll have Heidi.
Got it. Just hang on. Sorry.
We can still see it.
Title.
I didn't realize you could see all of me. Bruce, you didn't tell me you could see all of me. Oh my God!
What is this? What scene is this?
It's the Godfather.
Oh. It's the elephant.
It's the Godfather horsehead scene, if no one had figured that out yet.
Got it.
Next up, we will have Mad Max's Carlo's wonderful scene with props.
Richard, do I have a mark on my face? It really hurts. No, nothing. I thought I hit you on the shoulder. Shoulder doesn't hurt very much, but my face, right here. Not so much here or here, but right here. No? Shake. Waitress, did I get that from cocktail I saw last case you were there? Yeah, for you, Jesus, what happened to your face? I knew it. Believe me, I'm sure.
I'm not entirely certain.
So to be clear, you interpreted this as doing it
Yes, turning around backwards.
So he did it forwards and backwards.
Fantastic, Carla. Well done.
English is not my first language.
Can I just say in my defense, I thought the camera was only catching a sliver of me.
Oh yeah, no, it caught the whole you. I wasn't sure what you were doing.
That's why I was scooting up
I'm
and
just
down.
there to facilitate the task. Spiky, what does the task say?
Embrace your inner time traveler. Recreate your favorite movie scene forwards and backwards. 30 seconds for the forward scene, 30 seconds for the backwards version, which must be done immediately following.
I think Carlo wins.
All right, we have one more. We have Jackie
Oh, dear God.
setting the bar.
So this wasn't my favorite movie, though, but I was just afraid you were trying to get my security questions. So listen, this was hard, because I had to find a different favorite movie to throw you off.
Starts with what? Oh, no, we won't give well, the context is Jackie wasn't particularly great at following directions. And so what you're going to see is her forwards, which is reasonably well done, and then some stuff that is not the backwards, and then we let her have a mulligan to do the backwards later. So just, you have to watch a little bit.
Ice cream. Are you serious?
This is Jackie discovering that she has gone over time.
No, you have to go backwards. You are going backwards. You have 5 seconds left.
On my backwards one?
Yeah, and your time is up. Thank you. That was the end of the task. We could, for the sake of the audience, do that backwards if you like. You realize how long 30 seconds is, and it's your first exposure to time on Earth. Okay. Yep.
Oh, this is the forwards one.
3,
Okay.
2, 1, action.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Who is this?
Who are you trying to reach?
What number is this?
What number are you trying to reach?
I don't know.
I think you have the wrong number.
Do I?
It happens. Take it easy.
Time.
She's been practicing her Klingon.
Buta buta solo. I'm getting bar mitzvah vibes. I don't know.
So we're going to have to stop here in just a moment for the next actual talk. I do want to provide 2 bits of context before you rate them. One, Carlo took about 22 of his 30 minutes to quietly contemplate which movie he should do because I don't have a favorite movie, and then he stood there like this.
Motionless.
Motionless while I had to stare at him. And Jackie, who found the script to Scream online and sent it to me, was getting help from Spam, who was assisting, and Spam said, just so you know, every page of a script is about a minute. And Jackie says, okay. And then a few seconds later, Bruce, I've mailed you 7 pages. So we knew that was going to end exactly as it did. But anyway, with that context, I think you should rate the results.
While I enjoyed the bizarre Nordic chanting and Klingon, that is, yeah, you didn't meet the task, so Jackie gets 1.
1 point. Excellent. Okay.
2 points for the moose head scene, though that was entertaining. 3 points for Carlo because that was clever for forwards and backwards, but you don't have a favorite movie scene, so you're skirting the rules.
I'll take it.
And Ray, just because of how well you did the reverse scene,
Too impressive.
Rando,
Yeah.
first place, 4 points.
Oh, we thought this through, so the tally is on a snack box of tuna salad. So Heidi is in 4th place with 3 points. Jackie and Carlo are tied at 2nd place with 5 points, and Rando's in the lead with 7 points. Oh my God. Anyway, we have many more tasks, plus a live task to finish the deal during closing. So please join us again on Sunday for more of this shenanigan. Real content up next.
Do I get to keep my cat for the rest of the conference? I'd like my cat back.
You like your cat back?
Until Sunday.
Oh, well, you got to ask for where'd it go? Oh,
Aaron
yeah,
has
you get
it.
a cat from Lynn Tile.
Thank you. Thanks, Jenny.
Way to go.
I brought you a gift. Smacks.
How are you, man?
It's a scarf because I feel like you're stressed out.
Oh, okay.
Shenanigans.
Absolutely.
I got one. You just, you know how nervous I am. You know how nervous I get about it.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, but you're a natural.
Unless you want the speakers to be staring at them. It's all like regular talks now for the rest of the day, so.
I'm happy all of you were meat and cheese people.
As Bobby was just saying, the next one's actually going to make more sense. That one was a little tough.
I think I asked you last year, where did you get that?
Good job.
Was that funny?
That was
Did it
fantastic.
play?
You with your freaking cat.
Wes, may he rest in peace.
Why do I have 2 cups?
What's that?
Why were there 2 cups?
I gave you 2.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll just
So ridiculous.
Put that
consolidate.
into there and give me those. And
I'm good. How are you? Yeah? I think I have to scoot off here. Speaker coming in.
Well, the first half.
Can't take my mask off?
Those videos were edited last night, so everything else will be uploaded from there. And I feel bad about that.
It's right up here. I'm good with HDMI. It's a 2015.
I gave a mic to Lynn Tile. It's over. It's
a
right there.
classic. All right. Let me get situated here. Okay, I have to do this. My computer's keyboard doesn't work from art.
No, I'm good. If you could toss that for me. Dude, the end piece was fucking fantastic. I like that guy. Thank you, baby.
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. All right. How do I? Hello?
Is this working? It's working. Oh boy.
And this,
You're like,
this is the same thing as on the projector.
okay, cool. So, this one. Let's see if it picked the right one to do the oh, perfect. All right. Oh, okay. I have to stay here, right? Yes. All right. When do I start? You start. You go first. Me. Okay.
So since we're a little off schedule, I want to go coordinate with them just so that they know what they're doing because your timing these folks.
Oh, jeez. Can't see that far. Okay. The guys in the green out there. All right. Cool. Are we ready to go?
No, we are not.
Okay. Can you give me an introduction?
I will.
Thank you. I think you gave my introduction last year.
It could be. I'm more with names and faces though, so
That's okay. That's
the
cool.
masks don't help. But even without the masks.
Hey, no problem.
But Noble Trout.
You can call me Chuck, Noble Trout, whatever you want to call me. I'm cool.
This is what I have.
Okay, go with that.
No, but I have a pen.
Okay.
Like something different.
We can do slash. Chuck.
Don't worry, I'll just do that.
That's cool.
So do you want them to try to have us?
Yeah, if they want to give me cues for like when the half hour's up, that's totally cool to help get everyone back on track. I'm from Massachusetts, I speak really fast.
Okay. Well, I'm just. Yeah. So here, speaker names.
Oh.
Yeah. My name is Bob. Please, if you get questions.
Should be a 20-minute talk or 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
But of course, we're eating into it.
That's
Like I
good.
said,
That's
go
good.
check.
All right. Cool. As ready as I'll ever be. You know.
We'll make it work then.
Okay.
Howdy, folks. Thanks so much for joining us at this penultimate ShmooCon. We've had our opening talk, or we've had our opening ceremony. You've seen the beginnings of TaskMooster, but now we get to the well, I think part of the real reason that everybody comes is all of our great speakers. And our first speaker today is Noble Trout / Chuck. He is going to say, I can't LTE even. Please give him a warm ShmooCon welcome.
Well, this is a little terrifying. Hi, everyone. Hi, I go by Chuck, but all my emails and handles and everything are Noble Trout, so that's me. Today, I'm going to basically tell you guys how you can be your own amazing service providers out there and build your own LTE and 4G wireless networks and give it to the cable company. So let's start. I was sort of inspired to submit this talk, even though it's not really a how to hack something talk, by something that Bruce Potter said at the first ShmooCon I went to, which was 2017 or something. I'm a latecomer here. But he basically said, I want to have a conference where it wasn't just everyone talking about how I broke into this really neat little monkey puzzle thing and I broke it apart and I got root. He's like, I want to see other stuff and other cool, amazing things out there. So I thought this is probably the most challenging talk I've ever given because it's not about how I broke something, it's how I built something. So I'm basically just going to give you guys a bunch of steps forward of how to build something, and then maybe you can break it, because breaking it's more fun. Some background information about me. I've talked a lot about LTE, which is also known as 4G these days, and 5G networks. I'm mostly sort of focused on what you'd call the wireline, and we'll talk about that, but it's not like an access point. Your phone doesn't just connect to a cell phone tower and then off to the internet. There's a bunch of other supporting technologies that are out there, and they're all weird and esoteric and Byzantine, and I get really excited about complexity, because complexity normally leads to vulnerability. I also submit to talks to overcome my social anxiety of talking in public. I could also just not do it, but it's more fun doing it this way, so feel free to smoothball me as much as you want. So I subscribe to the Daily Dave mailing list, which, if you're not part of it, it's a very low traffic listserv. You'll probably see about 30 emails a year out of it. It's run by this guy, nice guy here who used to work for the NSA and then made a bunch of cool hacking tools back in back in the olden days. But essentially, he put out a note a few years ago from the Hacker Initiative, which was then called the No Starch Press Foundation, basically saying, look, you guys are all turds. None of you are asking for this money that people want to give away to do cool and amazing projects and things. So I was like, well, I've got a crazy idea that I've been sitting in the back burner for a few years in my head. So, time machine metaphor. We got to go in the DeLorean, go back a couple more years, and I'll start talking about some context of how I got here. So, these networks are not simple. If you watch a talk by me and Chris from DC, I think 24, we talked at the Packet Hacking Village, and all we did was basically provide a decoder ring describing all the elements that are in the packet core, like from cell phone tower to internet, what's in between there. But essentially what you can see here is that there's a bunch of random stuff around there that flies around, and eventually you land on the thing called the PDN, which is also known as the internet. So then, like, I got really familiar with this equipment, and a lot of them talk protocols that Shodan never scans for. They're not even on, like, TCP or UDP transport layers. They're on something called SCTP for a lot of this stuff. So I started port scanning for listening services, essentially that one that you see, hopefully this comes out in the big slides, but it's called MME. That's essentially your AAA radius server for mobile networks, right? It holds your IMSI number that we're all familiar with for registering with a mobile network, right? So I port scanned for it, figuring, well, there should be a couple big giant refrigerator $1 million pieces of equipment left on the internet. There's about 300 service providers. Not all of them are rock stars. And I was right. I did find some of that stuff, and that was kind of cool to poke at and look at. But I hit a lot more of this sort of stuff. And I was like, what WTF is this stuff, right? Most of this equipment is made by Ericsson, Nokia, Siemens Networks, Cisco, big pants, big boys. Not some no-name knockoff brand that's running this thing, or not really knockoff. It's a thing, right? And it had a web management port and stuff. So I was sort of like, well, what is this thing? And then I sort of stumbled into this whole other realm of stuff I didn't even know existed, which was called CBRS, Citizens Broadband Radio Service. Hold on a second. Which essentially is a sliced off piece of 3.5 gigahertz spectrum for the rest of us to create our own mobile networks. And Bicell and a couple other manufacturers will sell you equipment that's like $1,000 or less to actually go and build your own private mobile network. If you've ever heard of LoRaWAN, this is sort of a competing sort of technology. This is for the primary market's IoT, but there's nothing that stops your phone from working on this either. It's not well advertised either. Like no one seems to care about it. So, going back to the future, as it were, I submitted my paperwork to the Hacker Initiative, and lo and behold, they called me up, they asked me some questions, and I was like, yes, oh my God. And then they gave me some money so I could actually go and buy this stuff and build my own private LTE network. So here I am to tell you how I did. So The desired end state is to remove that complexity and get to a point where I have a phone, I have a tower, and then I'm on the internet. And I just wanted to go through those steps and then logically lay them out so that people who follow behind me don't have to deal with hours and hours and hours of reading stuff and getting lost. So you can just go and make one of these things within a few hours and some money, right? So here's the sort of quick steps of the things that you need to do and who you're talking to for each of these sort of steps. For CBRS, you got to get familiar with the licensing spectrum, what is available for you, and how much you can pay to be even more special. The licensing for that as well, you have to become something called a certified product installer. You then have to buy some gear. You have to buy some subscriptions because it's 2023. Well, it's 2024 now. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about some next leveling that you can do if you want to like make it extra hard for yourself. So CBRS is broken into three tiers. The tier 1 is called incumbents. You don't get access to that spectrum. Certain parts of the country, you just have a limited amount of that spectrum available because the DoD has stuff that operates in that frequency, and they say that's for us, not for you. Tier 2 is called a preferred access line. They go up for auction from the feds now and then. I actually watched an auction happen, but I didn't participate, and I sort of was a little frustrated at the end because I was like, man, if I had $5,000, I could own my entire county and have my own slice of spectrum and be like, ha ha, real service provider. And then tier 3 is sort of like opportunistic assignment of spectrum for you, which is sort of where I land, you land, everyone else is going to land in terms of playing around with this stuff. And we'll sort of talk about how you get access to that tier 3 spectrum. CBRS is not the Wild West. You can't just, buy a piece of equipment on a shelf, turn it on, and it's running. You need to become something called a certified product installer, CPI. You have to take a training class, and you get a certificate. But it's not like a nice shiny piece of paper certificate. It's actually a piece of PKI, crypto certificate, which is really kind of cool. And then what you do is you can use that certificate to then stamp the installation that you did with your what's called an eNode B or cell phone tower. You can say it's here, it's pointing that way, it has that amount of declination or azimuth or whatever, this kind of antenna going up here, all that sort of stuff. So how do you get certified? Who are the certifier? Who are the gatekeepers in this space? I think there's a couple more vendors since I made this slide, but essentially there's a couple. You go onto something called WinForum. They'll list them out for you. I went with Google because I didn't want to talk to people, and Google doesn't want me to talk to them either, so it was a mutual relationship of benefit. You take an online course. There's this nice instructor. She talks you through everything. You go backward, forward, and when you feel like you've got all the material down, you then install spyware on your computer and take a Coursera course, and then you wipe your computer again because it was really icky doing that. And you get your certificate for 5 years. After that, there's a renewal fee of about, I don't know, $50, $100 or something, but it's not as bad as the initial upfront cost, right? Then you're going to want to buy yourself some equipment. You're going to need to get yourself an eNode B, otherwise known as a cell phone tower. I got the Nova 430i. I talked to some other guys, random people in Discord that heard I was doing this, through this, and they bought like half the cost of that one version. It starts with the number 2. It worked great for them. You're going to want something called a UE, which is like a fancy term that cell phone companies use to mean cell phone. And then you're going to want some SIM cards that work with the network you're going to subscribe to and use. If you go on Ongo Alliance website, they will have a list of all certified phones that work with band 42, which is this 3.5 gigahertz range. So essentially anything iPhone 11 or bigger or Pixel 4 will work with this stuff. How do you buy this gear? The easiest way is to incorporate yourself so you look like a serious business person, even if you aren't. I got myself a domain name, registered an LLC, and then I talked to some resellers. The one I worked with was Double Radius, but if you poke around these equipment manufacturers' websites, they'll have a list of resellers that are available for you to talk to, depending on where you are in the world. It also really helps when you start working with Google on the spectrum assignment side of things, which I'll get to as well. They, funnily enough, don't like you to use a Gmail address when you want to use their services for this stuff. Oh. So now we need to buy or rent, subscribe to infrastructure. We want to offload the responsibility of all this complex stuff to making it someone else's responsibility. And for that, I used Bicell's software as a service called Cloud Core. They charge me, I think, $1.50 per month per phone, per piece of equipment or something. It's not a lot of money at all. And if you buy the SIM cards from them, you can just register it. You type in the IMSI number, and then you have a phone connected to the thing, and you're good. But then you also need, these are just screenshots of the UI. It's not very exciting stuff, so I don't know why I put them in there. Sorry. But the slides are online, so you can download them later and look at them. Then you also need to use a spectrum assignment service. There's only 3 of those available. The easiest one, again, is Google. This is really neat because you can actually zoom around and see what's available for spectrum to assign to your stuff. In fact, let's see if this loads up. I actually went offline here. Oh, uh-oh. Did I make my computer go bad? Oh, it's gone funny. Okay. So I got to look over here, sorry. But like you can sort of see, this is the DC metro area. We got the cell phone tower hooked up at my friend Phil's place last night. And you can sort of see the amount of spectrum that's available in different areas and zoom in and out. But I'm offline right now, so you can't see it. This square, by the way, on the left out in West Virginia, does anyone know what that represents? Yeah, right? That's where you go if you're allergic to radio waves and things, right? Anyway, I was joking with a friend. That's a good place to be a therapist if you want to make some money. All right, next slide. Rabbit hole DIY stuff. This is sort of where I am right now. There's an open source packet core created, funded sort of by Facebook. But it's an open source project called Magma. It'll allow you to do all of the dirty work of all of that intricacy and complexity. So I sort of want to go in there, reach out, take it out, and sort of see if I can get into some simple steps there of like, if you want to save yourself $1.50 a month, here's how you got to set up Magma, but be aware you're going to have to run your own infrastructure then. So then you're sort of adding extra complexity. But at that point, you're sort of now into the like, I'm in my lab building phase, right? Like, I can start peeling back layers of that onion and understand more of what's going on here. The next bit is you can also now have a really cool research lab. Grab yourself a Blade RF, or if you're rich, the US robotics software-defined radio. And if you want to know more about doing this sort of stuff, you can grab some beers for me for free, and I might talk. Don't transmit, just receive. Your CPI license doesn't give you carte blanche to just transmit this network. It just gives you the ability to install the equipment, right? But I'm also not the police, so if you decide to do that, that's on you. Also, this is a data-only network, so I actually set up with something called VoIP.ms, which is a SIP dialing service. It's really cheap, it's awesome, and you can do texting and phone calls with it. And then you just put a SIP phone as your default dialer on your Android phone, and now you have a real fucking phone, which is really cool. And then this is like really why I got into this. I wanted to get into like community wireless. I'm struggling to find people who want to do this with me, but essentially if one of these cell phone towers can support up to 256 clients, and not everyone needs to have gigabit internet. One person could buy gigabit internet and then share it with their friends at 50 megabits each across a nice urban dense environment and charge them $5 to keep it running. Does that violate your terms and conditions with Comcast? I don't know. Again, I'm not the police. TLDR version is get the certificate, buy gear from somewhere like Bicel or other ones. I've listed them on my GitHub page. Register your devices with a SAS provider, register with a mobile packet core, activate your SIM, and have an LTE network. And then if you whack the QR code, it'll take you to my stuff. But there you go, that's it. If you got questions, I got 6 more minutes before the next presentation, which is sort of where they wanted me to land anyway, so. All right, cool. Oh, yeah? Oh, sure. All right, thank you, guys. Oh, there was a question, yes. Open 5GS. I don't know what Open 5GS is. Repeat the question. Oh, there's Open 5GS, which is an open source 5G packet core. That's really cool. I don't know about it. Email me about it. It's really cool. He was just asking about something called Open 5GS, which is an open source packet core that I hadn't heard about. Open 5GS, it's an open source packet core that I haven't heard about. Oh, there's another hand. What kind of antenna setup does this need? Oh, good question. I have the one with an I, a lowercase I on it, the model number, which means internal antenna. And I stuck it on the top of my house in my attic, and I pointed it out towards the beaver dam, which is farther away than you'd imagine, and the phone made it all the way to the beaver dam. So it's about 800 feet without trying. Maybe 1,000 feet, something like that. I think you can make it like half a mile, 2 miles if you give it a proper antenna and proper placement, though. Actually, no, it's got to be way more than 1,000 feet. The beaver dam is probably more like half a mile away. Yeah. All right, thank you, guys. Yeah. That's my. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I'll set up backwards here. Hello. Hello. Are you I'm Libby Joan. Or Joan? This is Libby. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
You don't say that you have no slides.
No slides. So we were going to try to sit. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Want to
that-
stand, Libby? What do you want to do? Sit good?
That makes it easier for you right in the middle. Are all of these mics on? They're all working.
Okay.
Right there, yeah?
So I only have Libby and Joan. Are you being joined?
Oh, no, just the two of them.
Just us.
Just the two of them.
It's going to go in search of a t-shirt.
Yeah, there might still be a few that are left.
I want the time traveler one. Oh, that
The
one's
what?
funny.
That was,
All right. Libby Joan, I'm going to give you a 10-minute warning. I'm going to stand up and take a picture of you two. And I'll give you a 5-minute warning. I'll stand up and I'll hold up my hand.
Okay. Thank you. I have no idea what this is.
You can leave 5
let
minutes
us
for
know.
questions. You don't have to. You can run all the way to the end. So if you have time at the end for questions, great.
Oh, questions are great. Yeah.
Questions are great.
I love questions. That's me.
basically, you have. I'm going to give you a quick introduction. They're all ready. But you're taking it. Sounds like you've got something to begin most of the time. The official one.
Yep. Nope.
So,
Hey, I'm sorry, where am I looking for the time?
right straight out, there are the folks in the room.
Oh, I see you. Hey.
So they will,
Can you hear us?
Yes, they can.
Sorry.
so the applicant
If there are things in your professional background or personal background you think will resonate with this audience,
Yeah, I think I'm going to go off
Yeah.
script here.
So, are there
No, I'm very nervous.
You'll do great.
It's just, it's a reality.
The amazing thing is
Woohoo!
are we all ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me do my introduction.
Okie dokie.
Hello again. If we could all settle down for our next speakers.
It is so bright.
Taping and streaming team, are you all ready? They're always ready. These folks are here to make sure that things are taped and streamed before, well, most of us get out of bed. So, big round of applause, please, for our taping and streaming team today. Thank you. And also a thank you to our previous speaker for keeping us on time. So our next set of speakers are Libby Liu and Joan Donovan, and they're going to be talking about Tobacco 2.0, when money buys the truth and the outcome. Please give them a warm ShmooCon welcome.
Hey everyone! We are so thrilled to be here with you. It's my second year in a row. Woohoo! My name's Libby Liu, and I'm the CEO of Whistleblower Aid, a nonprofit that supports public interest whistleblowers, including some prominent ones from big tech, like Mudge and Frances Haugen. Today I'm here with my client, Dr. Joan Donovan, and we're here to talk about the intersection of big tech, academia, public interest research, and the malicious influence of money. For years now, I've been watching big tech deploy the big tobacco playbook, hiding the harms, creating false public narratives, and silencing independent research. I've seen nonprofits change their focus from how Instagram is promoting self-harm to how platforms are doing it after they receive a Facebook check. I've seen a big tech burying particular research findings that counter their public narratives like, it's not our fault, people are hateful. And even the inability of the US Congress to enact effective, desperately needed accountability legislation, because, you know, campaign finance. So when facts threaten your bottom line, just use money and influence to drown them out.
Boo, right? Boo.
Joan, I'm so grateful to represent you and for your courage to publicly call out Facebook and the Harvard Kennedy School, boo, actions to shut you up and shut you down. For our audience, I'd like to ask you to briefly describe your field of work and to do a quick summary about what happened to you.
Hey, everybody. My name's Joan. You can find me on the internet as Boston Joan because I got that nickname when I moved to Montreal. And right now I'm a professor at Boston University, journalism professor. But my life's work over the last 15 years or so has been to look at and examine the internet, social media. I began researching 15M and the Indignados movements, moving on to Occupy, Standing Rock, basically looking at how movements for equity use social media to advance their causes. And then later, I became much more interested in white supremacist use of social media, media manipulation, disinformation campaigns through my work looking at a very different subject, DNA ancestry testing. But what I noted in my research in 2015 about DNA ancestry testing is, wow, a lot of these white supremacists are using the same online tools and infrastructure that other movements use to launch their own campaigns. And of course, one of the biggest dupes of US media in 2016 and 2017 was mistaking the alt-right, quote unquote, for just a social movement using the web the way they want to. No problem with the content. So what I've been doing, though, since then, I was recruited to the Harvard Kennedy School in 2018 to run a very high-profile and successful research team on media manipulation, disinformation. But while I was at Harvard, I became a golden goose. That is, they love to talk about and promote my research as long as it was very general and as long as it didn't get at some of the root causes of why we're seeing so many lies travel so fast through our media landscape. And when Whistleblower Aid, who I had no knowledge of at the beginning, launched Frances Haugen, I was very interested in looking at those internal Facebook documents. So I got myself a copy, legally. I gotta say that because my lawyers are here. But when I got these documents, it was October 2021. She was in the media daily, but I was looking at these documents to understand how these elites at these technology company at Facebook make decisions about content moderation. And what became really clear looking at the documents is that Facebook put profits over its own internal research. So you can imagine you're on a team and your job is to spot the problems. You're on civic integrity or trust and safety, and literally the Department of Human Rights abuses, right, at these companies. And you speak up and no one in leadership listens to you. And that's what was in those Facebook documents. And my research was gonna pivot to look more in-depthly at that. Unfortunately, I was doing this research at Harvard, which Facebook counts many executives as alumni and donors. So when it came to the attention of Facebook and my own dean, who's supposed to protect my academic freedom, that I had these documents and that I intended to publish them, I've spent the last 2 years dealing with essentially being choked out by the bureaucracy trying to shut me down and trying to make those papers and that internal research at Facebook hidden into essentially they fired me in August, but they're not going to tell you they fired me. Harvard's going to say that they let me stay on as an adjunct lecturer, part-time, no health insurance, no access to the millions of dollars that I raised in research money, and decimated my 40-person research team. So I took the L, right? I took the loss and I moved on, and now I'm in a different position as a professor because before I was a research director, but my feeling about how tech companies have come to influence not just our information landscape, that is how we speak to each other, or how the mainstream media comes up with stories and runs with them, but also now they want to control the research about platforms. And that's why we have to be very skeptical of Facebook's own interest in building infrastructure, Facebook's own interest in shaping news media or funding specific projects and not others. But, you know, to get back to the original question, I do research.
So, I mean, obviously what happened to you sucks really badly. Why does it matter?
I mean, I think it matters in terms of if the most powerful research university in the world cannot take a stand for academic freedom, what does it really mean for the truth, right? And I think that one of the things that we all hold in common as people who care a lot about technology is that we know within technology is the capacity to support large groups of people. Technology gives us the capacity to scale our ideas. It gives us the capacity to scale resources. But if that capacity is being undermined by the very companies that we need to depend on, and they're moving further and further away from just dealing with their own technology and are undermining the research about their technology, then I think we all suffer. In many ways, I see what especially Meta is doing as a kind of whole of society attack. Whereas they want to shape the information landscape, that is what kind of information you get about your city and your government, what kind of information you get about other countries, and how they receive information about people in the US or people in other countries. They really want to own the zone. And then they also want to own our most valued institutions, including academic research and journalism. And I think it's really important that we understand that. How many people here know that Facebook or Meta has shut down the news in Canada? Do people know that? Not many, a few. This should be a crime, right? We have the reason why we care about the open web is so that people can circulate information. And Facebook or Meta is intentionally breaking links to reputable news organizations in order to shape what people know about not just their company, but also about how they might take action on the truth. Is it my turn to ask you something?
You can ask me anything you want.
I asked Libby not to just let me opine here. I'm nervous today. I wore my favorite hoodie, so it's all good. Bane's a band from Boston, and the archetype of a superhero in Batman, but anyhow. I wanted to ask you, Libby, the name of the organization Whistleblower Aid is exactly how it is described. And you help people blow the whistle on all kinds of institutional and organizational malpractice. But I wanted to know, and except for me, how do you go about choosing your clients?
Except for you, huh?
Except for me. I know I'm exceptional, like as in accepted, but otherwise.
At Whistleblower, we're a teeny tiny organization, but very mighty. But we have such limited resources, we can only take on about 10% of the cases that we vet and think are really, really worthy. So we need to be really selective because we are focused on providing the best care and attention and support to each of our clients. So the number one thing that matters to us is a person's motivation. What is their motive? We support only public interest whistleblowers, people like you who are risking everything because of their conscience and who want to have a positive social impact. And we also choose cases that have a potential for an outsized impact because we can take so few cases in a year, like big tech's bad acts will hurt people all over the world. So if we take a case that's about big tech, we're going to have a bigger impact. And of course, the severity of real harm to real people is a determinative factor.
In my limited time, my case really only came to the public on December 5th. But I've noted that the process of whistleblowing is almost as bureaucratic as it is mental and emotional. And can you describe for me the ways in which Whistleblower Aid supports whistleblowers and how do you get them through the process without, I had a lot of moments when I wanted to give up and it almost felt like someone was always there to talk me through it.
Well, we hope so. Whistleblower Aid has a really unique 360-degree approach. Most of our team and our board members have been whistleblowers ourselves, and 3 of them are Whistleblower Aid alumni. And so we understand the entire journey, and we know we'll be supporting you through one of the most stressful times of your life. So we try to prepare you for what you're likely to experience, including the stages of grief. We know you're going to be gaslit and isolated, so we make sure you know you're surrounded by people who care about you. We provide whatever you need to lower the temperature in your life while you go through this, whether it's home security or therapy or secure devices. We've even paid pet bills so that you have your fuzzy best friend with you every step of the way. It's just really, really important that whistleblowers understand the journey that they're going to go on when they decide to stand up and call out bad actors, because those bad actors, they have their own whistleblower retaliation handbook. Every time a truth teller steps forward and threatens their public narrative, it's just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. So from gaslighting you to co-opting your friends and your colleagues, undermining your credibility to sell short your message, and my favorite is diverting attention from the facts to the ephemeral big picture questions. We see it all the time, and forewarned is forearmed.
I think it's really important that we think about, people in the audience today are really on the cutting edge of new research, and many are dealing with new technologies, new products that can have an immensely positive impact, or some can also cause great harm if the product is developed or administrated irresponsibly. I think we hear a lot about this in generative AI at the time, and you know, when I think about technology, sometimes I think about it as first as farce, then as tragedy, where, you know, you come up with something, it's fun, it's goofy, it's like, can I get away with this? But what happens then when a corporation puts that product out into the world without thinking about, okay, how many people are going to be harmed by this? What kind of private information is this new large language model going to spit out? And I want you to tell us a little bit about what would you say to people in the audience who may be considering blowing the whistle on wrongdoing within their own world?
Okay, so as you know all too well, this is a really, really, really daunting experience, and as you're like coming to that decision, I know you're going to be weighing the risks to your career, to your family, to everything against your conscience and the desire to stop the bad acts. So whatever you do, you need to do it safely, legally, and effectively. So you need to do it with help and advice of lawyers that can help you navigate your options. You need to be with a team that understands your motivations and can help you achieve your goals, and that's dedicated to helping you through a really challenging moment. You know, whether you decide to be anonymous or open, you know, we have a lot of anonymous clients, maybe some in the room, but honestly, get my phone number from Mudge or Russ and reach out to me on Signal. And, you know, we'll see what we can do to help. But in closing, Joan, this room, these folks are doers. So you got any calls of action?
Yeah, I was really trying to think through, well, what are the ramifications for Canadians who are no longer having even, the statistic is 5 million incidental interactions with the news are lost per day when Canadians are not allowed to access the news through Facebook. I mean, I almost, you know, in my like weird world, can't even imagine a company taking such a disinterested stance in the public good. And what we know about disinformation is that it propagates in places where we suppress the truth. And propaganda can be very participatory. And so one of my calls to action is maybe someone in this room knows of a way to get the news more efficiently throughout Canada. Canada also has a very robust public broadcasting arm or wing of the government that does really great community-oriented work, and that's the kind of stuff that is being suppressed by Meta currently. And disinformation is now filling the void, right? And so I think it's incumbent upon us, people who can think with things, people who can think about scale, people who can think about moving through a system not along the guardrails that have been assigned, and really come up with some solutions, or else what we're going to have is essentially what we have, which are these very small walled gardens online that siphon incredible amounts of profit out of media, out of local news, out of advertising, and do nothing to support the public good. And in moments like we had recently with the pandemic, we need to be thinking about how to shape our information environment online so that people get factual information, or else propaganda and lies are what people are going, or whatever the latest influencer is pushing, right? Whether it's silver or other kinds of supplements, right? And so, you know, I think a lot of us care a lot about information and care a lot about our capacities to share in our communities, but we're being undermined every day by these tech companies that are taking up more and more of our space and aren't giving back enough to the public that is supporting them. So I'm hoping that something like that comes out of a conference like this. People can think about helping with better distribution or even undermining Facebook's own position on news and forcing news through Facebook in different ways. But you didn't hear it from me.
Okay, that's awesome. And if anybody has an idea or wants to brainstorm, you guys can hit up Joan. And if you want to read Joan's entire legal disclosure or complaint and read the emails and text messages that support it, you can find it on our website, whistlebloweraid.org. But I think we have time for questions because we went really fast. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we had till 6.
No.
I mean,
not
5.
5.
I'm sorry.
So. My bad.
Let's talk?
Yes, I'll be standing right over there, right outside the doors so that we don't disrupt the next speaker.
I'm so sorry. Did my watch die?
No. We just got booed. That's like the wind it up sign.
Oh, man.
See y'all later.
Okay, I guess I won't be coming next year. Is your meat?
No, those were on the floor. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Is that yours?
Yes, it is. I'll put my mask back on. That was not mine. That was on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Hi, I think I'm next.
I don't know. Who are you?
I'm one of the two answers speaking. One of us.
Ian Fox?
That's me, yeah.
Why would you do that? Have you spoken to ShmooCon?
2018. And these are not live, right?
Yeah, they are.
It's good, because I don't want. I'll take the USB. I have my own, but if that one works, I'll take it.
Find out.
Let me get all the things ready. Just make sure it's still a thing. Wait, I just grab all this. Alright. Matter. Two terminals that mirror each other. Big one, big. Just as big. Alright, cool. What's that? Yeah, just plug it in and see what happens. Assuming is it going to go straight live, or do we take it?
So this is a monitor for you.
My point is, if I start outputting stuff here, is it also going to go to everyone right now too, or just
It's
this?
going to go everywhere.
Everywhere? Okay. That's fine.
Hopefully it goes everywhere.
It looks like it is going everywhere. Just my wallpaper. Let's turn off sound, not the big sound. Cool, everyone's. Those are showing my image. Listen, is it? It takes 10 to go. Cool. Alright. I'm going to give you guys one time. To get one. And then I'm also going to give you slides too. I still got like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah. When you're set up, yeah, you go.
No, not this one. You guys.
More than 5 minutes, but I have a short speech for you. Hey, we have a presenter screen.
Howdy.
Awesome. Yeah.
Why is it
You
not?
want to move that around?
I'm trying to full screen it. I'm pushing the full screen. There. That's a good shot. I swear I know how to operate computers. What were you saying about do I want to move something around?
I'm sorry?
What were you saying? Do I want to move something around?
Oh, do you want this position?
Oh, no. I have this two here, so.
Well, yeah, you've got that.
That's good. So, yeah, the way I've tried to do this, when I go up there, okay, so if I switch to this, and then I have to go here, then these two terminals are two different terminals, but they do mirror each other, is the idea for a demo. And then when I do that, what's up? Here. Need more? Oh. Wait, oh, I think I forgot. I'm gonna mess this up when I do the talk, but there you go. Is that, the details aren't, the important stuff I've screenshot on the slide is much bigger. I think I do. There, it is even a little bigger. All right, cool. I mean, I was sitting in the back of it. That's their choice in the back. Oh, there's plenty of open seats up there. I don't bite.
What we need is this needs to be a video projection, not from direct off the computer, but off of a camera.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It'll be fun.
Oh, I'm good not to wear a mask.
Yeah.
We got a lot of boxes.
So yeah.
Oh, I should also plug in power just in case. Is that hot right there?
Want to find out?
That's hot in my life. If you didn't give me a fork, so I guess I'm plug into the laptop to see if it's live. It's live.
Awesome. So, you have 20 minutes on the stage. That includes your Q&A time. Or the fusion.
I saw you guys. I'm sitting behind the camera guy already. I saw you guys going to sign some time. That's useful. I have my own clock. I'll try to keep that in my mind.
Okay.
But I have I want to hear what you're supposed to say. I have my demo. I can do an extended or short version, which I'm probably going to do at the end talk. I'm basically going to do that, whichever version based off my time frame. That's my plan. We'll see how that goes out.
Well, yeah. At least there's a plan to screw up.
Yeah.
Or rather, not a plan that can't be screwed up.
So some of the questions, like, if there is time, we'll just yell at, there's no, question mic or anything like that.
No. Yes, there is a question.
Of course, I try to repeat the question. I will try to do that.
But yeah, so you're taking the train team. They are going to hold up your time queues or walk out to the lightning right. I'm not actually doing any giveaways, so it's just a real quick introduction. So Ian Foster.
Got me. You said 30 or 20 minutes?
You have 20 minutes. So do you conclude with that 20 minutes? I don't have a book, so you don't have a book.
Oh, just pull me out.
You've got it. We will kind of chill the theoretically public schedule miraculously ahead of time.
It's good for start.
Well, especially after TaskMooster.
So yeah, I saw that and I saw you guys really short term. I'm like, oh, maybe in 30 minutes. And then I was surprised you guys talking about these guys off level. And I was like, all right, I'll go way up here now. During the talk, so you're around, not that I'm not going to sit near that, but you're close by. So
yeah. We moved it's very disorienting. We moved the podium this year. It's usually over there. I'm just.
It works.
But yeah, any other questions?
I don't think so.
Well, I enjoyed reading your talk. I'm looking, actually, this is on the list of talks that I'm looking for. No pressure.
Yeah. I mean, I look toward all the talks. What was I saying? Not this is relevant. This was actually a talk I was beginning last year. I had COVID, really didn't have to fly out. It just felt like I resubmit the same thing you guys accepted, which is great. Although it is now a 20-minute talk versus the hour-long slot, so I try to keep everything for the original CFP in there, but I did have to cut some stuff.
Well, I appreciate you staying at home when you're sick.
Of course, I also want to try to get sick. Purely selfish reasons. I'm kidding.
It is good to be selfish sometimes.
No, I want to be respectful of everyone. All right, I'll go. And you. Good luck on your talk. Thank you. It's from Brandon. What's that? There's a friend of mine who runs a podcast. Just repairs.
Well, after a year of waiting, ready to do it?
I'd like to say yes. Yeah, I think so.
At worst, it's over in 20 minutes. Again, I don't think I'm looking
this. Yeah. No, my first ready. Hello?
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, come talk to me afterwards. Afterwards. I'm getting heckled already.
Well, I will give you an introduction.
Good afternoon. How are y'all out there? 2 talks down, a few more to go still this evening. If you parked here at the hotel, we do have parking vouchers at registration. It'll make it slightly less expensive, but it'll still be incredibly expensive. And after this talk, not now, but after this talk, you can also check out registration to take a t-shirt home for a donation. We'd love for you to donate to either the EFF or the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center this year and take home a ShmooCon t-shirt. But before you can do that, we need for you to please give a warm ShmooCon welcome to Ian Foster, who says DNS is still lame.
Thank you for that. Does this work? Sounds good. All right. Hey, everyone. I'm Ian. All right. So, a little bit about myself. I am way too interested in DNS and TLS. One of my projects is DNS Coffee, where I basically archive all of the DNS root zones every day and diff them and do large analysis on them. The work I'm talking to you about today is a little spin out of some of that. I've also done some stuff with TLS certificates, CertGraph, and Bygone SSL in the past. My current job is a red team lead at Snapchat, although this is not why I'm here. This is just, I'm talking only about work I've done on my own. And I go by LandRat Online. So for this talk, I'm going to talk about what DNS lame delegation is, what a DNS dependency tree is. I'll give some examples, and then I'll demo a tool that I've been working on. One thing that I am not doing is I am not covering how DNS works. I'm assuming you all know this, although it is more complicated than most people assume. This is a wonderful infocomic that kind of explains how that works. I know most of you probably can't read it here. That's fine. It's made by Julie Evans. I highly recommend you look at it. It's a great summary. But for those of you who can see it, the part in these boxes are the parts I'm actually going to be talking about. It's what happens between your recursive resolver, like your ISP's name server, Quad 8, Quad 1, and authoritative name servers. So in that case, this diagram here, the DNS client, this is not you. This is the ISP's recursive resolver. In order for them to know what response they need to give you, the client, they start asking, like the root DNS servers look at a response of a delegated NS record. In this example here, for say example.com, it'll forward them to com's authoritative name servers. They'll then forward you to example.com's name servers. They'll then say, if you're asking for an IPv6, certain IPv6 address like a Quad A record, it'll respond with that. A recursive resolver will keep following this chain of NSs until it receives an authoritative response. So now I'm going to define lame delegations. Put simply, a lame delegation in DNS is one where a name server has delegated control of a domain, but the name server in question does not have an authoritative answer for that record. So in this example here, let's say I have two, I'm not sure you guys can read this, kind of a little bit small, but the two different NS sets for example.org. One of them is ns.example.org. If later someone changes the NS records to be, say, ns.foo.com, but the ns.foo.com name servers have no idea about example.org or how to respond to it, that's considered a lame delegation. So going back to this example, instead of having example.org's name servers in the bottom right, it's another name server has no idea, and it's like step 6 responds with the answer. It will respond with like an NX domain or a timeout. In this case, the domain name would fail to resolve. You'd have unhappy users. However, you can have partially latent delegations. So like many other DNS issues, they can be partially hidden. So in many cases, your domain name might continue to work normally, but a misconfiguration providers or their providers could allow stuff to still have an issue. So in this example, again, of example.org, has one of the correct name servers and an incorrect one. The correct one will return an IP address. The incorrect one will either respond annex domain or maybe a timeout if nothing's listening. And users will still get the correct IP address. It still appears to work just fine, but this is still technically a lame delegation and can lead to problems that I'll talk about in a bit. So DNS dependencies. You start off with like the root, then you have the org name servers, and then individual name servers. And you see here I have the groups of each of the name servers that are responsible for this, for each zone, and that are authoritative. For things to work successfully, only one of the name servers in each of these categories needs to actually respond correctly. This is like why DNS works so well. There's lots of redundancy built into the system. Going a little further, a given domain name, like example.org, depends on its own name servers, as you see here. But each of these name servers is actually just another domain name. And each of those domain names have their own name servers. And they also have TLDs, and TLDs have their own name servers. And this keeps going. So, and for some cases, that like dependency of like, a name server having a domain name that has a name server, et cetera, can recurse many times, leaving a single domain name with upwards of 50 dependencies. Each of these can be a potential independent failure point, and it only takes one weak link in this to weaken or potentially break the chain. So if we wanted to enumerate some of those, here I'm only actually looking at what all the potential dependencies for, say, for the actual DNS root, not looking at the org zone or example.org in this. You have your various name servers, like rootservers.net, which depends upon the net zone, which depends upon gtldservers.net, which depends upon a domain name in the com zone, which of course depends on .com. And you also have a circular dependency here. This is what your recursive resolver will either do for you or may not. I'll talk about that in a moment, but no DNS client ever needs to actually do this. Well, let's go a little further. What happens if you want to do this exact same thing, but also map out .org and example.org? And a little warning, this is going to look a little bit crazy, and this is not how most recursive resolvers work. It's a huge mess. It took a while to make this graph, and I tried to make it as organized as possible, and I don't think it's actually possible. So the reason why you don't need to do all this, or you and most recursive resolvers, is glue records exist that can short circuit a lot of this logic. And the root zone files will help you skip looking at, say, TLDs or name servers IP addresses that exist in other zones. Those are mostly there to help break circular dependencies, but they also help short circuit a lot of this other logic too. The glue records in the root name servers are not authoritative, so some name servers might still query a lot past them, but it does still make stuff a lot faster and get rid of this redundancy problem. However, this does point out, though, that if there is a problem somewhere else in this giant mess here, that could still have an effect. It could be 2, 3, or more degrees away from the actual, say, domain name you have in question, and that can still have an impact. So partially lame delegation somewhere else here, even though there's so much redundancy, can be hidden, and things can continue to look like they're working fine. But if, say, a name server started responding inappropriately, it could start to have effects on the rest of the system. So I've been talking about an authoritative name server, and not everyone might know what that is. So that is basically an authoritative name server is one that has the ultimate authority to answer this DNS question. You can easily see this by using the dig tool and querying a name server, and if it has the AA flag set, if you guys can see this. Right here. This is an example of the authoritative bit set. So here, for example, I'm querying for ShmooCon.org using Google's Quad 8. That's just a random recursive resolver on the internet. It has the right answer, but it does not have the authoritative bit set, as you can see underlined here. However, if I query one of ShmooCon's actual authoritative name servers, I do get the authoritative bit set. So if any recursive resolver, including, like, say, Google's in this example, once it reaches this, it will return the answer to the client and not query any further. So now I want to very quickly to show how one could manually do this recursiveness. Actually, go through each step that a recursive resolver does, so you can see where the potential lookups could go wrong. Just starting off, you just ask for the root servers. You get a list of them here by querying for dot. And let's say again we want to resolve ShmooCon.org. It's a good website. You should all check it out. Query one of the roots from the prior step. You ask for, say, an A record for ShmooCon.org, and you'll get the org name servers over here. And then, of course, now we have the TLD org servers. We're just going to ask them for the A record for ShmooCon.org, but they don't know either. So they'll refer us to the two ShmooCon name servers. In this case, this is the end of the NS referral chain, but sometimes this can go many, many more times steps. And the last step here is ask the shmoo NS server for an A record. We get an IP address, and also note the authoritative bit is now set in this answer, and when we have an IP address, we can view the website, everything works great. In this example, we picked the first name server each time, but what happens if we chose another one? So in this example here, we chose the crusty@shmoo.org, .com. If we were to choose the other one, Archimedes, it actually times out right now. This is a lame delegation. So archimedes.shmoo.com appears to be unused. Whoever can control that IP address that it resolves to can actually perform a partial takeover right now of shmoocon.org and all other domain names that archimedes.shmoo.com name server uses. So what can we do about this? The best type of thing you can do is basically, there's no automatic way to detect this type of stuff other than just like continually querying and enumerating all of these dependencies and see if anything is wrong. Best to try and make it automatic. If the problem is upstream of you, like in that giant DNS mess I showed earlier, that's outside of your control. There's not much you can do. You can notify the network operators, and hopefully they'll be receptive and work on fixing that. Another thing is to try to set your DNS infrastructure as few external dependencies as possible. So, like ShmooCon, don't have a ton of chains of name servers. And like there's some TLDs, for example, have more dependencies and more not. Some like cloud providers will have more or not. Try and map them out and see what the various temperatures you want as small dependency tree as possible. So I worked on a tool called Broken DNS. I worked on this while working for Google, but I got open source when I left. And it enumerates the entire DNS dependency tree, tests all possible routes. So unlike a normal recursive resolver that only tests, once it gets a valid answer via one path, it says it's good and returns, it tests every possible permutation a different route could possibly take, and will notify you if there's any errors. Even though there's no caching like a normal recursive name server will do, it is still incredibly fast. So it removes all redundant queries that I might need to do to resolve stuff within the same tree. It can learn lame delegations, unexpected names, answers in name servers. It can identify other hidden problems, which I'll show a few of examples, and also authoritative name servers providing different responses. There's two different authoritative name servers, or claiming to be authoritative, showing different responses. So now I will try to show a quick demo of this. All right, so. So I was going to run this very briefly on shmoocon.org. As shown earlier, when we do this manually, one of the name servers timed out. So this will actually, there is retry logic in here in case there happens to be a network failure or whatnot. It'll take about a minute because it's going to retry that same one that fails a bunch of times just in case you can get a response out of it. But it will show the same results unless they fixed it, since I just announced it earlier today. Cool. We have identified the lame delegation is not authoritative, and we're not 1 million delegations. But you can provide this tool multiple domain names, or even give it a list of as many domain names as you want. It was built to work at scale. All right. That's slide in case the demo didn't work. So let's take this a step further. Can we take over shmoocon.org? Again, we know the two name servers for shmoocon.org, Krusty and Archimedes. We know the first one works. Krusty works, it resolves appropriately. Archimedes does not. It times out, so we know that there's no name server listening there. We can look up the IP addresses of both of these name servers. And if we say to do a whois on those net blocks, we'll see that they're owned by different networks. So the one that works is probably where ShmooCon currently hosts their DNS infrastructure. The other one is probably something I honestly actually have no idea, but it's entirely unrelated network. It's not like two name servers in the same network. Whoever controls that net block could spin up a name server and start taking over probably half the queries for ShmooCon's website. I also briefly want a quick note on CCTLDs. CCTLDs are country code TLDs. They're 2 characters. They are generally not required to follow the same security practices and guidelines as normal TLDs, but most of them do anyways. As a related but different project, I spent a few years doing daily scans looking for lame delegations and many other problems in DNS at all TLDs. So looking for TLDs that you can potentially compromise with other lame delegations or other issues, and I actually found many. And some of which could result in a partial or full takeover of actual TLDs, which would also include all the domain names below them. One thing of note, all the issues found that I identified were exclusively in CCTLDs, likely because they don't have to follow all the best practices. I don't know that, but there's a good, strong correlation there. I reported all the issues I found. Most of the TLD operators were very receptive and very thankful for my reports. However, a few were not. A few never got back to me, and a few were even hostile, unfortunately. And that's one point that was something to consider when looking for a domain name for your next project. If you want to, try to reduce the amount of potential security exposure, choosing one with a better track record might help. Not saying all CCTLs are bad, but some of them follow these best practices, some don't. And I want to do another quick demo. So I've shown how this works with, say, one domain. But what happens if we do a lot more? So domains.txt is a list of, that I have here, is a list of 1,000 random domain names I've done for my domain name database, because I literally have a database of every domain name on the internet. All of these are active this morning. I'm actually just going to make this run a little bit faster. It defaults to 10 threads. I'm going to give it 40, it's 1,000. And as you see, it's already finding lame delegations. These are literally just random domain names that are active in the zone files right now. This will take probably, these 1,000 domain names on 40 threads will probably take about 5 minutes, but I also ran this like an hour ago. And you can see of the, I guess I have 1,003 domains in there, it found 191 lame delegations and 196 other problems. Those other problems could be things that aren't really, couldn't lead to compromise, but they might be something a DNS operator might want to fix, such as two authoritative name servers getting back different results. So this, actually, this only took like 1 minute and 20 seconds to run when I last ran this. Actually, the more domain names you add to this, the more effective and actually recache the same result on each invocation. Back over there. The code is here, and the parent project is under CNS Coffee. That's all. I guess I can have a few extra minutes if anyone has any questions. All right, thank you. Some of these resolved themselves from earlier.
Thank you for what I'm sure was responsible disclosure.
I actually just, I was just shocked it was so good. My disclosure was in my CFP from last year. I actually wrote the disclosure in my CFP. And then I did it again. I'm like, oh, you guys can fix it later? Okay, it's in my talk now. You're in my demo domain.
It's pretty exciting.
Here.
Hey,
Yeah.
sorry, how are you doing? Pretty good. How about yourself? Good. Excellent. Yeah, I'll be there soon enough.
I jumped the gun just to give you an introduction. If you had not already. RS, Ian, RS.
Charlie Geiger. Hi, Charlie Geiger. This is Rose. Hi. Don. Hello, sir. Punctual? Not bad, yeah. Be wrapping up here. You guys should talk to your board. I haven't talked to you. Have you talked to the board? There's a large crowd of you. Excellent. So, we're actually being set up the that's the most important thing.
This is one of the sides. I want to keep talking about it. Are we just using the mics?
We don't have any labs. So those mics, they are connected to the state.
No, that's easy. Charlie, are you just going to sit at the table? What do you think?
I don't know. I kind of hope we do well.
Yeah. I don't think it makes sense for us to switch off at the podium.
Yeah. You're all right.
Yeah. Yeah, please. Thanks, man. Is it one better for you just at the podium, Harley? No, you can switch off. Please do, throw some balls.
Is it that it's not screen mirroring? Right. So go ahead and plug the HDMI in. Okay. Yeah. Before you do the presentation. That was great. Yeah. Oh no, it's going. It's just it's not the presentation. By the way, for one track mind, are we able to ask questions? Yes. I mean, get questions from the audience? Yes. Okay, great. How do I make it? You have to plug it in first. Okay.
Slideshow thing, a PowerPoint slideshow.
Yes. Or they will. Somebody has to be around here and press the button.
If we want to be live on the mic, I wouldn't mind.
You said that all of these will work also.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do I want to like
have the speaker notes on my phone if I need to refer, or should I just use this here, in which case I'll be in this vicinity?
How about I give you the rundown and then you get to sort of, so you're capable for Oh, I see. So when they get questions, there's not going to be someone repeating them. You will hear it, nobody else will hear it.
So we just repeat it, sir?
Yeah, repeat the question. Repeat the question. You guys can take the rest of it. Thank you so much. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, we'll do it this way then.
There you said it. No photographing the crowd? Yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah? Yeah, I added a bunch of text. Yeah. Let's go, buddy.
Good afternoon. Getting a moose selfie? We have just a moment for a moose selfie. By the official con photographer, no less. Taping and streaming team, are we ready to go? Oh, I see a thumbs up. That's awesome. So our next presentation this afternoon is a legal defense fund for hackers from Harley Geiger and Charlie Snyder. Please give them a warm ShmooCon welcome.
Hello, ShmooCon. So I'm crushed to hear that this next year is going to be the last ShmooCon, but I just wanted to say that I'm really grateful to Heidi and to Bruce for all the work that you've put into bringing this community together, and all the staff also that keeps ShmooCon going. I hope that next year is not the last year and that it continues forever after that, but no matter how it turns out, thank you. So we're here today to talk with you about a legal defense fund for hackers. This is a community resource. It's not theoretical. This is operational now. And we are here to make a bit of news on a couple of fronts tonight. I'm Harley Geiger, and I am an attorney with the law firm Venable LLP. I work on cybersecurity law and policy. I help manage security incidents and compliance. I help cybersecurity companies with their policy and legal matters, and I coordinate the Security Research Legal Defense Fund.
Hello. That was loud. My name's Charlie Snyder. I lead security policy at Google, and through several stops in my career, I've had the benefit of working on vulnerability disclosure issues from both the policy and the operational perspective.
Okay, so the Legal Defense Fund.
So let's get into it. Why are we here? What problem are we trying to solve for? So first and foremost, this is an initiative about protecting security researchers and security research. I don't think this group needs a ton of background on the problem we're trying to solve for. I bet many people here have faced legal threats in the past. Some of you might have been sued before. Some of you might have even been arrested before for hacking activities. Earlier in my career, I helped start and run the Pentagon's bug bounty pilot, and one of our top reporters, I think he was a top 3 reporter, was someone who had run afoul of US computer hacking laws in the past and went to federal prison for it. And having served a lengthy stint in federal prison and coming back and signing up to help the US government find bugs and ultimately improve our security, I think was pretty brave. And the reality is that ethical hackers do have valid defenses against a lot of these legal claims. But oftentimes, they don't have access to good legal representation, or they don't even really know where to start. Next slide, please. And it's not just the researchers that lose in this situation. I mean, this creates ecosystem-wide impacts. Software vendors and ultimately users, all users, lose when researchers don't feel comfortable coming forward to report vulnerabilities. A chilling effect on reporting vulnerabilities can lead to a lot of fires that we need to put out in the wild. Bug collectors benefit when hackers can come forward and engage on an equal footing, so you can have a full and frank exchange of information to get to the root of the problem. And you can't have that if you have the threat of litigation or worse hanging over researchers' heads. And so ultimately, with more legal certainty, we can have that deeper conversation, we can get more reports, we can have more chances to fix bugs and solve more problems. Even at Google, I see researchers come to us and report on occasion bugs in other companies' technology. And the reason they do that is because they're afraid. These companies don't have good reputations on security and how they treat vulnerability disclosure issues. So researchers don't want to come to these companies, even though they're trying to help them. So the ecosystem has a lot to lose when we don't have this free feedback loop between hackers and software vendors. Next slide.
So legal defense for good faith security research or ethical hacking has progressed a great deal in the past 5 years or so. We saw a specific defense for security research under Section 1201 of the DMCA, which is one of the US's main anti-hacking laws. We've also seen the Department of Justice additionally announce a charging policy whereby their prosecutors will decline to prosecute good faith security research for acts of good faith security research following that same protection under Section 1201 of the DMCA. Companies around the world are starting to adopt coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs. The US government has led the way admirably in having all civilian agencies adopt coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs. But there are still major sources of liability. Right, so Section 1201 of the DMCA does not protect you for trafficking in vulnerabilities or exploits, which could mean just making them public. The charging policy that the Department of Justice issued only applies to the criminal law, but you can be sued under CFAA as well. And states have their own versions of CFAA, many of which are broader even than the CFAA. And there's no such charging policy for any of the states with the sole exception of Washington State. Thank you for your service. So still out there, we are continuing to see, despite that progress, a chilling effect. We're continuing to see legal threats, despite the growing amount of defense and acceptance of the hacker community. So I founded the Security Research Legal Defense Fund in 2023. Google provided startup funds to establish that fund, or the organization, and Charlie here and Tim Willis from Google deserve a great deal of credit for that. They also deserve credit for not trying to control the organization. Google does not control the Security Research Legal Defense Fund, and nor did they seek to. The Security Research Legal Defense Fund is a standalone organization. It is a nonprofit, and the mission is to advance the public interest by providing financial assistance for legal representation against threats to good faith security research and vulnerability disclosure. Basically, we help hackers pay for their lawyers when they get threatened. And as you heard Charlie and I talking about, these threats can manifest in a variety of ways. We've seen it where a government entity violates free speech, arguably, by seeking to shut down a conference presentation about vulnerability disclosure, about disclosing vulnerabilities. A company can threaten to sue researchers, even though those researchers have one of those defenses that I described earlier, authorized access to the computer or a defense under Section 1201. But as we've seen, even if the threats are bogus, even if the people bringing the threats would lose in court, costs a lot of money just to be able to get that on paper, just to be able to get to the point where you are defending yourself against these claims. And most researchers don't want to spend all their money on lawyers, which is surprising when I found out. But it's true. Now, the first bit of news that we want to announce here tonight about the Security Research Legal Defense Fund is that it was recently recognized by the IRS as a 501c3 public charitable organization. That's a big deal. Anybody can establish a nonprofit, but to be recognized with that C3 status as a charitable nonprofit is in fact an official acknowledgement by the US government that this mission does in fact benefit the public. The IRS sends you a letter and says you are indeed performing a charitable service by helping good faith security researchers with legal assistance for good faith security research. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how it works. The defense funds can provide grants to the ethical hacker's attorney, not directly to the researcher, but to the ethical hacker's attorney. We do operate internationally, not just in the United States. And the defense fund may provide a grant when the grant would go towards representation in a legal matter related to good faith security research. So not other matters, like we won't help you with your very legitimate dispute with your landlord. Second, there has to be some sort of financial need. The security researcher does not have to be completely indigent, but at the same time, the purpose is not to be defending, a very large corporation. And third, the board approves the grant. So there is an independent board. I'll talk about that in a second, and that there is how it is done. So it is an evaluation by the board for these factors. The financial need, and whether it's good faith security research. Now, we use existing legal definitions for good faith security research. We do this because it is in line with US law and is to help ensure that we are benefiting the public. So that definition is derived from Section 1201 of the DMCA. It's like this obscure copyright matter that has become like the cutting edge in hacker protection. But that definition is roughly that it is performed for the purpose of good faith testing, investigation, or correction, or disclosure of a security flaw or vulnerability in a manner designed to avoid harm to individuals or the public, and the information derived from that activity is primarily used to secure the devices or machines or the users of the devices or machines on which that software operates. So that is the definition that we use. These are the three board members. that make the decisions on whether to provide a grant. That is Jim Dempsey, Kurt Opsel, and Amy Stepanovich. All three of them are highly qualified, just renowned experts in law, security, and ethics, and I personally admire them very much. They are also not employed by commercial entities. I coordinate and administer the fund, but I myself do not vote on whether to issue a grant. So I want to point out two additional facts for why this is important. So first, just as a general matter, we, and increasingly the US government, agrees that it is important to protect independent good faith security research. This helps to provide a backstop against the silencing mechanism that a bogus legal threat can provide. This hopefully gives more confidence to good faith security researchers to come forward with their good faith security research and not necessarily have to capitulate to bogus legal threats. But the second thing is that there's a flip side to this, which is that this is also an incentive for the hacker community to act ethically. The Defense Fund only helps good faith security research. So if you commit extortion, if you unnecessarily violate privacy, if you act in a way that is reckless and that harms people, or if you're deliberately harming people, then you are not performing good faith security research, and the Defense Fund will likely not help you. I say likely because that is ultimately up to the board, but if it's not good faith security research, it's not arguably within the mission of the fund. So if you want to be eligible for community help, then you need to act in the best interests of the community. So here's the second big piece of news that we wanted to announce tonight. The Security Research Legal Defense Fund is issuing its first grant to researchers at Dragon Sector. They gave us permission to talk about this publicly, but these agreements were signed literally hours ago this afternoon. We've been kind of shooting language back and forth for a little bit, but it is now official. A few weeks ago, representatives from Dragon Sector in Poland reached out to the Security Research Legal Defense Fund. They told us about their research into train software and that they discovered that the software was artificially shutting down trains. It was a backdoor into the software. Dragon Sector was very quickly threatened with lawsuits because of this research, and they engaged an attorney, a well-known attorney in Poland. And the Defense Board met, reviewed their application, decided that it was good faith security research, saw that there was a financial need, and approved the grant. We've heard from DragonSec, they've authorized us to say publicly that they would have had to think twice about whether they were going to disclose this research at all if they did not have some ability to pay for legal assistance to deal with these threats. The Security Research Legal Defense Fund is going to be issuing these grants over coming weeks to help provide them with funding for legal counseling on their security research and their vulnerability disclosure.
Yeah.
This is a big deal in my opinion, right? This is something, I mentioned the Security Research Legal Defense Fund to Jeff Moss at DEF CON. He goes, oh, that's been tried before. We're doing it. It's happening. It is operational. We're issuing grants. We've got the 501c3 status. It is up and running. It is, and it is now a community resource available to all of you.
So, yeah, sure. Yeah, keep it going. So before we were talking about setting this up, I think we had kind of speculated or kind of hoped that if we created this resource, it would actually never need to be used, because the existence of a legal defense fund might serve as a deterrent to organizations that might want to intimidate or threaten researchers. Now, unfortunately, we just crossed that Rubicon, which is exciting for the fund, but in some ways unfortunate. So our first call to action is to kind of build that deterrent. So first call to action, please evangelize this, share it with your friends. Let's raise awareness that this resource exists for hackers, and raise that awareness both amongst the hackers as well as those who might seek to intimidate. The second call to action is a pretty simple one. It's a legal defense fund. That means it needs funds. So if you are a researcher and you're feeling flush, you're feeling philanthropic, or perhaps you have some employment terms that restrict you from accepting bounty payments, consider donating. And companies should consider ways to donate as well. And I I can't say that this is breaking news because we've announced it before, but if you're a Google bug hunter, you should especially consider donating. And if you do, Google will quadruple that donation. And we would, thank you. We would encourage other companies to do the same. Thank you. We'd encourage other companies to do the same. Ultimately, this is a resource by the community, for the community, to defend the community. So let's spread the word and make sure it's well-resourced.
Yes, fun fact about how IRS rules work, lest you think that we can simply rely on Google's generosity, which I want to again say the fact that they are not trying to control the organization is to their credit. They're doing this for the community. But you cannot rely on donations from a single source. That's the way that 501c3 rules work. So this really does have to be something that will be sustained by the community or not at all. If it is not, provided donations by the public, then that is how public charities no longer are able to function. So it really is up to the community, which has been calling for things like this. It's been calling for legal defenses and to stop bogus lawsuits for some time. It is now up to the community to see what we will do with it. And that is our talk. We have 5 minutes for questions, if anybody has any. Yes, sir.
So how many people have you supported thus far?
So I announced our very first grant tonight. That was our first one, yes. So the question was, how many people have we supported so far? And that was our first. I will also say that we have received other inquiries since then. Literally last night, there was somebody who said, I wish that I knew about this, told us his story, and he would have been a great candidate for the Defense Fund. But we are just now announcing our very first, and we only got our status recently. Applying for 501c3 status from the IRS often will take many months. We have just reached the end of that process, so we are just now operational as a public charity. Other questions, please? Yes? So the question was, if a security researcher finds a vulnerability and goes through the grant program once, and then finds a different vulnerability and wants to go through it again, is that the same program? Is it a one-off? I think ultimately that's going to be up to the board that will make that decision, but my guess is that the answer is that they will simply have a separate application for a separate grant. The grants are not intended to be open-ended. It's not like access to a bank account or something for your security research. It is a cabined grant for this act of security research for which you're facing legal threats. If another act occurs, then that is what is being defended, not a single researcher kind of throughout time. Yes, please. How can people donate to the fund? So right now the best way to donate to the fund is to visit one of these fine websites that you see here on the screen, and there will be an email address there. Shortly we hope to have an electronic means of donating directly from the website, but frankly the email address that's there will come quickly to myself, and then we'll be able to work it out. Yep. Way over there. Yes, so the question was, are we following some sort of a standard or some sort of a definition for good faith security research? The answer to that is yes. So what we are following in the Good Faith Security Research Defense Fund is the definition of good faith security research, which we are deriving from US law. So presently that definition appears in several places, including the exception for security testing in Section 1201 of the DMCA. It also appears in the Department of Justice's charging policy for the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. The reason that we chose that particular definition is because it is in line with US law. It is an officially recognized definition of good faith security research. It recognizes that there are other definitions out there, and tomorrow, in fact, there's going to be a panel on whether there should be a code of practice for security research. But for now, that is the criteria that we're going on because that's one that is enshrined in law. To my right there with the hat. Turnaround time from application to hearing back was the question. Historically, we don't have a ton of history yet, pretty new organization, but the inquiries that we've received, we've responded pretty quickly. So the initial response has been in a matter of days. When we first started, there was a glitch in the website that has been fixed. It's been a matter of days, if not hours, now more recently. From application to the actual grant takes a little bit longer because you have to go through that approval process with the board. There are agreements that have to be signed on both sides, and importantly, we do our due diligence with the security researcher. So I didn't even mention this, but one of the things that we do is we run the security researcher's name as well as their attorney's name through the OFAC list to make sure, to the extent that we can, that these are individuals who are not under sanction, because that is not what the Security Research Legal Defense Fund is trying to do. So to the actual provision of the grant may take a little bit longer. It kind of depends on the circumstances. But for the initial inquiry, you should hear back pretty quick. Yes? The question was, have we or will we talk to the bug bounty programs to make this diversion of funds to enable them to donate easy? That's a great idea. Yes, we're doing that. But it's going to be up to them. I mean, in many cases, they have a couple of them at least have a single charity that they donate to for like a given year. And so there are a lot of charitable priorities out there. But yes, it is something that we are discussing. And I'm being given the big stop sign, so we'll be around. We'll be lobbyconning. Thank you all so very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
one who you're like, where is the speaker? Yeah, but people on the internet get very angry. I've chaired conferences and they get really mad. If you start like a minute early, you're just, I get it. We're like, 2 minutes at a time, you want to hear. Yeah, it's fantastic. First thing everyone asks is it being recorded? Yes. Yes.
There are a couple of people.
Couple. Yeah. You don't say that though, because then everyone's gonna like surreptitiously record, right?
Howdy, folks. Hello out there, out there, out there, out there, out there. Ooh, looks like our taping and streaming team is ready to go. Can y'all hear me out there? You can't hear me out there, can you? Very, very faintly. Ooh, can you hear me a little bit better now? Better now. Ooh, thank you. I love the sound of my own voice. That's why I do this. Not really. We have, at least for the main program, come to our last talk of the evening. Registration will be closing about 15 minutes after this talk is over. There are still a few t-shirts left that are available for a donation. They'll be there tomorrow too. Later this evening in this room there will be the Firetalks. So you will need your ShmooCon badge for that, though, if you do decide to participate in those. It's a good time. Come along for it. Beyond that, we do start up with talks again tomorrow morning, along with all of the rest of our events. That's at 10 a.m. Of course, registration opens a little bit earlier at 9:30. And please come see what ShmooCon is like in the quiet of morning. It's very calm and quiet. So, without any further ado, I would love for you to please give a warm ShmooCon welcome to Katie Nichols on why we need to stop panicking about 0 days.
Thank you so much, and thanks so much for the ShmooCon staff, for all the volunteers, for having me to give a talk that I don't know every conference would accept. As you said, I'm Katie Nichols. My day job is as the Director of Intel Ops at Red Canary. I get to lead the Intel and Thrunting teams, also SANS instructor, and a fellow at the Atlantic Council. And I should say, because like half the audience is MITRE, I used to work at MITRE on the attack team. So yes, they steal all the tickets, blame them. So what we're going to talk about today is 0 days. And rather than trying to scare you, I'm going to go in the opposite direction and talk about maybe why we don't need to panic all so much. So we have an ambitious agenda today. We're going to kick off talking about what the problem is, what I've observed. Maybe you've observed it too. Then I'm going to dive in and talk about why it's important for us to think not just about the 0 day, the vulnerability, but beyond that, how it's exploited in the full chain. We're going to dive into specific evidence about 0 days, right? The scariest type of vulnerability, and oh, they're so prevalent, everyone's using them. Let's dig into what the evidence says there. Then we're going to talk about how we can find some calm by looking at common exploitation patterns, and then we'll wrap up talking about planning in advance, and then how we as a community can kind of do a little bit better to reduce the panic. I know we have a bunch of students here, which is awesome, newer people to the field, so I wanted to start hitting some definitions, and you'll see different definitions. These are mine. I'm calling a vulnerability any kind of flaw or weakness in code, in hardware, in software that can lead to something unintended. In our context, usually that's something bad, like remotely executing code or escalating privileges. And then within that umbrella of vulnerabilities, there's a 0 day vulnerability, right? This is something that only the researcher or the adversary knows about. It's not known publicly.
different interpretations of why it's called zero, but maybe there are 0 days to respond to it. So those are our definitions as we get started. So what's the problem here? Why did I feel passionately enough to come up here and rant at you just a little bit? Take a look at this, and I'd like you all to participate at the end of the day, but you have some energy. Ever heard something like this? This 0 day is gonna be really bad. Cancel your weekend plans. Anyone? Raise your hand if you've heard something like that, maybe from a friend on social media. Decent number of people. Okay, it's not just me. Often a random person on the internet says it. Every Friday. Today, actually, I think there's a Juniper 0 day out. So cancel your weekend plans, everyone. No. Stay here at ShmooCon. So why do we do this? I have a couple of hypotheses, opinions that I have on why. First off, groupthink. Right, this is a common cognitive bias in my favorite field, threat intel, where everyone starts to think the same way. Well, if I see my team or someone on the internet that I trust panicking about a vulnerability, a 0 day, I might feel like, well, I should panic too. So we all kind of stir each other up, so to speak. The other reason, right, we want to be good at our jobs. We want to take these things seriously. If there's a scary vulnerability people are talking about, I want to take it seriously, so maybe that ups my panic level. I also feel like there's an aspect here of we want to feel like what we do and the work we do is important. And so obviously if we panic, that means that what we do is really important, of course. Well, the reality is, like, you all do important work. We do important work together. You don't have to panic to try to prove that. So why do I think this is a problem? Couple reasons. First off, shiny object syndrome. Let's say today you were doing some foundational work, implementing analytics, doing some asset inventory. Instead, this Juniper 0 day comes up and you're like, ooh, shiny. Let's go dive into this and ignore maybe higher impact work than chasing a vulnerability in software that maybe you don't even have, right? The other thing that I like to highlight about this, we as a community have a problem with burnout, mental health. What we do is intense, and it can be tough, long hours. And my feeling and observation is that ramping each other up and panicking about 0 days, about incidents, about breaking news, just leads to more stress, and that contributes to burnout. If we're burnt out, right, we're not going to be effective. Like, take care of yourself first. So I really think this is why we need to talk about this as a community. So let's dive in and try to get to some calm. I want you to think of a vulnerability like an opportunity, like an unlocked or open door. So let's say I go on vacation for a week to a nice tropical beach and I accidentally leave my door unlocked. Well, that sucks, but I live in a pretty quiet neighborhood. My neighbors watch, so the reality is that's not a problem unless someone comes through that open door. It sounds really obvious when I'm talking about my front door, but we forget this with vulnerabilities. If a threat doesn't exploit that vulnerability, if a person doesn't go through that door, it's not a problem. And for whatever reason, sometimes adversaries choose not to go through open doors even though they exist. The other thing that I want to point out with this metaphor, in an ideal world, I would lock my door. No one would get in. But I'm paranoid, I have a security system. So let's say that someone does get through my front door. Well, my motion detector goes off, alarm goes off, scares them away, they leave before stealing my TV. Well, I wish they didn't get in my house, but that's better than them stealing my TV, right? Same thing applies in cyber intrusions. In an ideal world, no one gets in our environment, but if they do, it maybe isn't the end of the world. Probably heard of some version of an intrusion chain, a kill chain. Whatever version you want to use, this is what's powerful about this model, right? So many vulnerabilities are what I call kind of initial access vulnerabilities. They're in internet-facing devices. They often will allow remote code execution. And so if one of those vulnerabilities is exploited, right, the adversaries get in. The reality is there are going to be flaws in code. We can try to prevent that, work on secure design, but there are going to be those vulnerabilities. You can't stop every vulnerability from existing. But the good news is, after adversaries exploit that vulnerability, they do a bunch of other stuff, right? This is just an example. They execute code, they do reconnaissance, they move around, they don't want to just land on the appliance or device or software that had the vuln. They want to get elsewhere. And then they want to do bad things like steal or encrypt data. So maybe you can't stop that vulnerability from being exploited, but you have so many opportunities here to detect and mitigate and stop this before it gets to the really bad stuff. Let's dive a little bit into 0 days themselves. Right? I know it's the scariest concept. We have a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt because it's the fear of the unknown. And there's an assumption that advanced actors, that so many actors are going to use 0 days all the time. Well, let's take a look at some evidence on what that usage actually looks like. So CISA did analysis in 2022 of what are the vulnerabilities, what years are the vulnerabilities that are most commonly exploited by actors. And I would say if it's true that 0 days are the most prevalently exploited type of vulnerability, we would expect, right, almost 100% of the routinely exploited vulnerabilities to be that same year. Their analysis showed this wasn't the case. Over half of the routinely exploited vulnerabilities from 2018 and 2021, before that current year of 2022, showing that, hey, maybe some of these older vulnerabilities are still being exploited. Another analysis from the Gray Noise team, a resource I highly recommend. I think their new version of this exploitation report is coming out soon. They looked at CISA's known exploited vulnerabilities catalog. Again, a catalog of everything CISA knows about that's been exploited in the wild. And they mapped each of those to the year that vulnerability was disclosed. Again, if more recent, 0-day type vulnerabilities were prevalent, we would expect to see, right, everything here at the right. But instead, what they noted, 77% of exploited vulnerabilities in that catalog were older than the current year. Right? Take a look back. Adversaries are exploiting vulnerabilities that date back to 2007 even. But what about the APTs? And I can give a whole separate ranty talk about APTs, advanced persistent threats, those state-sponsored actors. Well, they're advanced, so they're going to use 0 days, right? Okay, not always. Right, this is a report on the threat group APT-28, a Russian state-sponsored group who was exploiting a vulnerability in Cisco routers from 2017. As recently as 2021, if I had to guess, might still be exploiting that. Even advanced actors exploit older vulnerabilities because 0 days are hard to find. They're not going to burn them if they can exploit an older vulnerability. That's what the evidence shows us. That said, the evidence also shows us, yes, sometimes 0 days are exploited, but we have good news about that as well. One of the ways we can find calm around 0 days is knowing that there are common exploitation paths adversaries commonly will use. The 0 day, we don't know what it is, but the good news is maybe we can anticipate the paths they will follow after they exploit that 0 day. We can use threat intelligence, knowledge of adversaries, to create these high-level paths or models. Here's a high-level one that, credit to my teammate Tony, right? This is based on my team, other folks' research. We commonly see this pattern. Adversaries will find a 0 day in some kind of internet-facing device or appliance. VPN appliances, firewalls, there are a lot of these. Adversaries focus on those because a lot of times people aren't monitoring them and they're facing the internet. So a great target for finding vulnerabilities. So adversary exploits those 0 days in that appliance, and they get on that appliance. A lot of adversaries love to drop web shells to execute code and persist. Maybe they do some other bad things on that appliance. But if they're just on one appliance, they can't do as much badness, so they want to move around. They move laterally to other parts of the network. Then ultimately, very technical here, they do bad things in other parts of the network. This is where things like MITRE ATT&CK can be helpful, because as you start mapping these chains, what you'll see is similar techniques coming up over and over again. This is what my team has found. The other reason having this kind of high-level model or path is helpful is it also helps us anticipate and think about if there is a new 0 day that might map to this model, where can we get the best visibility? a lot of people don't think about the fact that many of these perimeter-facing appliances have no monitoring. Usually EDR sensors are not installed there. They just kind of hang out facing the internet, which is a little bit scary. But the good news is, right, you do have a better chance of catching as the adversary moves out of that appliance, moves to other parts of the network. Shout out to the Velexity team who does awesome research, and I was preparing my slides, and I was like, perfect. A headline from Wednesday about 2 new 0 days in a VPN appliance. I made this model ahead of time. Let me see if it fits. Sure enough, it does. 2 vulnerabilities, 2 0 days in a VPN appliance. Then adversaries modified legitimate files, added a web shell in that VPN appliance. Then they moved laterally. This is not magic. It's threat intelligence, knowing what actors like to do. And one of my first guesses of how adversaries are going to move laterally, common protocol, remote desktop protocol, RDP is going to be one of my first guesses. That's one of the ways they moved. Then ultimately did bad things, used web shells. In many intrusions, you can reasonably anticipate adversaries are going to dump credentials as well. And that's what they did. Really high level, but hopefully you can see the power in taking this from, oh my gosh, there are new 0 days, to, hey, wait, let's back up. Even if this Velexity blog wasn't public, and there's also research from Mandiant on this, right, you might be able to hypothesize, well, they probably are going to move off that appliance. We know how to look for lateral movement. We know how to look for credential dumping. Focus on the aspects that you can detect and mitigate. From there, you can play a little game of mix and match, kind of a game of Clue, right? Colonel Mustard in the library with the wrench. This is theoretical, but right, insert your appliance and technique of choice. Maybe it's ImPacket for lateral movement. Maybe they steal data at the end. Let's shuffle. Okay, maybe it's a Fortinet appliance. Maybe they use RDP. Maybe they do some crypto mining here. What you'll find if you start analyzing more and more of these intrusions, there's a lot of things that adversaries could do, but there's a handful of techniques of what they most commonly do. Again, knowing this, planning out these models, even if they're high level and simple, can help you get more confidence, right, as you seek to anticipate and then respond to whatever 0 day or vulnerability you might be facing. Let's talk about how defenders and then we as a community can do better. Plan, right? A lot of people have incident response plans, but I don't know that everyone has plans for how to deal with vulnerabilities. Again, the reality is vulnerabilities are going to happen, so plan in advance how your team's going to handle them. Again, bringing a sense of calm. First step, a lot of people miss this one. I know it seems obvious, but are you even affected by it? Right? There was a vulnerability in a Juniper appliance, an operating system today. Do you use it in your network? If you don't, cool, definitely don't need to cancel your weekend plans. This is where foundations like an asset management system really matter. Maybe go talk to your accounting team, because if you're paying for software, they probably know about it. That's one place I found that people overlook. Next thing, think about what type of vulnerability it is. CVSS scores can help here, but just thinking the basics. Is this a remote code execution vulnerability, right? In maybe an internet-facing appliance, that's probably going to be worse than something like a privilege escalation vulnerability that an adversary might need to already be in your network to exploit. All vulnerabilities are not created equal, so think about what type you're dealing with. Next, bring in your threat intelligence. The first question I ask about any vulnerability, has anyone seen it being exploited? Again, if a person doesn't go through that open door, it's not quite as concerning. This is where you use threat intelligence, right? I'll give you a list of resources, people that I think release great research about adversaries exploiting vulnerabilities. This is also where, if you prepared in advance and thought about those common exploitation paths, refer back to those, especially if there's not a lot of information. Next, think about how tough it is to fix it, or if you might just have to implement some mitigations. Those of us, myself included, who have never been a system administrator, often will say, just patch. Well, if there are any sysadmins in the audience, you're probably like, it's not that easy. I have chatted with folks who have tried to patch some of these things. It's a lot of downtime, it's a lot of work. And so if you assess you can't necessarily patch it immediately, maybe there are other mitigations. Then, after you've done all of that, then take actions. Yes, if you can patch, patch. I'm not saying to ignore vulnerabilities. I'm saying understand them, understand how and if they affect you, then take action. Also realize sometimes you might not be able to patch immediately. You might have to have other mitigations. That's also where those common exploitation paths come in, right? Looking to those techniques that we might see if we can't patch immediately. So those are all focused on if you're defending a network or a bunch of networks. As a community, we can also help each other calm down a little bit. Big one, don't spread FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt. If you see someone freaking out and telling everyone to cancel their weekend plans, don't reshare that. Ignore it, turn it off. You have an option of what you consume and what you share. Use that. Instead, share useful information, right? If you have information about a mitigation that's worked for you, share that. If there's a great blog post from Velexity or others, share that. If you have an analytic that will help catch this, share that. Share useful information, not fear, uncertainty, and doubt. The other aspect, and there are other talks, amazing talks at ShmooCon about this, right? Anyone who's a developer, think about secure code practices, secure by design, then maybe we'll have fewer vulnerabilities to deal with. Here are some recommended sources. I will post my slides a few minutes after I finish up, so you don't need to take a screenshot or anything here. A lot of these folks are vendors. I'm good if vendors share useful information, awesome. Others like CISA, MITRE ATT&CK, of course, I have to mention. If you search for exploitation 4, you can see all the different techniques relating to vulnerability exploitation. I have to call out CISA, great advisories, and their known exploited vulnerability catalog. Very, very useful in figuring out how the adversaries actually exploited this. And again, if anyone's trying to scare you or tells you to cancel your weekend plans, probably avoid those sources. As we wrap up, we've covered a bunch in just under 20 minutes, I hope. Big message, you do not need to panic about 0 days if you don't want to. Talked about my concerns, it contributes to burnout and stress in our community. Remember, vulnerabilities are open doors. Threats have to exploit them. We can use that to our advantage. We can use that knowledge of common exploitation paths to make us feel calmer, to get a handle on what threats are doing. Plan ahead. Don't just have an incident response plan, have a plan for how you evaluate and deal with vulnerabilities. And then lastly, the biggest way we can stop this is just by refusing to spread fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Share useful information that lifts each other's up, that helps us improve our defenses. Don't share FUD. That's all I have for you all. Thank you all so much. I think I'm right at time, so if you have questions, I'll just hang out for a few minutes. Thank you all. Thank you all for masking. Have a wonderful ShmooCon. Oh, good. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Unplug there. Try not to ruin your microphones.
No, we're gonna need to. I don't know what we're gonna do, but we are gonna need to fix that.
It worked. People could hear me. Goal achieved. Oh yeah, I got to get used to the lights. Yeah, repack all the things. Oh, I like gifts. Thank you. Does anyone else have a gift? I'm just kidding. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for coming today. Have a great evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow. If you could please clear the room, we would appreciate it so we can pack up.
You need it live?
No, we're, well, They'll be
Pull
pulled
them
in.
right down.
No, that's fine. I think they heard me. Can we figure out a different, or were you taping them together so that they weren't echoing, or?
Yeah, just a little bit, but.
So what happens though is that it's right in the face of the person, such that our recording, like, we
You
could
can pull
see
one
it.
down then, it's fine.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what he was saying. You can pull one down. I didn't know that. So.
If I could do an A/B test really quick for
Sure. Are you in this room?
I'm sorry?
Are you in this room?
I didn't bring it on.
Yes, that's this room. So, yeah, come on up.
Thank you.
Yeah, what time's your talk?
12 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Are we doing setup testing now?
Yeah, if you'd like. Are you together?
No.
Oh, but no.
I have a very complicated setup.
Okay.
So there's another session right now?
No, there is not another session.
Not till 8.
Not until 8. Yeah, thank you for doing this.
Want to make sure it all works.
Yeah.
I'm in Build It.
Uh-huh.
Is it the same style?
Theoretically.
Okay, I'll need a table and access to some kind of power strip.
Okay.
There we go.
There's, well,
I
again.
brought my own power strip.
Okay. So there is power here, but like I say, if tomorrow, like I can't.
I'm right at the lunch break. They put
Okay.
me there to make sure that you got time
That'd
to get
be
it right.
that'd be great, just because like it's going to be a little bit different.
Okay.
Because I know that we didn't get power to the podiums in all of the rooms, so I mean we could certainly give it a shot, but I wouldn't want to take it working here as representative of it working over there.
So I'll also be doing my demo entirely at the table.
Okay. Yeah, so
But
the
I can
table
stay-
setup
I
and
can stay
space is
put.
a lot smaller over there. So again, if you're looking for how it'll all fit out, it's not representative here.
Do you guys have, what's the Wi-Fi network that I should be
So ShmooCon is the open one. There's ShmooCon WPA if you have generated an ID.
ShmooCon, what's the...
It's open.
And I can plug in now, I think. This is just
Sure.
USB-C. Great. That works.
Do we need adapters or anything?
No, I don't. We're about to find out.
Okay.
We haven't turned everything off
That
yet,
looks
have we?
like it's working.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, look, it works. You're a Googler.
I
am
am
a
just
Googler.
going to hang out and see what problems arise.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed, none.
None would be great.
There is no next talk
We're-
until Firetalks.
Yeah.
That's at 8.
We're doing AV checks for other speakers.
What's up?
Yes.
If someone else wants to test something, I can...
Yeah, it's fine.
Right now, the speakers are here testing.
Yeah, you can, if you want to plug in, you can plug in.
like you're about done.
Yeah. You can take over for a moment.
No. Finish up.
I've got to be doing some updates or whatever. Yeah, you should go. Actually, can I plug in the power?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent.
So do you want HDMI or USB-C?
HDMI.
Yeah, I'm gonna help out. So if you want a sconce, I can. That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. I got this. Okay. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Here's my plug. I've got an extension here.
So the main plug is over here. So that's gonna have to, yeah, it's probably gonna need to be.
Well, I assume I'm gonna be sitting right here.
Okay.
His laptop's there.
Yeah, so if we go this way. Oh yeah, this will just reach. There you go, you're plugged in. You got the power.
Do you work at Raytheon Codex?
Yes.
Oh, it was just there. I used to work there. My name's Seth Jenkins. What's your name?
Dan Nagel.
Dan Nagel. Okay.
When did you leave?
I left August 2023.
Oh, well, we were there. I've been there since
August 2022.
I've been there since February 2020.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
You probably
what
saw me in
office
the
do you work
newsletter
out
a
of?
couple times.
Which office are you in?
Huntsville.
Huntsville. Okay. I worked out of NVP, so
Okay.
that's funny. What contract are you on?
Fearful Symmetry.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I know about that one.
Yeah, Fearful Symmetry is a big deal.
I worked on PK.
Okay, I don't know anything about that. But we're all pretty siloed, as you know.
Yeah, it was a C3 contract. My name's Seth.
Seth.
Yeah.
Dan. Cool.
You know DeMarcus Williams?
Name is familiar.
He used to work at the Huntsville office.
The challenge because I get all the similar.
So here's my demo. I have 3 slides. The rest is demos.
Nice.
Yeah, so as soon as they're done, you can touch your. Okay.
Cool. I found it.
The challenge I get all the time is like people are just like, oh, you work for this agency. It's like, yeah, there are 30,000 people in this.
It's a big.
And
it's a
I'm
big
horrible
place.
with names.
All right.
Codex is quite small. It's like 100, 150.
So if you come here.
Oh, let me see if I can get.
Now, I was just going to hold it up to the microphone.
So there should be audio out, but I think.
So I was just going to hold it up to my microphone when it's playing.
Okay.
And that should be good.
Because there's a 3.5-inch jack.
No, we don't need to pipe it out. The thing is, I sent a command and audio plays, so I'm going to hold it up to the microphone. It's like, yep, it's playing.
Okay. Do you want me to
And
light up
that's all that needs to happen.
Do we want to light up the microphones just to make sure it's loud enough?
Yeah.
Okay. I got to tell the guy in the back to light it back up.
So what's your talk?
Driving forward in Android drivers. Doing Android kernel driver hacking.
Cool. Is that the same as mine? Same time? I'm gonna miss it.
You may, I'm
that
at 12.
sounds familiar.
I'm at 12.
No, we're good. I am tracking world's dumbest Cyberman and hi, my name is Keyboard.
Oh,
That's my competition.
Okay, yeah.
Hacking network APIs. It's gonna be a lot cooler.
Okay.
Everybody's gonna come to mine.
All 3 of those sound super interesting. The keyboard one sounds cool. The dumbest Cyber Mercenary sounds like a fun time.
How come no one else is testing their setup?
It's early days. Maybe people are just not showing up yet. It's only 6:30.
So this is the app that I'm showing off. This is my project, my app.
See, I don't need to come to your presentation tomorrow because I'm going to get it right here. It's going to be awesome.
So it's called Panicking. I've been developing this app for about 10 years now.
I don't know, and I'm not going to fuck with his board.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. I'm pretty certain that if I just take this, hold it up to the microphone, we can say, yep, audio's playing.
Yeah, well, so if you're in the, which room are you going to be in? Building. So there should be mics on the table as well. There should be 2 mics. So you should be able to actually just...
So I can just do everything with this mic and be like, what?
Yep.
All right, perfect. All right, I'm going to shut down. I'm pleased.
Okay.
Thanks for your help. And this comes out okay on your end?
So the...
Yep, there it is.
Yep.
All right, perfect.
It looked fine when I was cruising past.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep.
Alright, it's good to know that this fit. So I did this presentation in Sweden.
In where?
Sweden.
Ah, okay.
And they had European plugs. I brought a European transformer plug and a backup and a third backup, and one of them blew out.
Oh,
so I
geez.
actually needed my second backup.
That's lucky. That's a good thing you brought it.
It's shockingly hard to find American to European. You think that'd be a thing you can buy over there, but no, it's always the other direction.
Oh, yeah. Once you're over there, finding them here isn't too hard, but...
So yeah, it completely blew out. I was sitting up in the hotel room and the hotel lights turned off. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh yeah, you blew a fuse of some sort.
Fortunately, the guy wasn't pissed or anything. It's probably an old hotel.
And your
I'm
laptop
gonna pack up the stuff. Let me get out of your way.
will it be here or will it be on the podium?
It'll be on the podium.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
It'll be on the podium. You also have that's the same view of what's going up on the screens of the ShmooCon.
Okay.
So that's your presenter view. So that's what everybody sees. And then you'll have the normal PowerPoint, your presenter view here.
Okay.
So you'll get the next slide, current slide. You can do the laser pointer view of PowerPoint. Yep.
Sweet. Okay, cool. What I need to know. Right arrow. And you guys are sitting there.
Right arrow or so it'll be all set up so
it is 10 minutes, but I'll talk to you in between.
you can also just stay on the space.
Yeah, okay.
And then if you need to go back.
So, it may not look like it, but this is a Raspberry Pi.
Yes, I've seen these. These are the Canicuts, right?
No, this is an official Raspberry Pi.
Oh, okay. I've
I've
seen these before.
They make them in this form factor now.
Awesome.
It is so convenient.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I mean, you pay more than the $35, but it's so convenient. I'm so glad they had that. I don't need to pack a keyboard or anything. It's all. I don't need to piece it together. It's all ready to go.
Something that makes more money.
Did you know? Oh, did you know?
Yeah, they are now. They are for sure. So,
What's his name?
I live
Dave Katz.
Yeah.
He used to work on Field for Symmetry.
Maybe a long time. Because I've been on Fearful for like 4 years.
Really? I thought he was on Fearful, or you might know Krishna Seshadri. Krishna Seshadri? I think he was on Fearful as well. I heard Fearful from
Can these folks test?
Yeah. I've got something going on here. I was just running an update, but you can, you can take whatever space you want.
Cool. Well, I think I'm all set. Thank you so much.
Yep. And this is your adapter, right? Or ours?
No, it is. It was here when I got here.
Okay. Ours are usually labeled, so if you have your own adapter, that's usually better.
I don't, so that's perfect.
Okay.
Well, I was actually going to say, random adapter, let's just plug it in.
Do you know if each of the rooms get clickers, or are we just...
No, so you're bringing your own equipment. So whatever you present with. So if you have a clicker, you use your clicker.
Okay.
Because it's tied to your laptop. The best we do is give you random display port. Say, trust us. It won't.
We're sure it's fine.
Pretty sure it's fine. It just lives back there. Nobody can go into the unlock.
I think I'm good for tomorrow. I think I'm good for tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, cool.
Do you know for belay it, is it a table of...
So you'll have basically one table with two static mics on it, and then you'll have a podium with one.
Yeah, sure.
Boom mic like that. That's kind of annoying because your laptop screen gets in its way. So you'll have to negotiate that. But yeah, same kind of podium. We'll have like a non-slip thing on it.
It's been really nice.
I don't think you're going to get a presenter view monitor. Okay. Two screens going to be off to the side. And I don't know if you were in the speaker briefing or not, but generally, like where the projectors are, you're not going to be able to point them. So if you have a method for pointing at them on your screen, use that. Okay. That's helpful. So it's like, I know like PowerPoint has like the little like virtual laser pointer that you can use. Definitely use that. Okay. That'll actually be visible even if you had it. Good, Rex? Are you good?
Yep. I'm going to go get something to eat. And I told everybody that I'd be out to
Yeah, we're doing testing, so I'll be here till basically 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
By the way, I'm Gary.
Hi, nice to meet you, Gary. I'm Seth.
Hi, Seth.
I would have my personal laptop. All right. Thanks. That's why I would have gone far around because
I'm just doing an AV check since I'm one of the Firetalkers.
Yep.
Oh, just one more. Oh, so do we need any? Yeah. Good? Okay.
We don't own any of this shit here, so.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go, you're on the screens. Yeehaw!
Okay, so that works really easy. How's that? Are you glad that I did that? I know I am. And that's the way it's supposed to work, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, so you won't get that monitor. I don't believe you will have that monitor in the Blade, but you'll have similar like HDMI, two screens off to the sides. You will not be able to point at them and be understandable of what you're actually pointing at. So if you have a way to do it on the laptop, like PowerPoint's virtual pointer thing, do it that way.
I think I just set a record for doing my check.
Well, there's three. Okay. Do we want to? Are we? I don't know. It was our first time speaking. We weren't sure. Are we fast enough? Are we all going to the podium?
So you should all have mics, and if you just say, my recommendation would be just say next slide, and just have one person at the podium, and then the other two have mics, because you'll have the wired mics on the table. That you can pick up, and I think we might have a wireless as well for those rooms that if you want to be able to walk around, you can. I would just call it off as next slide. Unfortunately, like around here, like finding a Staples that's open now that it's Friday and almost 7 o'clock. Good luck.
Well, luckily our talk is we're the last one on Sunday.
Oh, you're not till Sunday. You can hit Micro Center in Rockville.
I mean, what I would say is let's actually see the setup tomorrow, and if we really want one, maybe we can get one. Or one of us could just stand at the podium and handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would recommend. The most introverted person and let the other people do the talking.
funny because so the most introverted person will be the one at
At
the podium.
the podium, but all they're doing is moving the slides.
Well, we've kind of tag teamed there.
Oh, you're this one, the one that didn't make it on the program.
Yeah.
You didn't make it?
No.
Well, so it's on the schedule,
but not the blurb.
An accident. It was just an accidental. Like 5 people look at this thing, including my wife, who actually does the program. And
I'm only sad about it because, of course, it's the, we've got the.
Yeah, the hard copy.
And it's the memento. That's
Yeah. So you're up on the screens up there.
Looks good.
Granted, again, it's going to be smaller screens that are kind of more floor mounted in the other room. You can peek your head into there if you want to. But
Is it which side's belay it?
Let me look at my map.
Julie.
I can't remember. Belay it is that one.
It's this one. Okay.
I happen to attest as well.
Oh, wait, no. Belay it is that one.
Okay, now belay it. Okay.
That one. And I know that it's not actually set up, so the projectors are there. They haven't hooked up the HDMI yet, so you can't actually display on it.
Okay. But I'm glad to see that we will get the little notes.
Yeah.
So that's helpful.
For the actual adapter, is that provided in each room, or do we have to go pick it up?
So we have some.
What
we
kind
prefer
do
you
need?
to use your own.
I have one. I can go run and get it.
I have several.
Yeah, so we have a handful. So there's enough, but especially if you're USB-C, you should be fine.
Okay.
If you're some weird, old mini display ports, DVI.
If we were trying to use my laptop, it is mini display ports.
Old Apple.
No, old. Actually, not even Apple. Old Dell.
Old Dell. Wow, that old.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess my Surfaces have those.
I think this laptop is from 2012.
I can't make those do anything useful.
I run Ubuntu, so
I've tried running Ubuntu and Zoom just makes the damn thing scream, and then I just say, fuck it, it's just a thin client now.
See my
And I just run everything on a VM server, and just say, fuck it, it's all there. I run graphic accelerated no machine and just get virtual desktops on it. Today I want Windows, tomorrow I want Linux.
That's pretty cool. Like a Proxmox setup?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I love me some Proxmox. Yeah. I've got one at work running a Ceph cluster, and it is so simple to set it up.
Okay.
It's just you set up 3 servers, expose a bunch of drives to it, and just say configure Ceph, and it just does it.
Sounds amazing.
And it doesn't cost $50,000, which is what
I'm holding up the line, sorry guys. I'm trying to figure out how to get it so that when I actually try and display the slideshow, it shows on
if you guys want to
the
present,
right thing.
he's oh no, he is actually
He's
silver.
jacked into the Matrix. Sorry, I am. No, it's better to figure this out. This. That's what I want. Okay, that's looking better. There it is. Alright, and then can I do this?
What OS is that?
Yes, can do this. This is G Linux. It's a Google internal Linux. Okay, so that works great.
Can they give that instead of Chromebook and it's bastardized VM?
No, only a Linux that users have.
That sounds exclusive and cool.
It's nothing. It's
Don't say that.
Google.
Don't keep the memory.
It's Linux except.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, I mean that's what the Chrome OS VM it mostly works until you try and use a snap.
Oh.
Yeah. And then it freaks out, or if you try and say, "Oh, hey, I'm just gonna run the Linux Zoom client," and it loses its mind.
Why would you do that? Yeah.
It's just use the one built in the browser. It's yeah, because it crashes every other.
Wow.
No, and then I just say, "Fuck it, I'm formatting it."
There's one way to solve this problem.
So Fedora doesn't support Bluetooth sound profiles very well. So.
There's a
Ubuntu
series
doesn't
of
either. None of the Linux support. I have a really nice Bluetooth speakerphone Yeah, works beautifully in Windows. Works actually really well on Chrome OS. Does not, absolutely will not work on Linux.
It's unfortunate.
Especially because 15 different flavors of Linux. I've tried it.
Sound not a good thing.
Yeah.
Is it big enough that you can see?
Why doesn't it work on Linux?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not
Yeah,
even like a weird thing. It's a freaking Falcon.
Oh, no, you're not doing Amazon brand AZYG.
Nobody else has a good wireless.
No, like, like,
This is great. It's got a big button that says mute.
yeah. Clearly labeled.
Clearly labeled.
Yeah, it's big enough. It goes
All right. Bright red when it's muted, and I can just sit there on the side and like people are like, "You're not muted."
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
Actually,
Someone else can take over.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. Go straight HDMI to.
Yeah, just like
Sorry,
one of
I
the things
just
that
put a
annoys me
sticker
with
on right
Linux
there.
is
Oh, no problem.
keep Windows around.
There's sometimes you just need things to work and not be science.
Yeah, I would do Apple, except I'm not rich.
This is look, I hang on for them for a while, but yeah.
I don't want to pay $2,000 for a laptop.
Oh no, yeah, it is.
I want to pay $1,000 for a laptop.
Yeah, you have to the only way it makes sense is if you amortize it. Okay, let me just, sorry, I'm just gonna hop out really quick and see if it's legible on my horrible slides. So,
Yep.
okay, I think I'm good. Like, if I can read it from here, they can read it from the back of the room, I figure.
Is that how that works?
I mean, let's go with that.
You want to run out and see if you can, like,
Just like see how quickly it switches.
I don't know the best vision. I'll go get it.
On the screen.
I am indeed.
That might be illegible.
It looks reasonably legible.
You're going to be in this room?
Yes.
Okay, then you're fine. If you're in the side rooms, screens are smaller.
Yeah, I don't know. That's... A little bigger?
I think he's still saying bigger.
Is he giving me the finger? Is he saying...
A little of both.
That's good?
Thought you guys might want to know the Twitch stream is still live and all the mics are hot.
Okay. Hey, streaming?
Figured I'd let you know.
We're pretty good.
Good? Okay. All right, and then... So grab yours and we'll just, like, see...
Yep, how quickly it decides to switch. Okay, so
That's not terrible.
that's not
Yeah, we can work with that.
And you guys have pictures, so it should help. Like,
Yeah.
I think just
Oh, I didn't check what the slides look like.
yeah, we should do that.
We should
definitely do that. And then the other, save the demo, just the video for this one, just in case.
Yeah,
Just have it queued up. I cut this out.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. All right. It just occurred to me that we did not think to check.
Against
Like-
my better judgment.
no, it's everyone wins.
That's how I feel too. Like my exploit is maybe 50% reliable.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Just run it twice.
I have a like pretty crappy model in my attack chain, and so like we'll see what performance I get on this.
All right.
My goal is my plan is to run the exploit, and when it crashes the first time, which it inevitably will, then I'll take questions for a couple moments, then I'll throw again, and hopefully I don't run.
That looks pretty readable.
I think it's good. The one thing I was thinking, do we want to do like a like one of the guys that I was watching, he put his like contact information on the screen at the end.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We probably should. Did we not do that?
We did not.
That was dumb of us.
Yeah.
Is it like an active thing?
And so this diagram I put in there, and I'm like, I don't want you to read that diagram because it's the one next to it. Because I'm like, it's.
Yeah, we're in like 2 minutes, right?
What's the best way to hook this up?
There should be an HDMI. The instructions are.
No, I'm just looking for an HDMI cable.
Yeah, the red one. Well,
Okay, here, please help me.
I'm happy to help you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, take it from
So,
Thanks.
at the place I got my nails done,
I
I picked a cat eye polish, but she did not apply a magnet to it, so there's no cat eye.
You can bribe time whenever you want.
But
if you bribe time now, then it may
gel polish
influence them
Relax,
for another speaker, though. So you got to be careful.
So I'm not even upset that she didn't magnet it. I'm like, $44 plus tip. Deal. That's amazing. That's a steal.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it
glad that I
to...
prioritized sleep. Yeah. I just needed it so bad, and I had meetings.
Oh, I was
Sweet. Right.
You good?
It will be good.
Honestly, I kind of hope they're not awesome. It's way more entertaining if they're not.
Do you want to see your slot, or do you have the?
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to speak from you. Okay, keep changing.
Yeah. So if you just go full screen, if you go presentation mode. Oh, here.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Just temporarily, because we need to see it.
Yeah, you can. And then now it's off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it can be nerve-wracking. Take your time.
Yeah, sweet.
Very cool. Oh. Good evening, everybody. Oh, we're hanging on. Is streaming ready? Okay, we're live. Hey, I just wanted to welcome everybody to the next to the last ShmooCon Firetalks. I know, sad, but also, you know, there's good parts too, right? At least that's what we tell ourselves. Anyway, so who's here that has never been to a Firetalk session previously? Oh, okay, so we got a lot, actually. All right. Anyway, this is just, like years ago when I would, and even now, there's a lot of talks that I would go to, and there was like this one key point, and they always made this point that was just awesome, like in the last 10 minutes of the talk. And so the idea of Firetalks is to maybe go in and just give a quick overview of kind of the background to give context, right? But then really in a 15-minute period, say, you know, that last 5 minutes, just dive into the meat of the topic. And so that's what it started at, is something, there were people that did this before me, and I sort of took it and evolved it into what we do here now. So, but anyway, this is something to do on Friday night. It's something to give maybe new speakers the opportunity to speak at a major conference. The other thing is it gives us the opportunity, or even more seasoned speakers, to maybe test out some of the topics that might be a little edgy. And so this evening we have a good mix of talks, both from newer speakers as well as those that are more seasoned. So we have 6 contestants. You get 15 minutes, like I previously talked about. And we have the judges who are on hand. And so the idea here is to come up, have fun, give this great talk, and then have the judges in a fun and entertaining way just give some feedback so that you can take it to the next level the next time. All right, so this year, starting on the end here, and I'll let them give their own quick little intro, is we have Space Rogue.
Hi. I don't know. I currently work at IBM, X-Force. I wrote a book. I was in a group a long time ago. That's about it.
He was in the original InfoSec boy band.
What's that?
The InfoSec boy band, known as Loft.
Oh, the InfoSec boy band, yes. Known as Loft. Yeah, that was me.
I think Space Rogue has been a judge every Firetalks that I can
except for, I
remember.
think, the first 1 or 2,
Okay.
and I missed one for a broken leg. So other
Cool.
than that, I've been at all of them.
Great.
I'm Katie Masouras. I'm the founder and CEO of Luta Security. I think I've been a judge maybe 3 times before this. I don't remember. The pandemic,
I think you're second behind Space Rogue in terms of longevity.
yeah, it's, I don't know, the pandemic, I skipped a bunch of years there because I didn't want to die. And, but here I'm willing to risk my life for all of you.
My name's Kimberly Price, and I used to be known as Kim_Possible on Twitter, but I don't Twitter anymore, so I'm now Kim Possible on Blue Sky, I think. As we discussed earlier, I'm not on Mastodon. Anyway, so I do security. I've done it for a long time, and I am the founder and CEO of Zadig Security. We're fractional AppSec. So, and this is my 3rd time judging Firetalks. The 2nd time I judged Firetalks and knew what the hell I was doing. So it's going to be great.
Thanks. So just a quick reminder too. So they're going to be judging sort of 1st, 2nd, 3rd place. The winner gets $500. Usually that's in a form of an Amazon gift certificate. And the winner also usually gets a ShmooCon ticket for the next year. And then 2nd place is $250 gift certificate of whatever, and then $125 for the 3rd place. But anyway, that's all I really have, and I think we're pretty much on schedule. Does anybody have any questions? This is what I get from like training for like 5 years straight. is at the end of the intro, I tend to ask if there are any questions, but I guess we're good. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Maddie.
Aren't we supposed to talk about the bribes?
Bribes.
Have you guys discontinued the bribes?
Thank you for bringing that up.
God, it's been a long time, but seriously, I thought the bribes were still happening.
There's a big tradition here at Firetalks of bribing the judges, which
Yeah.
has no impact on the actual outcome at all.
Not really, no. We just like bribes.
We like bribes.
I mean, it might
You have
impact
money
the outcome.
or alcohol, or last year we got lasagna. You all missed the lasagna.
Oh, lasagna
So,
was good.
all right, so
lasagna.
I'm not removing my mask for any of those treats. So if you are to bribe me, I recommend bringing a puppy or a kitten because I would like to pet a soft animal. Yeah, and it can be a stuffed one as well, as long as it's not like a creepy, ooh, yes. First bribe received and accepted temporarily, I'll give it back. All right, thank you. So now that we're clear on bribes, right? Yeah.
Does a phone book count?
I don't want to pet a phone book.
All right, so we have Maddie giving one of her first talks here, so I'm going to just turn it over to
And
her.
Grex, can you turn the monitor so we can see the slides?
Will do.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Maddie. Okay. Check. Okay. Hope y'all can hear me. Hello. My name is Maddie, and as just said, this is one of my first talks ever. And thank you. And I will be leaning hard into this year's theme of time travel with looking into the past, how reflecting helped me grow as a new professional. And before I introduce myself, I'd like to say that as a new speaker, I don't think I'm qualified to offer a real bribe, so I hope legible slideshow speaks for itself.
Yeah.
Okay. Jokes aside, a little bit about me so you know where I'm coming from. In July, I started as a cybersecurity engineer at the MITRE Corporation in the Cyber New Professionals program. And that was after graduating in June with my bachelor's degree in computer science from Drexel University. So, go Dragons! And now I shall commit the nigh unforgivable speaking sin of repeating somebody else's metaphor. I know the DeLorean was used earlier in the night, but let us go back in time to specifically my past as I talk about my internships and the things that I really only realized that I learned from looking back on them and really thinking about my accomplishments. The first thing I want to say that I learned through this process of reflection is to understand your tools. And when I say understand, understanding what something does is different than understanding how it works. And that is a dangerous distinction that I didn't quite get for a little while. So if you are unfamiliar with Drexel University, something that's important to know for this presentation is that Drexel leans hard into career education. Essentially, I had 3 6-month work periods built into my degree, and they counted for credit. So this is going to cover some of that work. Exposition aside, my example is Strelka. I first encountered Strelka when I worked in a SOC. And at the time, Strelka always seemed like it was a satellite pretty far off in the solar system orbiting around what I would probably say is the SIEM and the detections and the incident response and the general need to always be prepared and to process data. It wasn't something that I even really worked with a ton. If I had to say coolest tools I used on my internship, I would list the aforementioned SIEM. I would list PowerShell because that was the first time I'd really used it and seen what it could do. I wouldn't have said Strelka, the thing that sits on the edge of the network, ingesting files, comparing them against YARA rules, and telling us if it's found anything. So, in a way, you could say that I only looked at Strelka as being used in one way, in one context. However, I then ended up getting an internship at MITRE during my next work period. And they said, hey, you know what this Strelka thing is. That's pretty rad. Do you want to spend 6 months working with Strelka? And yes, I did spend a little bit of time wondering what I could possibly do with this for 6 months. But Strelka is actually really cool. As noted before, it's an enterprise file scanner. It's developed by Target, and YARA is just one of many possible scanners. You can write your own. It's on GitHub. You can download it, take it apart, put it back together. And honestly, it was my first exposure to a lot of things the process of research in a structured environment that wasn't a science class. Containers, a lot of development tools, even though my degree was in computer science. And I realized that I'd had a very narrow, situationally driven view of this tool. I understand why the SOC I worked with used it the way it did. But now, I saw that it was much bigger than that one situation. That it had a lot of moving parts and was really complex. It fostered an interest in static analysis for me that carried through to my senior project at Drexel University. And it was humbling and cool. I really now have to recognize my own hubris that just because I've seen something used one way doesn't mean that's the only way it will ever be used. And I need to use my own time and put my own efforts towards learning other tools that might not necessarily be in my immediate sphere, so I can be a better contributor in the future to these larger projects and better contextualize the information I have with whatever the rest of my team is doing. The second thing that I want to cover that I ended up learning by thinking back has to do with something that I saw over and over at Drexel: iterative development. You do a freshman design project. You do your senior design project. You do design classes and project management classes in between. And I realized that what my perception of agile from those experiences and my perception of development as an iterative process was actually really warped. A lot of the time during my first 2 co-op positions, I often worked largely independently on tasks that I was kind of just trusted to complete and come back. And it was one task at a time. So when I was presented with essentially a to-do list, like class, I treated things as being checked off and present to the teacher for revisions, which I got. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. However, being at MITRE in a research position where I worked on one project for 6 months instead of a bunch of little tasks that took different amounts of time through my day, I had to adjust my expectations. Because at first it felt like I wasn't actually accomplishing anything. I was just treading water and the same steps of the research process over and over, because I didn't quite know what I was doing, and my supervisors caught on to that pretty quick, as they should. And they kept advising me to make it better, and things I could learn, and avenues I could explore. But since I'd only ever seen progress through these development and research projects in larger, well-defined steps, I didn't quite recognize that I was making progress. So I had to do some thinking and change my own mind. I had to redefine what it meant to make progress and to see things as completed. And suddenly it felt like I wasn't just treading water, doing the same kinds of information gathering and not actually moving forward to other and different tasks. I was. I just didn't know that this was the kind of thinking I needed to do research. And to do it well, that's another key. Not just rush through, that's one of my weaknesses. And this is something that actually continues to stick with me. One of the things that I work on now at MITRE is the attack defensive team. So when you're looking at attack on a technique page, this is the mitigations, the analytics, and the detections. And that's really cool. It's a really neat project. But for a while, I was looking at a lot of information that we had collected, and I was comparing it to see if it was still valid and that we had actually properly covered techniques, especially with regards to sub-techniques matching parent techniques. And attack, if you are familiar with it, uses a lot of open source resources. And that meant I was doing a lot of Googling, a lot of looking at things that already existed. And sometimes that felt like, well, I've been in this degree program for 5 years. I'm this new professional. I'm ready to go. So what am I doing? The answer was still making a difference. I just had been so caught up in the fine details of what I was doing, the same way I had been with my earlier research project, that I hadn't realized that, yeah, behind the task that I was only seeing a very small part of, there were bigger machines moving. And it feels really good to recognize that my contributions are helping to maintain the integrity of a task so that it maintains its reputation as a trusted resource. That is super cool. And that's exactly the kind of work that I wanted to do as a cybersecurity professional. So I guess my overarching point, and my third, is that by reflecting, I'm actually looking into the future, not necessarily just my past. I am maybe sometimes looking at my mistakes and cringing a little bit, because who doesn't? But I'm also looking past the stuff that I've done and the naive actions I've taken in ways I've looked at things to try and see how I can grow from that situation. And I've given a few examples on the previous slide. Another example might be, say, group work in college. Like, for a while, it wasn't something that I was super thrilled about. Being in the workplace, there's nothing I do that's not in a group. If I had not had the opportunity to do that in so many different scenarios, and to have it be good and have it go bad, I wouldn't know how to treat others, and I also wouldn't be able to hold other people accountable for how they treated me. I wouldn't know how to advocate for myself and my strengths. And likewise, I wouldn't know when to ask for help. So yeah, something as silly and as hated as group work turned out to matter a lot. Another example is documenting code. For a while, yeah, I was arrogant. I didn't necessarily want to document, or I left it to last. And yeah, turns out if you approach your code with documentation in mind, doing it as you go, even helping to document code that you want to learn about, you learn faster. You jump in faster. You make fewer mistakes, and ultimately, you hit that ground running that you were so eager to do. And that's thrilling to me. That's thrilling to realize that I have grown as a person and as an engineer. And I'm not giving this talk just to talk about myself. And I also want to say that I'm not trying to propose reflection as a silver bullet. It's not. It's not going to magically cure your issues. I was really lucky. During my education at Drexel, I had a lot of fantastic experiences and mentors, and all 3 of my co-ops, I worked with incredible people with great technical knowledge and a passion for working with these co-op students. That's not everyone's experience. That's not everyone's experience in college, at Drexel, or in the workplace. And if your situation is awful or abusive, then by all rights, there are other ways to learn than reflection. So please don't act like I'm saying this as the be-all, end-all. You can be great and stand on the stage if you just think enough. That's not the point. Anyway, I know I'm running short. My last thought has just escaped my mind, and I am sorry about that. So I'll wrap it up with another time machine and allow us to travel back to the present for the next Fire Talk. And I would just like to thank everyone for having me up here and for hearing me out. Thank you very much.
That'll
Hey,
wake.
gotta end it with a bang.
Whoa. Sorry about that, guys. All right, judges, if you want to. Okay, guess you can.
Yeah, I guess Roast me.
You want me to go first? Hey, first talk, congratulations. We love first-time speakers here. Very much a favorite of the judges to have first-time speakers. Love the fact that you were on theme. Themes at ShmooCon are always kind of, I don't know. They've been taking stronger importance the last few years, I think. So I think it's good that you were on theme. And you're right, you had good, legible slides, which is a big problem at Firetalks every year. And I'm sure we'll see some in a little bit, and I'll point out how terrible they are. But these were good. Very few words, nice big graphics. Love the slides.
Thank you. I am visually impaired if you see me around the con, so it was part of my goal to make sure that my slides didn't rely on text to tell the story.
Very
Well
good.
done.
So I have a rubric that changes with every talk, so be prepared for my polymorphic rubric. First talk ever, 1,000 points. Yeah. First speaker of the night of Firetalks, 1,000 points. It's hard going first. I really liked, in particular, I liked the well-structured talk, and I really liked the understanding how tools work versus, understanding how they work versus what it does. That is a nuance that usually takes a lot more years than you've been currently practicing cybersecurity to get right. So I gave that one another 1,000 points. And then finally, you recovered from brain freeze, which is something that I cannot do. I just stand there when that happens to me. So I gave that the 10,000 foot view, 10,000 points.
Thank you. Someone got even slightly close to the stage, and my focus went.
Okay, so I live in a depressed economy compared to Katie's polymorphic point system. I also awarded 50 points for a first-time speaker. Another 50 points for really leaning into the theme. As Space Rogue said, that's really a nice touch, and it shows that you planned ahead of time and really, didn't just, I have a talk, I'm going to give it, but thought about how can I tie this into the theme. I awarded an additional 200 points for handling a number of distractions, not only somebody walking up in the middle of your talk to put something on the table, but there were people talking in the audience, which I found distracting as a judge, and I can't even imagine as a speaker how distracting that must be. So while I'm awarding you 200 points, I'm giving the audience minus 10 points. Stop that shit. Be polite to the speakers and don't talk during their talks, please. And then I have an additional 10 points because I like your dress, and another 400 points for accessibility. Thank you. It was an excellent talk.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad that I get to pat the moose.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot one of my notes. I'm so sorry. There's an additional 500 points for use of the word exposition. I like big vocabulary words, and I cannot lie.
All right, so we'll go down for a few minutes while we wait for the next speaker to get set up. Anybody?
Should we play 20 questions or something?
Is Edward?
You don't have any, like...
Nope, here he comes. Okay.
African or North American?
I just need an HDMI cube.
So about Maddie's talk, the one thing that I want to point out is like I'm right here. She was a good 4 feet back from the mic. So great projection. I don't have a vote here, but great projection on her part. So let's see if it gets going.
It's the red cord, right?
Yeah.
We don't have any interlude music?
Hold on, it should go automatic. Switch. Is it gonna work?
That's me, but the piano's upstairs, sorry.
Oh, there we go. We do
Oh,
have
I like
music.
the beats.
Ask and you shall receive.
Oh, did you get it? Okay.
Are we getting... Wait, are we getting any mirror?
No, we're not getting it.
What year is it? 2050? We still
It
can't
should just
do
be plug and
monitors?
play.
Oh, let me just check this.
Oh, it's doing something. Seen it?
So the lights are really unusually bright this year. I don't know if you can tell that in the audience, but up here on the stage, they're like 10,000 suns at it.
Okay, good. Oh, well, there's something up there.
Oh, we got something on the screen.
Math.
It's showing your other screen right now.
Intra-app collusion?
So if you go, are you mirroring it or?
I'm just trying to. So, for multi, technical difficulties here. It's only two options. I thought extension would do. Well, what does it look like?
Oh, here.
Oh, okay. Let me just kick
Sorry.
you on. Let me just
Seen
kick it
that.
over to. If I can.
Can you see it? Okay, cool. All right. We are ready to go. So next up, we're going to have Edward Warren here. Thanks for submitting. Looking forward to your talk here on inter-app collusion. Very neat. Edward?
Hello, testing. A little too close. All right. So I definitely want to welcome everyone for coming out to Firetalks and listening to my presentation. This is my first time at ShmooCon, and honestly, I never thought I would get tickets, let alone have the honor of speaking on stage. So I want to thank everyone again for their time and for checking out my presentation. Apparently, I broke my my clicker on the way here, so I'm going to be doing this manually. Now, before I get into the weeds of it, I just want to go over a brief agenda. It'll be who am I, an overview of Android security challenges, and some mechanisms for inter-app collusion, alongside case studies. Now, the reason I'm going to provide a little background is that this presentation is based on several months of research I performed in 2023, and one thing I would like to keep note is that keep this moving here. All right, so who am I? I am currently a security analyst at Sidara. I do want to let everyone know, however, that I am speaking on behalf of myself as an independent security researcher, and any views or opinions expressed are solely my own. But Sidara is an awesome company that provides MSSP services along with penetration testing services. But what's more important is what I like, and I like bugs, whether it be digital bugs or software bugs, or even gameplay or mechanic breaking bugs in one of my favorite card games, Magic the Gathering. I'm sure a lot of people here may recognize the Misno glitch from Pokemon. Now, when it comes to Android security, processes are isolated alongside applications, and this sandboxing mechanism will be explained momentarily here. I also just want to go over a quick intro. This is my second time public speaking, so if I sound nervous, it's because I am. So
You're good.
please
You're
bear with
good.
me.
Relax, man. Take a deep breath. You're good.
All right, so back to this concept of the Android sandbox. As a lot of people here, I'm sure, are aware of, Android is based on the Linux kernel, and in order to ensure this kind of process isolation, Android enforces the sandboxing idea. Now, if you think about mobile applications, oftentimes, at least me personally, my cell phone is far more intimate than my laptop. I do most of my banking transactions on my phone. I do most of my shopping on my phone. I may even look at a dating app on my phone. So in order to maintain security, we're going to go into how Android accomplishes the sandboxing, but more importantly, two case studies, and I'm going to show how applications can have vulnerable endpoints that can be abused by a malicious threat actor. All right, so as previously stated before, I did mention the sandboxing. Now, part of how this sandboxing is accomplished is because all Android applications are given a unique identifier at install time. And Android, unlike other operating systems, doesn't enforce this permission-based model. So to do things like access your phone or access the internet, even text messaging, it all requires explicit permission from the user. And as part of this, this process isolation, when applications are communicating amongst each other, this must be facilitated through something called inter-process communication. For those familiar with like IPC and Windows, you can think of like maybe named pipes or pipes on Linux, or even WebSockets if you're familiar with the Windows platform. All right, so now we're going to go over one of the case studies, but not initially. I'd like to just build up a little bit of contextual information so this makes a little bit more sense here. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to look on the left and look on the right, and you see what appear to be two application icons. I want you to imagine that the one on the left that has the gears on it will reflect a legitimate utility application. And the one on the right will be an impacted phone dialer. In this case, this is not the standard phone dialer that comes with Android. This is a third-party application, but it is right from the Play Store. So let's think about if a legitimate utility wants to be able to access a phone. It has to send the communication or otherwise facilitate that communication. This is where the intent aspect of IPC comes into play for Android. So if you can just if you look at intent, think of intent like a messaging object. I like to visualize the intent being like a cart on a train. And in order for a train to move somewhere, you need some kind of background railroad. So if you imagine intent being a messaging object, applications, mostly due to the sandboxing restrictions, have to send data by way of intent, and intent can hold an arbitrary type of data. It really depends on the specification, but I'm going to keep it simple for now. So once again, I use the train cart and I use the cart and train and the railroad as an analogy. You can think of binder as acting as the mechanism that allows, in the background, that initiate this communication. Now, this part would just be high level. I'm not going to get into the weeds of it, but once again, if you're familiar with IPC concept and Linux and Windows, you can just kind of think of pipes as probably the quickest analogy. Now, the issue, though, is that applications shouldn't be able to freely send each other data. That could obviously lead to all sorts of security issues, unexpected input, sanitization. So ideally, there should be a mechanism that prevents it. Now, before I show the next slide, I do want to let you know that because the Android open source framework allows a lot of flexibility. So even though there's certain restrictions that should be in place to keep apps from having privileges that they didn't explicitly request, there are a few ways of bypassing this. So now I want to bring up this idea of an intent filter. Now this is not a firewall, but it gives a quick visualization. And an intent filter, essentially, I like to think of an intent filter as kind of like an insect net on a door. So you want to let the good cool air in. You want to keep the bugs out. Just to keep things simple. Now this intent filter is actually specified. Well, the contents of the intent filter are dictated by the Android manifest. And just like a ship manifest or a cargo manifest on a train, it essentially acts as the central index where all the application's functionality and permissions are essentially indexed. And we have the Android manifest. So if you think about application A and application B, they want to communicate. In order to get past this boundary, ideally there should be an intent filter preventing two applications from arbitrarily sending information from one to the other. All right, so before I get any farther in about the Android manifest, I just want everyone to I'm going to go over a quick explanation for permissions in Android. There's actually 3 types of permissions. There's also special, but to keep things high level, I will briefly go over normal and dangerous permissions. One of the major differences between normal and dangerous permissions is that normal permissions have to be specified in the Android manifest. However, dangerous permissions not only have to be specified, but the system at some point will perform a check to make sure that the user explicitly granted, and not that it was just some. If you think about all the, you sign terms of service, you just scroll down and X. Basically, this dangerous permission prevents that kind of buzz, click, and whir knee-jerk response. So one of the permissions we'll be essentially bypassing, I'll be going over, is the internet permission. But there are other normal permissions, like waking the phone or changing the wallpaper, or even accessing network information. So all this is all dictated by this permission model. And for internet permission, typically, if it's listed in the manifest, it will just be auto-granted at runtime. You won't get this kind of runtime check. That runtime checks are for dangerous permissions. There's all sorts of dangerous permissions, things like accessing your phone or camera, reading your contacts. Obviously, if these services are compromised, it could definitely lead to all sorts of malicious activity. Now, I point out call phone because there's actually another permission that's very similar to that. We actually, in Android, we have both a call phone and a call dial. And the difference is very subtle. Call phone will allow you to initiate calls without user interaction. Call dial will essentially pre-populate the dialer. So it still would require the user to click something, where call phone doesn't, it just proceeds. All right, so now we have a snippet of the manifest. The manifest in an application is very long. It includes far more entries. This is a small snippet that reflects the issue with a component of the Android activity. Now, this is called collusion, leveraging improperly exported components. There are many components in Android. It can be things like activities, which you can kind of think of as typical processes. There are other things like content providers and broadcast receivers. They dictate things like, they kind of act as like background daemons, and where they're supposed to push information based on different environmental cues. But the important thing to note though is that for one of the case studies, which is a phone dialer, and I've actually found this issue in several dialers, it has an intent filter for action call and accept parameters for telephone. The problem is that there's other things that should have been implemented. In this case, it will just blindly accept action call, action telephone without requiring the calling, without requiring the activity that's invoking it to have the same corresponding permission. So I'd like you to think of this scenario. Imagine any application just attempting to place a phone call if you have this dial installed. So in this case, if a user has both the affected call dialer, then any application on their device with no permissions are able to place this arbitrary phone call. And essentially, because of the intent filter, this is accomplished a couple ways. Basically, a 10-digit number specified, and that action call, that dangerous action, happens. Here's where things get more interesting. So now, this would have been a safe interaction if they had simply just chose action dial, because that would have prevented them from bypassing permission. Or, in addition to that, the manifest could have also just explicitly required that permission be invoked. So let's think about what happens behind the scenes. Normally, for any application to make this kind of request, call a phone, a runtime permission be checked to do one of two things. For one, to make sure that it has the access phone permission and the manifest, and two, that the user actually agreed. So for example, during the installation of this call dialer, you have to explicitly change it to the default caller, as well as a few additional steps. And that's essentially part of where the issue lies. But I'm going to go over some of the, I'm going to show a demonstration momentarily. I just want to provide a little more background information. So in this case, call phone, that permission is listed in the impacted dialer's manifest. So the phone dialer has the permission, but just any random app doesn't. But it doesn't need it because the phone dialer doesn't properly protect its endpoint. So like, for those who work in cybersecurity, you're probably very familiar with defending endpoints, and a lot of times we don't think about endpoints being software-based. In this case, this is an endpoint that's essentially unprotected. All right, so now if post-runtime check, normally what would happen is that this would fail. But due to the poor coding of the application, you're able to place the phone call anyway. And this all boils down to one thing. See this, there's two things that are highlighted here. You see, once again, action call, and you see export is equal to true. That one value, true, is what causes this entire issue. If they had simply just changed, if it simply wasn't exported, because the thing about export activities is that think of an activity as being a portion of an application. So if an activity is exported, it means that another application can invoke it in the context of itself. So like for example, if app A could invoke app B in the context of app B, and that's part of the issue here. But I think, okay. All right. So once again, I want to go over the threat model. Malicious application installed with no permissions can leverage. And once again, I want you to think of a malicious application kind of being like a Trojan horse, a wolf in sheep's clothing. In this case, an application with no permissions is able to leverage it. We're going to go over case study 1, CVE 2023-49002, and we're going to get right to the video. Now, this first demonstration is fairly simple, but it shows, well, it ultimately shows the effects of another application sending an intent. Basically, there were no activities open. A third-party application could arbitrarily send that telephone data and cause an outbound phone call to be placed. Now we're going to quickly go over case study 2, which is a little bit more interesting. In this case study, a TCL mobile browser, this is actually designed for IoT devices, will allow any device to arbitrarily execute code. We're right at the end here. And once again, this is accomplished because this application just allows too many things. It allows unrestricted JavaScript access, and it allows access to DOM API storage. So any third-party application with no internet permission is able to essentially get internet access and have unrestricted access of your browser. And we're going to go over some of the nitty-gritty points here, but essentially it accepts the HTTP or HTTPS parameters arbitrarily, and we're going to see what this looks like in action right now. So essentially, if you look on the right, you see an application with no permissions. And now, on the left, this is demonstrating me trying to log on. Now, if you keep watching, what you'll see here is you'll see me proceed to log on, and you'll see that I was able to reflect back the password. Now, essentially, it's because the browser allows any application unrestricted access. Therefore, because Facebook stores their credentials within the DOM API, you basically can just pull anybody's creds. And the same thing, a similar interaction can happen with other applications. Because with unrestricted access, you can pull things out of JavaScript, and that's how it's demonstrated. And once again, I want to thank everyone for here. I'm sorry that I ran out of time here, but yes. If you want to. And one last thing, I do have a couple bribes. These are all right. So
bribes.
the audience can't see, but
Wait,
these are copper coins.
Ooh, I like coins. Oh my goodness. Is this from Norway?
Yes.
Nice. That's 10,000 points right there. I don't think, I actually collect coins, and I don't think I have any from Norway, so this is a big, thank you very much. 1972, 5 with a moose on it. On brand, nice. I'm going to just jump in if you don't mind.
Go for it.
So yeah, 10,000 points for the coin. It's obvious to me that you know your material, so that is always helpful when you're giving a talk. Congrats on being a first, you said it's your first talk ever?
Well, this is my second talk. First talk at ShmooCon.
First talk at ShmooCon, very good, thank you. One thing that always helps when you're doing a talk, I think, is practice, practice, practice. And even if it's by yourself in a room looking at a mirror, always good to practice. I think 1 or 2 more practices I think would have been good for you, but still very good. There was a couple of slides you had. I'm only 10 feet away from the monitor. I couldn't read them. So the point size was a little small, especially on those code slides and trying to pull those Android things up that I couldn't read. So other than that, well done, very informative, enjoyable talk. Thank you.
Okay, I concur with 10,000 points for the moose bribe, the moose coin bribe. It was fantastic. Bug enthusiast. Who isn't a bug enthusiast? 1,000 points. Where would we be without bug enthusiasts? You know what I mean? General bravery of doing your first few talks and everything. I'm what they call a seasoned speaker, as in I'm old and marinated. But I still get stage fright, and I still get it every time. So one, practice is a great, a piece of advice and stuff, but give yourself a break for having stage fright, because, it may never wear off. I'm sorry. It may never wear off.
It doesn't go away.
And I tend to dissociate myself, but, good job on that. On the technical side, I loved the fact that you had a slide with dangerous permissions on it. I thought that was very useful. It was a bit hard to read, but I gave you 2,500 points for a useful slide. And then I gave you 10,000 points for the action dial versus action call. You made a safer substitution recommendation, which I thought was super important for this type of talk. So great job there. Thanks.
Okay, so as they're saying, practice helps. Practice by yourself in the mirror is one thing. Get a group of friends together and practice in front of them. It's totally different with an audience. And what's more, don't let them interrupt you as you're going. Have them take notes and then say, this thing here, I have a question, I have a feedback. And that can really help polish a talk. As the previous judges have said, you know your content. And that initial nervousness, we knew before you said you were nervous, and that's okay. And then once you leaned into your content, the nervousness went away because you know what you're talking about. This is your jam, you've got it. And so if you can lean to that comfort zone, that helps. I do think you had more than 15 minutes worth of content. I love that you wanted to give everyone a background, but in a fire talk, there just is not time for that, or it has to be much faster. But Katie's point about bringing up good substitutions is great. So getting to the important points. I can't just give you all good points. There have to be those constructive ones around fitting your content to the time. So we're going to take 25 points away from that. However, the coin is freaking amazing. I love copper. I love moose. Who doesn't love moose? And so that's plus 100 points. But the fact that you apparently managed to get my birth year is an additional 10,000 points. So I now have a birth year copper moose coin. Also, I loved the slides. They were all, I am also seasoned and old, and I went with vanity today and the contacts instead of the glasses. And so keep in mind your audiences will have a much different viewing experience than you will, and that's the other reason to practice in front of your friends, and actually get a conference room if you can, where they're gonna be that yellow font on the white background doesn't work for me. Not that you had that, but you know, I've seen talks that did. So great talk, and I hope that you will give this talk again in a longer format at another event where you really have time to go into the details, because I think it was a good content.
Seconded. I would love to see this a long form version
Yeah.
of this. Yeah.
Great job.
I mean, I love these bribes and I'm allergic to copper, so there you go.
I was just going to complain about the lack of bribes, but then I'm like still blown away by this coin.
Wait, you got 2 coins.
Well, you want?
In front of me. Did Greg get a coin?
No, I don't know if Greg. I got. Yeah, here. Give us the.
Oh, it's
He's
okay.
got one down there.
Yeah, he got
6 total.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's
You want
fine. No. If there's 6 total, that's how it works out. You 2 can have 2. You're the OGs.
They're not getting them.
No, like the point I try to make
They
too
have
is,
no interest
is
in my
I've done
coin
like a lot of
collection at all.
training. Hold on. Like I've done a lot of training. I've done a lot of talks and stuff. But literally, I mean, you saw me when I first got up here. I was nervous as hell. So.
Honestly, my first few talks, when I watched the video recording later, I wanted to die. I was like, oh my God, I'm so bad. And that weirdly forced me to get better at them, to be like, okay, I need to stop doing that right there. That's terrible. And so.
How many of you work at large corporations or even small corporations? How many of you work for other companies? All right, yeah, funny, right? All right, do you think it's a good idea, or have you ever run an internal conference at your thing? All right, we got a few. All right, well that's,
Have you ever run a conference?
go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just saying yes.
Okay. Your voice is just louder than the rest.
Sorry.
We may have run some conferences over here for
Once or
internal.
twice.
Yeah, just a
Couple.
few.
a thing called Blue Hat. It's fine.
Anyway, Joe is going to give us his lessons learned on what he's learned. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Joe.
Thank you for the introduction. Obviously, this is the talk on why I run this internal security conference, and you might want to also. I'm Joe Schottman. I have the obligatory disclaimer that I have to say for work. I'm not speaking on behalf of Truist or any other entity. All opinions expressed are my own. I'm also pretty enterprisey. My work experience is predominantly working for large organizations, worked for a large university, large media company, and a large bank. So not everything I say will apply to you if you work for a smaller organization, but I hope to at least give you something to think about or possibly use at a larger organization in the future. Another disclaimer, my inclination is for very dry technical talks most of the time. I'm going to try to keep it fun for you, since this is Firetalks. This is not going to be a technical talk like the last one, which is great, by the way. I thought about getting up and confessing to international computer crimes like a certain group last year here, but that seemed like a poor idea. Different redaction, he'll be up next. So to make it a little bit more lively, I will be throwing in some amusingly bad things on the screen. This could be AI art, or it could be stock images. For example, this is what DALL-E 2 thinks that ShmooCon looks like. Or this is the generated I use computers. Since I'm up here on stage, you can probably assume that my day job involves using or possibly abusing computers, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. My actual qualifications for this particular talk. I've been on this part of ShmooCon Labs for, I think, 6, maybe 7 years. If you're not familiar with that, we come in and we run the sock and knock for this entire event. I've been staff for 4 years now. This means I've been up on the stage many times before. This is the first time they've given a mic. This may be a mistake. I've also been one of the core organizers for B-Sides RDU. I've volunteered at various conferences, and frankly, I go to too many of them. I'm also staff. You might be noticing a trend here at a certain festival in the desert that's usually renowned for being dry and dusty. In case you can't make it out in the photo, that is in fact my neighbor trying to dry the rain using a leaf blower. Spoiler, it did not work. Last little bit of qualifications, I also worked doing concert and event production for full-time for 13 years, so that gave me some experience to rely on. Also, as a brief aside, if you think that my talk sucks, my local HackerCon is coming up. We're a short chain ride away, and if I'm doing a bad job today, come prove me wrong. Pandering to the judges. If you're not familiar, there's a history of pandering to the judges with various things. It could be coins or it could be alcohol.
We are keeping with the melon gourd theme. Love it. Mighty
So,
melon cream liqueur.
like I said, I was going to generate some AI images to amuse people, and Bruce kind of put some thoughts in my head, and that's not a good thing. So this is the man from American Gothic with a giant gourd. And you actually get a twofer for that prompt, because these were both so bad I had to keep both of them. And I promise I'm going to stop with the gourds for now, mostly. Point is, I'm not quite worried about AI yet. It's getting there, but it's not great. One thing I determined learning this is if you make a really bad main art, people don't notice the bad fingers. But I kept going a little bit more with the gourds. This is about where I should stop. And fortunately, I went off to the liquor store and ended my gourd fixation by finding this, which is in fact a gourd liqueur. If that's not to their taste, I also brought what could only be described as a copious amount of bullet whiskey for a 15-minute talk. If I have traumatized you with the gourds, by the way, hit me up for a shot later.
The judging gets more fun the more the bribes are liquid.
But to get to the real talk. So attending a conference like this involves a lot of privilege. And to borrow from William Gibson, privileges here is just not evenly distributed. So a couple of figures about the United States, and these are not from the same year, so they may be a little different now. There's approximately 50.4% women here, in the US, not here. 12.1% African Americans, 19.9% Hispanic. LGBT varies somewhere between 5 and 10% on the surveys. And look around. And I'm not criticizing ShmooCon, I'm not criticizing the industry, but there is a big problem with diversity. And there's a couple of things that keep people from going to conferences like this. So the first is time off. You know, people are taking an entire weekend off here. There's travel time, et cetera. There's work that has to get done and so on. Childcare, that's a big thing. Getting childcare for a 3-day weekend is pretty important and costly or challenging. Just having the dollars to come here, I mean, I suspect most people probably spend $1,500 if they're coming from out of state. And then getting management support. And this is really bad if you're not in security already. They're not going to say, yes, we'll give you funding to go to a security conference in DC. But they might say, we'll give you funding to put on an internal conference. And that's why this can help. So a brief history of Truist Security Conference. To be clear, I'm standing on the back of giants here. I was not one of the founding members, so I don't get credit for that. It was started in the BB&T days of Truist. I think it was 2017, but I might be slightly misremembering. At first, it was one site and 2 days of content, and we had dozens of attendees. That was a success. Post-merger, if you're not familiar, Truist is a combination of SunTrust and BB&T. We're the 6th or 7th largest bank in the country. We merged in 2019, and unfortunately, we had this little thing called COVID in 2020. So we had to go virtual only for 2020 and 2021. And at this point, we were running the conference twice a year. It was 3 days of content with a CTF for 3 days, and then 2 days of talks, et cetera. It went stagnant in 2022. We had some problems with management supporting it, and then a couple people left the company, so that didn't happen. But let's fast forward to 2023. This spring, we saw tech companies starting to lay off people and cutting things back, so we knew that there wasn't going to be a lot of travel and training budget for the year. Then, if you're not familiar, there was this little Silicon Valley bank and a different one that both folded within 4 days of each other, and that caused a little bit of a panic and a little bit of a stock price drop. So we really knew that if we were going to say, hey, can I go get funding to go to ShmooCon, that was not going to happen. So I proposed bringing it back bigger and better. So this year we did 3 days of content. We had hundreds of attendees. We were in person in 3 different cities and simulcast via Teams. We had a CTF, a lockpick village in one of the cities. We had a hands-on purple team exercise. And one of the things that was great, one of my goals with running this conference was to get people outside of security coming in and learning about what we do. And we had people whose job is wealth management coming doing a hands-on purple team cloud security exercise. I think that's pretty cool. And this was done with a core team of 5 people and help from a bunch of other people within the company, but not a huge outpouring of person hours. So some advantages I just want to go over quickly about internal conferences. First of all, it's easier for some people to talk in front of people they know. Obviously, some people are different. They prefer speaking in front of strangers, but for those people who want to speak in front of people that they know, this gives them an opportunity and a very friendly audience. If you're interested in sending people to speak at conferences, it gives them the ability to prototype, get feedback, work on the slides, get, that yellow font doesn't work, et cetera. And so they can use this to workshop their talks and then go out and speak publicly. It allows you to talk about private things. So I've got talks I give internal that I can never give publicly because it's TLP, right, that we can't talk about publicly, et cetera. This gives you a chance to talk with people who can talk about that with your peers. I know a lot of people are federal or state government here. That's especially important for like classified things. You can't go to ShmooCon and talk about classified, and I understand that you would have to do SCIF, blah, 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 but it opens opportunities. One question to think about are your peer institutions doing them. So we're a big bank. The really big banks all have their internal security conferences. By putting on our own, that helps elevate us there. It's great because it leverages existing infrastructure. So part of the challenge of putting on ShmooCon is getting the hotel, doing all the contracts, rolling in, setting up the network, putting things on stage, et cetera. If you're using your existing infrastructure for the company, you don't have all of that. And it's cheap. I think our budget was $5,000 to $10,000, and that educated several hundred people at the company. I think that's pretty great ROI. Some more things about it. We have a security champions program. If you're not familiar with that, that's when you embed, or you don't embed people, but you recruit people in things like operations and development, or just working in banking, and you find the people are really interested in security and get them fired up about it, and then they evangelize security to their peers for you. And so we brought in our security champions, and they had a great time. It was their first hackerish con. It helps decrease the silos. It gets people talking, sharing information. It increases empathy. Like I said, I had people who do wealth management talking with people who do security and helping to understand why we say, oh, you have to do this thing that's really inconvenient for you. And at the same time, it helps security practitioners understand by talking with people who do the actual business work. This is what makes the company money, so how can we best accommodate that while keeping things safe? And just in general, it helps build community. We're social creatures for the most part. We like going out, we like eating meals together, et cetera, and this gives a chance to come together. I hope that it inspires some teammates. I talked with one guy at the after party the last day, and he said he wanted to submit but didn't know what to talk about, and so we started talking. He does forensics, and then he started talking about things that he can do to keep kids safe at home, or kids safe on the internet, and that's a great way to get people's interest, because at the end of the day, most people don't care about the companies, like the founders do. The people who are getting lots of RSUs do, but at the end of the day, people care about the kids, they care about themselves, they care about their family, their parents, especially as they age and start getting into the demographics that are being exploited pretty badly these days. So I was able to talk with him and say, look, there is this information that you have in your brain that you can share with people that they would be interested in having. And it's ongoing learning for everyone at the company. I like the idea that learning is like a shark that stops swimming. If you stop, you're just going to sink and die. Some lessons I learned in this particular one and in previous years: have a longer break between talks. So this was kind of like when people go from high school to college, like going to con like here, I'm used to people coming in and out all the time, and people are just used to that. We didn't leave a long enough break necessarily, and people were kind of not taking the bio breaks they needed. So having a longer gap was one of the lessons to take away. Aiming towards the blue side of things. This may not apply to you if you're a pen testing firm. Senior management in the past, before the merger, was kind of like, do we really want to be teaching people to hack? Because then they're going to start doing things they shouldn't on the network. So making sure that you've got like a balance towards the things that actually keep the company secure that you're teaching them is good. I can't guarantee that this will work, but you can possibly use it to head off some of the return to work effort. If you're saying we're going to get together and do these 3-day conferences twice a year, if they're genuinely interested in increasing communication between teammates, maybe this will give you some more flexibility as far as staying hybrid. One thing is, do you have big enough rooms? We sold out of one of the 3 locations pretty quickly, and we were in the largest conference room we had in that building. So that's something to think about. In this case, we were doing it via Teams also, so people who couldn't attend physically could still see it. But you might want to think about renting a room that's larger at a conference center. They're actually pretty cheap, or seeing if your vendors have a room that they'll let you use. The first couple of years, we had most of the people who were working the con speak also, because we didn't have that much interest. But this year, we had a lot of submissions for the CFP, so that took care of that. And one great thing is get some speakers from the government. Again, we're really big and we're a bank, so the government likes talking to you. But we get speakers from the FBI, and that's always really popular. And groups like CISA will send people to speak at your conference if they can. Some stuff that worked: Lockpick Village. This is your secret weapon for getting people who don't do security into security. Like I said, we could only do it in one room this year, but I think half of the attendees picked at least one lock that day. And it just gets people fired up. Derek Rook, who teaches for SANS, did kind of similar things back in the day at a company he worked at where he did lockpick villages. And he found that he would recruit people, his security champions, by finding the people who were interested in subverting things by teaching them how to pick locks. The CTF also worked really well. It gets people interested in doing the hands-on exercises and that sort of thing. And especially when you're looking to recruit people into a more advanced technical role, the people who have the passion to excel in a CTF, those are some of the ones you want to be recruiting. A few things that didn't work. So I thought it'd be a good idea to put a 1-hour break before the party so that people would have time to talk a little bit and check email before going to the after party. People just left, so I don't recommend that. Having disparate conference rooms, we had very different levels of service between some of the different locations, and that's just a bump to be aware of, so keep that in mind. Individual laptops, we had people bringing up their own. If they're not used to swapping in and out quickly on stage, it didn't work. Just have a single laptop and people send you the PowerPoint or whatever they're using. We didn't message quite enough out security, and we did a lot. We tried hard, so I can't give you a good solution, but that's something to think about if you want people outside of security. And this is entirely on me. It's nothing to do with an internal conference. I was running B-sides and this within a month. I don't recommend that. A couple more things to think about. Do you want to be above or below the radar with management? So the first year we just kind of did it and it became a thing, and then we said we're doing this thing again, and management said yes. And then this year I went to the CISO and said, hey, can we do this big thing? And he said yes. Different strategies will work depending on you and your company. So think about that ahead of time. How do you want to balance internal and external speakers? Having some outside is nice, having the big name or whatever, but you also have things like, are they going to sign an NDA? Are they going to stick around for your private talks, et cetera? So think about whether you want internal only or some mix and how to do it. Also think, do you have any vendors who you spend lots of money on who will send people to give talks and or train sessions, and they might actually buy you food, or everyone for food. So that's how we kept the budget down, was leveraging vendors that were happy to work with us. Again, we're enterprising, may not work for you. What are some of the things that, like the biggest question management will ask is, what are we going to get out of this? They will like to see the return on I. So think about your KPI, your key performance indicators. If you say we're going to have N%, we're going to have Y 100 people, we're going to do this or that. Think about what defines success both for them and for you. Resources, if you've not seen it, Bruce and Heidi do on the con every single year pretty much. They will teach you everything they know about running a conference. There's years of them on YouTube. So my thanks. So I would first like to thank my coworkers. The title of the slide is why I ran the conference, but it was a team effort, and I was the ringleader, but I could not have done it without them, and they were fantastic. I'd like to thank my boss for giving the direct support for it, Grex for organizing it, the judges, Bruce, Heidi, the staff in general, you for giving me 15 minutes of your time. Questions, catch me later. And I'm done.
-5 points.
Wow. Right at 15 minutes, too. Nice.
The test run I did right before this was 14 minutes and 59 seconds exactly.
Okay. So before I get to I do have a question. Have you done any remote stuff in your internal con?
Yes. So
how did that work?
2020, 2021 was entirely remote. And then this year we did hybrid with everything was both in person one day in each of our 3 locations, and then remote on Teams every single day. And then everything was also recorded, so we're building an on-demand archive, so as we have new people come in, they can see some of the earlier talks.
Did you fund travel for people to go to one of those locations?
Only the core organizers. We did.
Oh, okay.
We had to keep things to the bare minimum, so it was a few of us that went to each of the 3 sites.
The other question I had, and I think you answered it, was executive buy-in. How do you get them to approve basically 3 days of no work for everybody?
In a more normal economic environment, we would be sending more people off to conferences anyway. So we framed it as we're dropping it in place, but keeping the costs much lower.
So great talk. We do a similar thing at IBM X-Force. We have an internal con, we call it RedCon, but it's 100% remote and always has been. But it works great. We have talks that are not just security talks. People come and give talks about their hobbies and whatnot, and it's really, really a fun time. I wanted to mention that Truist is my bank. I hate their website, but I'm really glad that there are people that work there. It makes me feel a little bit safer that my money is there.
I appreciate that.
It sounds to me like you were pushing the time limit, and that was an explanation for your speaking cadence. I found it to be very quick and maybe a bit distracting from your content. And your intro seemed to be long, but it was good and entertaining. So I'm not going to dig you on the intro, but I'm wondering if maybe you take a few sentences out of the intro so you can slow down your cadence a bit. But other than that, great talk, great presentation. Highly recommend internal security cons.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have auditory processing delays, so definitely a +1 on what you were saying in terms of slowing down your speech. I did feel like I was at a Firetalk auction. Like there was a little bit of that going on. But Pandering to the judges deliberately placed as like an agenda item in your talk, 10,000 points. And I would say the specific pandering to me, who already declared I wasn't taking off my mask, I call that the Pander Express, 10,000 points. The disturbing Dolly humor, that was like a plus and a minus 5,000 points. You netted 0 on that one for me, because I was like equally disturbed and entertained.
That is my goal in life.
Yeah, but real talk, the bringing up the very real issues, the economic barriers, the, family obligation barriers, all of these things that are essentially driven by privilege, and that you were driving towards an equity outcome for doing these internal, plus virtual hybrid talks. I thought that was great, 10,000 points.
I absolutely hate going after Katie.
We can switch the order.
I'm like, she talked about that, she talked about that, okay. I agree on pretty much everything the prior two judges have said. I did really love that you incorporated gourd art, because it's not like you had a lot of lead time on gourd husbandry. So that is definitely some agile mindset there in terms of last minute revisions to the slides. So I am nervous about the booze because I am lactose intolerant. So we'll see if I regret this later, but right now, oddly, I mixed the whiskey with the lemon liqueur, or the melon liqueur.
Is that what that is? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it's a melon liqueur, and
It's
I
very
mixed it with
strong,
the
I'll
whiskey,
tell you that.
and it's actually pretty good. But in 2 hours, I may be deducting points. We'll see. But and the bottle's pretty, so an additional 100 points there. Absolutely, hands down, you bring more security content when you bring it on your corporate campus. When Microsoft started Blue Hat, which is something that Windows Snyder and I started, it was Windows' idea, and I was the tactical help her get stuff done person for the first one. And then I ran the next couple, and the way we pitched it to leadership was, look, we're not going to send everybody to Black Hat, but I can bring some of the best Black Hat speakers to us, and we can do something here, and we can have even more engineers get security training from some of the best. We can have these folks have the hallway conversations, and so I liked that you called out things like give people breaks so that they can have the time to build the relationships, because internal security conferences are training, but they're also building that connective tissue between the people who need to have the engaging conversations. And so finding that sweet spot of we need longer breaks, but not a long break before the party, is a little bit of trial and error. So if you're thinking about doing an internal security conference, the fact that we have a speaker who's volunteering to answer your questions, go ask them. Like, go get that extra help from the folks that are offering it. Long-winded way of saying, I really like the talk. Everything they said is true, so multiply by 2 and divide by 0.75.
All right, so this is a new speaker.
Who is this guy?
I have no idea. So this person came up to me and they were like, just started talking to me like they knew me, and I'm, trying to be nice about it. I'm like, oh, good, it's nice to see you, blah, 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 right? And then I realized who it was. All right. And did I time it good?
Yeah, you're good.
Is it going? All right.
You're good.
And so, we have to pause. And so, he's going to talk about how he got this way, and I mean, just bravo. So Ray, Redacted, is up.
Thank you, Greg, and I appreciate that. But before I start, I just want to say a couple things before I actually start my timer here. It was announced earlier today that ShmooCon next year is the last year forever. And I want to tell you how important ShmooCon and even Firetalks has been in my entire career. And I want to take a moment to thank, let me take off my mask here, to thank the judges and the people that put this together, because every year I've been at ShmooCon, I've done a fire talk. Some years were better than others, Katie. But I really do want to thank Zach and InfoSec Barbie and everybody up on stage here, because they've been an absolutely huge influence on our entire industry, and let's give them a round of applause. I do have bribes, but I'm going to save them till the end because it'll be funnier if I do it at the end. My name is Ray Redacted. If you know of me at all, you probably know of me from Tribe of Hackers or from Firetalks here at ShmooCon, or maybe from Darknet Diaries. And I want to talk about metabolism hacking. I want to talk about something that I've been through. But before I do that, I just got to quickly give you some disclaimers. Number one, nothing you're about to hear is medical advice. Number two, fat shaming and body shaming is bullshit. Obesity is a very, very complex disease. It affects around 43% of Americans. 76% of Americans are overweight. 12% of Americans have metabolism health, meaning they're metabolically healthy. So we have a very, very big trend towards everyone going towards type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. A massive, massive amount of people will have prediabetes within the next few years. And I'm going to talk about obesity in terms of BMI, but I want to tell you up front that BMI is bullshit, okay? BMI is the measurement of your weight in kilograms divided by your height in millimeters squared, and it's a rough linear number. If you were going to program something about health, you would never do something that brute force. Now, that being said, in June of last year, my BMI on this chart was what they used to call morbidly obese. Morbid obesity. They no longer call it that now. We now call it class 3. And this is what I look like in June versus today. Okay? So here's what happened. I had a moment of awakening where I just decided that I actually do want to live to 70 or 80 or 90 years old. And I thought about going and trying to get Ozempic. I thought about getting weight loss surgery for my stomach. And by the way, I'm not blaming anyone who does those things at all. Absolutely, whatever you want to do to take control of your own health or to hack your own metabolism, do so. But I have an autoimmune disorder, and I was taking prednisone, and so those were basically medically ruled out. And it occurred to me, you know what, Ray? Why are you trying to solve this in any other way than you've solved anything else? Just hack it. Hack it. All your life you've hacked things. And so when we talk about hacking, we usually talk about a kill chain, right? And it starts with reconnaissance. And my reconnaissance meant that I went to medical school. I went to the YouTube medical school. And I stumbled upon this book called Outlive by Dr. Peter Attia, okay? And he talks a lot about something called insulin resistance. And what insulin resistance means, and what he says, is that big food, not big pharma, because they're also involved, but big food has engineered food today to no longer be marijuana or cocaine, but to be crack. And we are all addicted to highly processed foods that cause us to generate insulin, that cause us to then have an insulin response, that spike our blood sugar. All of these things are happening so that you're hungry 30 minutes later. If you think about what we call Chinese food, what Americans call Chinese food, right? Heavily processed, heavy on starches, you're hungry 30 minutes later. Well, if you manufacture cereals, that's the best of all worlds. You've got them hooked, and they'll be back in 30 minutes. But there's another side to that equation, and that has to do with glucagon. And interestingly enough, Ozempic actually targets this particular response signal. But what I found out was, in order to hack my metabolism, because my metabolism was severely damaged by years of prednisone, by COVID, by inactivity, by bad habits. But in order to do that, the secret lies in a box that most of you probably recognize. And I'm not even going to tell you something you don't know, because everyone here already knows this. The secret, that is not a we, that is an NES. And the secret is this. If you want to fix your metabolism, if you want to reboot it, if you want to remove the malware from your metabolism, from years and years of eating processed food or having bad habits, it all comes down to NES, and that's nutrition, exercise, and sleep, okay?
I was gonna say take the car.
And you can't do it if you only do two. You have to have all three. So I started reading about this, and I discovered that there's this Dr. Peter Attia writes about using a device that you can implant inside your body called a continuous glucose monitor. And what actually happens is you implant this thing in your arm or your belly, and it monitors your blood sugar at all times. And what they found is that 90% of people wearing CGMs change their behavior in a more healthy way, either eating, sleeping, or exercise. Hi, Gary. So, before I get more into that, I have to tell you something. In 1924, Western Electric was trying to discover what kind of light bulb would make American workers more productive. And they found out something fascinating. What they found out was it didn't matter what light bulb they tested, the workers got productive no matter what. And it really comes down to this. What is measured is managed. When the workers thought they were being watched for an experiment, they all worked harder. And that's really what happens with CGMs. Now, in the United States, you cannot get these devices without a prescription, but wouldn't you know it, if you get on Instagram, or if you get on X, or if you get on Mastodon, you'll see ads from 3 different companies that will provide these CGMs along with some machine learning AI bullshit, okay? And you could put these devices on you. But they're expensive. I mean, they're expensive, right? They cost a lot of money. And you could basically end up with either the Libre or the Dexcom or the Medtronic. Well, we chose the Dexcom because we can hack the shit out of those. We could make those last 90 days each instead of 10 days each, all right? And I'm gonna talk about that. But what you do is you get a little package like this. It's got a continuous glucose monitor, it's got a bottle of glucose, it's got some stickers, and an app on your phone. Now, that data, your blood sugar, is your data. It is your PHI. It belongs to you. It does not belong to some cloud provider, some other person out there selling it. It's yours. And it's sent to your phone over Bluetooth, unencrypted. So, what happens is you go through your normal day, and it shows you something like this, and red is bad. Anything in the purple, you're losing weight. Anything there. And you want to maintain your time in range, TIR, and your average glucose. As long as these numbers are below 116, in my case, in your case it might be 120, it might be 130, as long as they're below 100, you're losing weight, period. It's that simple. You put a device on your arm, and if you keep your blood that low, then you're in good shape. The problem is, when I first started, was my blood looked like this. And by time in range, purple is good, red is bad. That's September 2023 on the left. I think it's on the left, yeah. Okay, and over time I started to figure out how to get it down and keep it down. And some of it was really easy stuff. Some of it was like, don't eat pizza, okay? But other stuff was not intuitive. It turns out that you can eat pizza if you eat a salad right before, or if you drink water or apple cider vinegar right before. You can keep your blood flatter and not have those spikes. Because here's the deal, the spike is what makes you hungry. If it stays level through exercise, sleep, diet, water, whatever, you're not gonna be hungry again. And so I had this kind of breakthrough around October and November where I suddenly hit this certain tier. And it all comes down to NES. That's nutrition, exercise, and sleep. So here's an example of nutrition. On the left is a pizza from Papa John's on an empty stomach. On the right is a cauliflower pizza from Papa John's, which they charge twice as much for, and it's really tiny and won't satisfy you as much. But the blood sugar is even from then on, okay? And with exercise, I'd always heard all my life, do high-intensity interval training, HIIT. Everyone said, go in and out, in and out. You've heard this before, zone 2 and all that. Well, it turns out when you do that, And this app shows you, it flattens your blood for the whole day because your body's jumping in and out of anaerobic versus aerobic activity. And even with regards to sleep, I discovered that NES also has a lot to do with SNES, the Super Nintendo system, and that is stress. Cortisol gets in your body and makes you have a fight or flight response that we were not acclimated to be in 24 hours a day. And again, tracking this and watching this and monitoring it teaches you all kinds of stuff, but the whole idea is self-experimentation. So I've already mentioned, I can take apple cider vinegar, it will help my blood all day. I now carry around this little breathalyzer thing, which I think is a gimmick, Katie. I don't know if it works or not, but it literally it's supposed to tell you what percentage of your fat versus your carbs you're burning. This is actually supposed to be a replicator of a test you can get like at a high-end lab called RER, and it is pretty close. But ultimately, I uncovered what most of you have probably already figured out, which is the ketogenic diet and intermittent fasting. So keeping track of your blood sugar is the numerator, but the denominator is your ketosis level. And it turns out if you monitor these two things together, that you can figure out your score that's sometimes called the GKI, it's sometimes called the DBR, that's the Dr. Boz ratio. But ultimately, you want your blood to be as low as possible and your ketones to be as high as possible, because if that number is below 80, you are burning pure fat. Now, in this experimentation process, I uncovered a lot of disgusting stuff. Some of it I'm not going to get into. But one of the craziest things I saw on YouTube was there's all these ketogenic cult members that swear if you just sardine fast for 3 days, meaning you eat nothing but the disgusting fish that come in a can, right here, it will send you into ketosis for days. Well, having these monitors on my body, this glucose monitor and this ketone monitor, I discovered, holy shit, they're right. If you spend 3 days eating nothing but this, your body will burn a shitload of fat. And it turns out you can get a continuous ketone monitor if you know how to get things that aren't legal in the United States. And it will tell you at any time how many grams of fat per minute you are burning right now. So literally, right this second, 10.53 grams an hour. Now there are 454 grams in a pound, and there's 9 calories per pound. So that's about as good as it could get, right? Period. That's about as good as it could get. Now, that's metabolism hacking. But I'm at ShmooCon. I'm at the penultimate ShmooCon, actually, now that I think about it, because next year is the finale. So before I leave, before I get off the stage and get made fun of by the judges for having too many slides, I'd like to talk a little bit about hacking. Because it turns out that there's a very vibrant community of parents of type 1 diabetic children that have been hacking the shit out of these devices for many, many years. And we are within months of having an open source platform for continuous glucose monitoring with an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi and a couple devices that you can either make yourself or you can put them together. The breathalyzer that I was talking about, that they charge like $300 for, and it's all over Instagram, you can actually do that yourself. It's a flow meter. All it does is it looks at how much oxygen you take in and how much comes out, because there's a different ratio between fat and carbohydrates. So rather than spending all this money, you can do that. If you end up with the Dexcom G6, there are ways to reset the transmitters. So instead of them working, or sensors, instead of them working for 10 days, they'll work for up to 90. And there's a way to take the transmitter and jailbreak it and make it last forever. You can literally change the batteries yourself. And there's a program out there called Spike. If you have a jailbroken iOS or a rooted Android device, it allows you to reset these devices, which are very expensive, to last forever. Now, I will tell you, back to my disclaimer, I would never recommend that you jailbreak a device where someone's life is actually tied to it, like certainly not to an Omnipod or an insulin pump. But if you're just doing it to measure your own body, then it's absolutely fine. And the last one I will tell you about is Project Anubis, which is the project where they've actually figured out the firmware and broken it and gotten it wide open. So, in conclusion, I'm on a journey to reconstitute my body and to rehack my metabolism. And I'm using technology to do it, and I'm absolutely happy to talk to any of you about how I'm doing it and how it's going so far. Thank you very, very much. Now, before I hand out the bribes, I do have to ask, is there a judge that wants the sardines? Okay, well, I brought you all sensors. I brought you all Dexcom sensors.
Oh.
Yes. So you get one of those.
Are these the legal ones?
Of course, by prescription.
Okay.
Mhm. Thank you, Dr. Redacted.
So I don't know if I should award points or detract points for legality.
Well, it's never been an issue before.
I mean, it's just a... That's awesome. Okay, so first off, I also did not recognize Ray at first when he came up on stage and he's talking about, oh, the stage is backwards this year. I'm like, okay, well, this is clearly someone who's done it before. Who is this guy? And then I remembered the abstract, and I just have to say, plus 250 points for not coming up and telling us about your CrossFit gym. That's awesome. And I love the technology approach to healthcare, and what you didn't say was gamification, but that is what you've done to your brain, is you have gamified your pursuit of healthcare by feeding it data similar to a Fitbit dashboard, where you're like, okay, if I can stay between these numbers, like, you know, if I go do this, if I go do that, like you're doing the basis of how do I give my brain dopamine for achieving the goal instead of give my brain dopamine for having the nachos. And I'm intrigued by your theories and would like to subscribe to your newsletter. plus 150 points for the technology use and an additional plus 100 for the fact that you're taking care of your health and you are no longer class 4 obese, which means you're going to be with us for a lot longer.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay, so where to begin on this? Well, first of all, there was a drinking game in the audience when you said ML and AI, so I awarded you those points, 1,000 points for that drinking game. You may drink now if you're partaking. The fact that you use so much data, not just in your own hacking, but you really made the data accessible and it flowed with your story and everything. I love data talks, and so I gave that 10,000 points. The fact that, you know, you are hacking yourself, you took an analytic approach to this, you took, you know, the approach of iterating on what you discovered and feedback and everything, and bringing skepticism, healthy skepticism to what was told to you. I am highly disturbed that the sardine trick works. And I'm also like, you know.
As is my wife, Katie. My wife is not a big fan.
Can you test tuna fish next? Or maybe salmon?
Well, the problem with tuna fish is mercury. That's the problem. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, but all of that, the talk was fantastic, and I guess I would end this with the fact that I gave you 10K points for the BMI is bullshit point that you made, because seriously, I mean, look, we've all heard it before. I don't lift weights to look pretty like a man. I lift weights to look like a bitch who fights bear in forests.
Yeah, going last sucks.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, Ray. You've come up here a dozen times. You've given a dozen great talks. There isn't a lot to tell you how to do a talk. So I did think you had some great creative use of InfoSec metaphors in a non-technically InfoSec talk. So great and good. I'm going to give you extra points for your disclaimers sprinkled throughout your talk. I think it was very important when doing a medical type thing that you have the appropriate disclaimers in place. So good job there. And congratulations on your personal accomplishments.
Facebook, I forgot to say something really important. Can I just say one last thing? Okay, and that is, if you have a Flipper Zero, you can fuck with people's glucose monitors.
Okay, did I just say that the disclaimers were
under
a good
no
thing?
under no circumstances should you do that. There are children, there are people out there that literally depend on this, not for their own health journey, but for their lives. And when I was at DEF CON, I saw a bunch of people just spraying that everywhere. Just be aware, it's not a prank if it affects somebody's actual life. And that's my last disclaimer, which I forgot. Thank you.
All right.
Y'all better not be leaving.
Don't leave.
Don't leave. You can't go. The plants will die.
This is the NIST 853 talk. But it's supposed to be the best one. And it's supposed to be a very entertaining one. So don't leave. Oh, well. I mean, we can wait for you to come back if you're... No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I'm
talking to nobody, but...
I'm going to start out with my bribes. Since I'm in compliance, by the way, there's lots of audience participation in this one, so you really do want to stick around. You all have plenty of alcohol to drink, but instead of trying to kill your brain cells, I'm trying to keep you alive, being in compliance, so I'm going to give you hand sanitizer. Woo!
Thank you.
And also, to help you see clearly, I'm going to give you things that you can use to clean your glasses. I know alcohol is the standard gift.
That's really going to help me in Space Rogue Out.
Well, yeah. So
Let me see.
there's a couple for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, this is the good stuff.
Excellent. Thank
Katie,
you.
can I have yours, please?
Sunglasses if you don't wear a prescription. And there you go.
Do they have ones that clean contacts?
I would recommend against cleaning contacts. Now,
anyway, wait a minute. Is it official? Like, are you starting?
let me put on my glasses so I can see better.
Oh, do you need something to clean your glasses?
You know, that's okay. I think I have one left of my own.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm Gary Reimer, and I'm here to explain to you all why NIST 800-53 is awesome. And I have some required disclaimers, and I want to make a couple points, especially about number 3. There's sections in this where there's all caps and it's in quotes. At that point, these are the things that people have whined at me about 800-53, and so I'm used to hearing the whining, so I want you to do your best Gilbert Gottfried and whine it back at me as loud as you can. I'll point at you when I want to hear it, so I want to really hear people do that. Also, there is a part of this contest where there's a cash prize. No, I'm not kidding. Pay attention. Look on the slides. What can it say?
I listen.
Well, if you think about it, I've been doing, you know, if you look at all that's on that presentation screen, you'll see that I've been an educator, an entertainer, and I've been in cybersecurity about 10 years. This is my third cybersecurity conference talk in my life. The first time at ShmooCon. The other was Blue Team Con, so I'm all happy about it. But the point is, if anybody can make this interesting, I think it's going to be me, and hopefully you'll agree.
Why talk about NIST SP?
Thank you. It's useful to people who don't even know it exists. And there's, oh, by the way, one thing I forgot. We do have some people in here who are visually challenged, and I used to be. I've had 9 eye surgeries. I can see pretty good now. But if somebody can't understand my message because they can't read the slides, catch me later. I will talk to you. I want everyone to get this message. I forgot that at the front. This is useful to people who don't even know it exists. It has more uses than some people realize. And we all work hard enough. And frankly, I wanted to give this talk because I'm passionate about it. And speaking at ShmooCon is an honor. I'm proud to have. Frankly, the fact that I was selected for this talk means I've already won, whether the judges agree or not. I feel honored to be here. Well, if you think about it, not really, because it actually helps the free world stay free, and it helps every security practitioner, not just Blue Team, and it's one of those rare government documents that is both comprehensive and understandable by normal people. So let me get into that.
Keep the free free.
Yeah, it's used by the United States government And it's used military, civilian, and trust me, those programs that nobody talks about in public, which I'm doing these days now, I think I'm doing better without these. And also the defense industrial base uses it, and our allies end up being impacted by it. And so if all those people use it, they're keeping the whole world safer from our malign adversaries. So let me explain how it actually helps. So blue team, obviously, it's a list of things to do. The red team, it gives you ideas on the things you should be checking to see if the blue team did them. Security managers, it helps with the standard to show due diligence, which helps the board avoid litigation and also helps keep the SEC out of your problems because you or your cyber insurer has to pay you because it's obvious you actually took security seriously.
It's a checklist.
Not. It's actually not a checklist at all. It's a security controls no, it really isn't. It's a security controls catalog with a complete explanation of what the controls are. It's an idea book for the red team. And yeah, there are spreadsheets, so there is the ability to use it as a checklist, but they've done all the hard work for you. Also, it comes with other volumes that go with it. For example, 800-53A, which is the assessment guide, and B, which is the baselines. Now, sorry, what? Okay, I'm glad you agree with me. Thank you.
Repeat the question, please.
I think it was just.
No, I didn't. No, he just said he'd agreed. I'm going to go on. So, anyways, baseline control. So you can use other NIST documents. We'll talk more about them later. If you need a framework, that's 37. 60 helps you figure out how important your data is from the government perspective. It's not a bad guideline. If your stuff is really super secure, you can use the classified, even though you can find it out on the internet, 1253, to help you figure out what controls you should be doing, and the baseline tells you what they should be doing, so because you can't do everything in this catalog. It's just too comprehensive. I'm sure everybody's said that before. The reality is, I'm going to give you a little bit of pushback on that one. The paperwork, first of all, every control is tailorable. So if the paperwork that it suggests that you do, you really have a reason not to do, then don't do it. It's tailorable. But having said that, do you really need an acceptable use policy that all your users have to sign so HR can boot them when they do that child porn that they shouldn't be doing in the office? Or more specifically, do you really need your incident response plan written out so everybody can follow it? Yes, you do. So it's a good idea to do the paperwork.
Compliance isn't security.
How many have said that before today? Yeah, I'm surprised that not more hands are going up. 853 doesn't enforce compliance. That's a role of other documents that the federal government uses. It's a security, think of it as a security control encyclopedia. And by the same token, compliance isn't security. I'll give you that. But a lack of compliance guarantees lack of security. Absolutely. Thank you. Now, because it's so comprehensive, they've actually broken the controls down into 20 different families, and it covers everything. I mean, access control is like 1/5 of all the controls, just the one family, but supply chain, risk management, personnel security, physical security, everything is in there. So now we're about to have the contest. So how we're going to work the contest, and I got to make sure I've got my money ready. Yeah, I do. How I'm going to work the contest is I'm going to give you a question. I need you to raise your hand. Don't call it out. And I'm going to ask you the question, and I will call on people, and when someone gets close enough, they will be able to either see me afterwards for the cash prize, or they can come up to the stage and I'll hand it to them. How many total controls are there in this 800-53, including the control enhancements? Raise hands.
Which revision?
5. We're doing the new stuff.
20. 175. 509. Depending on what level of low or high.
No, I'm talking about including the control enhancements. So you want to try again? Going, gone. Ryan, that's you. That's right. Yeah, Ryan, you're wrong, but you're the closest.
$1.
No, it's 1,007 controls. And that's what I get for knowing people. No, seriously, I mean, when somebody said 20, I was just like, are you kidding me? There's almost 300 controls, over 700 enhancements. Some of the controls are information systems, some are for organizations, some are split across both. And it really is that comprehensive. Now, this is a typical security control layout, and like Space Rogue, I absolutely hate eye charts. So let's go ahead and zoom in on a couple things. So in the upper left-hand corner is the control identifier, in this case AU4, and the control name. And then you have organization-defined parameters. So for example, this will make more sense in a minute. This is the actual control. Just go ahead and read this control. I don't have to read the slides to you. But not only do you have very clearly defined controls, you also have a discussion which you can use with management to explain to management what is the control, why do you need it, and then related controls to help you realize that maybe you're not covering the whole thing. Now, the organization defined parameters for this control about auditing, having enough storage space to audit your control records, your audit records, excuse me. If you're 50 computers versus 5,000, obviously you need a different amount of space. That's why the organization gets to define the parameter. And so there's also control enhancements. And this particular one, I'm going to have to read it to you. It's audit storage capacity transferred to alternate storage. And so, depending on how big you are, you might need to do that and how important it is for you to have the data. And it's the same control structure. Now, this is 853B, baseline and tailoring, and again, you can't read this, so let's go ahead and blow it up for you a little bit. You can see that some controls are on a privacy control baseline, some controls are only used for higher risk systems, some controls don't have anything, but you can, as far as they don't meet any of the baselines. In this case, it's long-term retrieval capability. But you might choose to tailor that in, especially for the person who worked for Truist, who has financial obligations, or brokerage houses through FINRA where they have to keep everything for 7 years. So how do you get started? Well, first of all, skip the policy stuff. That was the comment that Bruce made today about falling asleep at page 3. The good stuff doesn't happen until about page 200. Start reviewing, I'm not kidding. Start reviewing the controls in an area that's interesting to you, get an idea what risks exist, then start reviewing other control families and use this as a resource depending on the others in the role. Now, here's the resources, and I've got to tell you, there's a lot more under the NIST publications. For example, there's 800-60, which is the baselines for various types of controls, 800-63B, which is where we get that passwords don't have to be changed every 90 days anymore. Yeah, I know, isn't it great? 66, which is about HIPAA. 88, which is how to sanitize equipment without a volcano. 161 is supply chain risk management. 201 is cloud computing forensics. 207 is zero trust. 213 is IoT, or as I refer to it, Internet of Targets. And if that's a lot for you to remember, I've decided to put it up here, so feel free to take a picture of this slide, because this is very useful. I'll give you all a chance to get your cameras out. Yep, I see it happening, good. And after that, I'm going to, everybody should have had a chance to get that. If not, you can get it from me later, because I'm also a resource. And I don't know if I have any time left for questions, because I took my glasses off and I can't see my clock. I've got 3 minutes. So if there's any questions, that's fine. And if there's not, then I can give you all back the room, because I don't have to use every last instance and second. Yes, sir?
What's your favorite control?
My favorite control is data at rest, SC28. I love it, because the thing of it is, you've got to really encrypt the stuff. Yes? I'm sorry, I didn't quite, I heard more specified, but I didn't hear specified like what? Well, the longer version of this talk, I actually talk about STIGs. And you can actually, if you know about using STIGs, there's actually files you can download from public.cyber.mil, and that will actually give you very point by point on how to go ahead and configure systems and configure software and configure hardware to make it so it is safe. I had 15 minutes. I didn't have 30. So I do use STIGs. Yeah, it's absolutely excellent. Thank you for calling that up. Is there any other questions? Yes. The control to implement, oh gosh, I can't remember the number right off the top of my head, but it's the one where you have to actually get the control to the system to report back that there's problems, because a lot of systems just don't have that built into it.
For people on streaming, the question was, what's the hardest
Oh, yes.
control to
I'm
implement?
sorry.
No problem.
Thank you. I'm a little excited. What can I say? It's my third time.
At what point would a small startup company, in terms of number of people or maybe number of revenue, should they start to implement this?
The question is, at what size in a small company should they start to implement some of this? And the answer for that one is, if you have a part-time security person that can go through and look at the big rocks and see to make sure that you're doing them, that's fine. And if this is a reading material, helps them figure out what they need to do, it's worth it. And, but they shouldn't necessarily spend all their time doing this, because, you've got to get the stuff done that's really important, and you got to take care of the big rocks before you take care of the small ones. Oh, yes. Do people actually run encryption in FIPS mode? I can neither confirm nor deny. And I think I'm about out of time, so thank you very much.
Okay. I cannot believe that a talk about compliance frameworks was that entertaining. Also, I didn't know NIST had salespeople. You will not believe how many controls we can get in this baby. But what's interesting is, as you're telling this story and as you give this talk at additional conferences, I would encourage you to think about how can companies, getting back to the question about small companies, who are building their engineering standards, not their security standards, their engineering standards. Maybe they also need to build security standards. You basically have some security engineers sitting around going, yeah, we should probably do this thing, and we should do that. Like, this is actually a sourdough starter for them to be able to go through and say, all right, what are the base controls? Let's look through here and choose our own adventure here for our engineering standards to simply implement. So I appreciate the content and the way you've framed it for the audience. Love the enthusiasm. Yeah, I think that even like digging in with the blow-ups on the slides, like clearly you thought about the judges and our ability to see, so thank you for that. Overall, in general, I loved the Gilbert Godfrey audience participation and the fact that people actually participated. So because the audience participated, an extra 200 points. The fact that it is still boring compliance, you cannot get away from that, minus 50. And
I took a tough subject, but can I use your sourdough starter line? That's awesome.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, everybody knows what a sourdough starter is since the pandemic. So, yeah, I enjoyed the talk, which I don't often say about these sorts of talks. So, an additional plus 100.
Thank you.
So we'll mix it up a little bit, change the order, keep you guessing out there, Sleepy Land. Yeah, plus a bunch of points for audience participation, always good. Encourage that a lot at Firetalks. For those of you who are thinking of speaking next year, incorporate audience participation. I liked how you had slides that had a lot of small words and then called out the important parts, right? And you used a call out and you made that part bigger. That's good. Although you still had a lot of slides with a lot of words on them, which I didn't like.
More finger puppets and crayons, please.
All in all, like Kim said, entertaining talk for a boring subject. So kudos for that. And in total, I'm awarding 7,653.4 points.
Is that on the metric standard?
That's on the metric, always
Okay.
metric,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so third talk in your life, 1,000 points. Fantastic. You know, that was, I don't think my third talk in my life would have come out anywhere near that well, so good job on that. You had a useful slide on there that you paused and told people to take a picture of, because this was dense material that you were covering, and I'm glad you called that out. I should have taken a picture.
Hold on, let me go back.
No, it's okay, because I'm judging here.
Oh,
So,
okay.
I loved that you called out that accessibility factor, you know, because there are people with differing abilities to read and parse your slides, and you made that offer very welcoming to folks that if they couldn't, you know, pick up on it, on the visuals, that you would go over it with them later. You somehow made this talk about standards and frameworks entertaining, which the other judges have all said too, but dude, I co-authored 2 ISO standards, and I don't think I could have pulled that off. So I don't think I even would have tried, so good job. And then the Q&A was lit. I don't understand you people, but here, you found your people. You found them. They're here at ShmooCon for you. Finally, I enjoyed the bribes. You know, the bribes were good. Alcohol, but to keep us healthy, like wild times. So thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Gary. Awesome talk. Thanks, man. All right, if you could just bring in a nice beat right now, that'd be cool. What is one at time? I'm not even gonna go there.
Is this any of y'all's bag?
Oh, I did mean to say, though, there was a negative on the glasses wipes because they were warm from your pocket. Yeah, I deducted, I don't know, the degrees of warmth have been deducted from your total score.
I'm sorry, you didn't want me to, never mind.
All right. Is it up? All right. I love analogies, especially when they relate to security. And I don't know. Who likes cookies? Who likes cookie dough?
Yes.
Should you eat cookie dough?
Maybe.
I don't know. I think we're going to learn a little bit more about that. Have an awesome talk from, she's hiding. Oh, there she is. Amanda.
So I kind of feel bad about this particular bribe due to Ray's talk earlier. However,
Don't feel bad.
To ensure that you have a thematically correct visual aid, so you don't need to focus on the slides quite as much, I do have some of the cookies here available for your perusal.
Ray, are these approved?
Don't listen to him. Hand him over.
Pass them down. Pass them down. Pass them.
So let's say that you are walking down an American supermarket aisle and you have a craving for cookies. And so you're looking for some pre-made cookie dough. And you're probably going to find, I'll take this. All right, so you're walking down an American supermarket aisle and you're going to find largely 2 different brands of cookie dough. And you might find some other specialty ones. But most of the ones you're going to see are either Nestle Toll House or Pillsbury. Now, on the surface, you might not think that there is a very large difference between these 2 brands. However, if you zoom in closely, you're going to find that they have taken very different approaches to not just the production of cookie dough for baking, but whether or not you should actually eat raw cookie dough. So let's start with Nestle Toll House. On the surface, it's a package of cookie dough. Nothing terribly interesting there. However, if you look closely on the back of the package towards the bottom below the barcode, you are going to see the standard warning that this is not a product that should be eaten raw. You should not be eating raw cookie dough. Most of us grew up knowing that one of the largest problems with raw cookie dough is the eggs. Eggs are a carrier of salmonella. And so you should not eat raw cookie dough. In fact, Toll House produced an entirely different product that is made for eating. However, you are not going to find this product in all supermarkets. I had to go to 2 supermarkets to find this. Furthermore, you might not even find it with the cookie dough. I found it with pudding. If I'm craving cookie dough, why am I looking at pudding? On the other hand, Pillsbury took a completely different way of looking at this problem. They went, you know what? We can tell people to not eat cookie dough, it ain't gonna work. They are going to eat cookie dough. So what are we gonna do? We are going to make all of our products useful for baking and safe to eat. We are going to make multi-purpose cookie dough. And that is something that I can get behind, because they have made a product that works for everybody. And if you look on the back of the package, you can see precisely what they have done to make these products safe to eat raw. They have pasteurized the eggs, because it turns out if you heat them to a not quite baking temperature, so you still have an eggy egg, you can kill the salmonella. Same thing with the flour. You can heat treat the flour in order to kill the salmonella in the flour. Yes, flour is also a carrier of salmonella. They're also making sure that the processing facilities are nice and clean and sanitary and all that happiness, so you're not spreading disease through any sort of cross-contamination or what have you. And so, I totally prefer the Pillsbury method because, I can bake a few cookies, I can eat a few, pieces of raw cookie dough, and life is good. I don't have to segment my life among different products. What on earth, now that my clicker has stopped working, does this have to do with cybersecurity? Well, I'm going to posit 3 different things here, 3 lessons we can learn from raw cookie dough. The first is that it is really important to meet people where they are. Pillsbury took the idea that people are going to eat cookie dough whether you tell them to or whether you tell them not to. It's going to happen. Food is for eating. So they're going to make food that is safe to eat. The same way the internet is to be used. The internet is for sending of emails. Emails that have links in them, emails that have attachments, attachments that have macros, that run code on people's computers. People are going to send nude pictures of themselves to each other. That is what the internet is for. And it is our job to help them do that as safely as possible. We need to meet people where they are. The second point that I believe that we can learn from raw cookie dough is that expertise matters. Before I mentioned the bit about flour, who here knew that flour was a carrier of salmonella? A decent few hands, but not all of them. Because we are not, in fact, some of you might be, food safety experts. That is not why we are here. We are cybersecurity experts. And so we need to be the experts in the room that are deciding what are the most important controls. As we learned from the last talk, there's over 1,000 different controls that exist in that catalog. We have to decide which are the ones that matter in that moment, which are the ones our organizations should implement, which are the ones that are going to give us the most risk reduction for the least amount of effort. Because I don't know about you, but I want to be lazy, so I want to spend as little effort as possible. And so it is our job to apply that expertise, to be that person. And third, and finally, transparency is best. The best controls are the sorts of things that the user doesn't even realize is there. How many of y'all have known before today that Pillsbury made their cookie dough safe to eat raw? See, one, single digits number of hands. You were probably eating it anyway. Right, but they went, you know what? People don't need to know this, but we're just gonna go ahead and make it work. People don't have to think about installing a whole bunch of different things on their computers. They should just be safe to use. People shouldn't have to think about whether this website is better than that website, which applications I can safely install on my phone, how precisely do I best communicate with the people in my life. If I want to do an anonymous hookup, how do I do that? It should not be rocket science. It should be default that I can do all of those things safely. So we, as the experts in the room, need to make it so our users don't have to think about any of this stuff. Like, that is our jobs, y'all. I mean, I hope that most of you were in the room for Bruce's rant earlier, but like, this is why we're here. We are here to make the world a better place, so let's do it. And let's do it in a way that our users just use. Really quick note here, this entire talk was inspired by a Tumblr post because so many of the best things in the world happen on Tumblr. And you can see there the user just being like, they gave up on telling people what to do. They just decided, look, let's just stop yelling at people and start producing a product that they can actually use. And so that is really all that I have. I am not going to ramble up here until I hit a time limit. Really, that's all I have. Meet people where they are, use your expertise, and try to produce things that are transparent to your users so they don't have to think about it. Contact info up there.
Thank you very much. Who wants to go first?
We should let Katie go first.
Mrs. Katie.
Okay, so delicious bribes, but nothing for me because I'm not taking off my mask, and I'm actually watching my blood sugar these days, so I cannot partake of any of this. Well, maybe if I eat a giant salad before I do it. I don't know. Yeah. So I gave you 10,000 points for leaving the podium. I love when people use the stage, and good job on that. I had a director in a show I was in once tell me that he had an audition where the only audition was him walking silently up a set of stairs away from the audience. And it was to test the command of the stage, and you looked like you were really comfortable up there. So great job on that. Smooth recovery on your clicker fail. Your clicker failed, you made note of it, and you just moved on. I don't see a lot of speakers able to do that very gracefully. Even some seasoned speakers, AKA old, like myself, can sometimes, that can throw off their whole rhythm. So great job keeping the rhythm there. The themes of your talk were great. I mean, they're exactly what we want in cybersecurity practitioners. No more blaming the user for, their delicious habits of sending nudes and cookies and all that stuff. Inspired by real life, 1,000 points, and the fact that it was short and very sweet, 1,000 points. Thank you.
All right, well, I guess I'm going to go next because you're still eating cookies. Delicious bribe. Absolutely phenomenal. So I think, Katie, you should, well, no, because you're watching your blood sugar. I'll eat yours. Plus 300 points for cookies because they were good cookies. Taught us a bunch of things we didn't know, but more importantly, the metaphor and the carryover to why it matters for security. Pristine. Like, could not have done a better job of, like, at first I'm like, why are we talking about cookies? And then it was all brilliantly executed. As Katie mentioned, excellent use of the stage. I loved your slides. One of the things I love is when a slide is a headline that the audience can take a picture of and they can tweet or not tweet, use the other things, but then they're talking because it hammers that headline home for people, and you mastered that as well. Excellent lack of blaming of users, and I know from your abstract that you are also a yarnista, and that inspired me to bring my knitting while we did this, so Yarnsters unite. Overall, I gave you a total of 14,000 points. However, that is in Canadian dollars. So
exchange rate's a killer.
I know. So it's it's not quite 14,000, but it's close.
That isn't Zambian dollars or whatever country that is. Again, I get to go last, so all the good things have been taken. But I'm going to reiterate what a bunch of other people have already said. I really enjoy this new trend of food bribery. Last year we had lasagna. This year we have cookies. Hope that's a trend that continues, at least for one more year. Again, handheld mic, taking ownership of the stage. Excellent use there. Love that. And I really, really love the primary theme of your talk of letting the user be the user, and we need to move around them. Users are going to click on stuff, right? That's what we pay them for. The users are going to take nude selfies. That's what they do. They're users, okay? We got to fight.
That's what we pay them for.
Right? Let them do it. User's going to use, right? You got to fight for the user. So let them do what they're going to do, and we as security professionals need to secure them around that. We cannot change the behavior of the user. That's not going to happen. It's pointless. We can train and educate them all we want, but they're still going to be the outliers. So we need to work around that. So thank you for continuing to harp on that message.
And I know this wasn't specifically your message, but riffing off of you for a moment, that's not just your company's customers, it's your security team customers, as in the dev teams. So if you're not thinking about your developer user experience and you're like, oh my God, why are they pushing to prod without a 2PR? Well, because it's designed, like you have to change the design. You have to change your security models to make it a good user experience, whether that user is the customer that gives your company money or the developer that's doing the thing, whatever that thing might be. I'm not the one supposed to be talking, but it was a great talk. Thank you.
All right, that's it. Everybody can leave.
Don't care where you go, but you can't
No.
stay here. No.
Tell them when the winners are announced.
Oh, yeah. So, who's going to be at closing ceremonies? Yay! We're all going to be there. Hopefully, for those that don't live local, hopefully you made late flights on Sunday night. Oh, great. My speaker notes just decided to refresh. Or not speaker notes, talking notes, whatever. All right, so just a few closing notes. So I just want to give a big shout out, first of all, to Katie, because she's finally back. Yay! We really missed her. Also, unless the judges overrule me, we do have some free cookies if people want to come up. The booze, I was thinking about saying that, but I'm just going to say no comment. Nothing official. Oh my God, we already have people coming up.
There are cookies.
All right. Also, one last closing thing. One speaker did leave a bag up here, so if you're missing a bag and you happen to speak at Firetalks, your bag is up here.
It's actually good.
Yeah. Lastly, so I already said, so we're going to be announcing the winners at closing ceremonies.
Very cute.
And with that, I will bid you all adieu and enjoy the rest of the ShmooCon. Thank you for attending. Good night.
Firetalk.
Yeah, I'm not taking it. Oh. There. There's another fruit bar.